What is Pindapata? Pindapata is the Pali term for alms round, which is the Buddhist monastic practice of collecting alms from the community. It is a living tradition of over 2,500 years since the time of the Buddha that connects the fourfold Sangha, monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen, walking the path together in harmony and respect. Every morning at dawn, Buddhist monks head out with their alms bowl to accept whatever food that is being offered with gratitude. As the Buddha taught in the Sigalovada Sutta, harmony arises when monastics rely on the laity for material support, and the laity receive spiritual nourishment in return. Guidelines for alms round. Dress in modest and respectful clothing. Thai forest monks do not handle cash. Remove footwear and observe noble silence. Make your aspirations for spiritual progress and dedicate merits to all beings and departed relatives. Wait mindfully. Respectfully place food into the alms bowl. Maintain respectful distance. Bow mindfully in reverence of the Sangha. An offering made to the Sangha is incalculable, immeasurable, greater than any offering made to an individual. All are welcome to partake in the Ajahn Chah Remembrance Day Pinapata ceremony on 26th and the 27th of December 2025 at 7:30 a.m. What is Pindapata? Pindapata is the Pali term for alms round, which is the Buddhist monastic practice of collecting alms from the community. It is a living tradition of over 2,500 years since the time of the Buddha that connects the fourfold Sangha, monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen, walking the path together in harmony and respect. Every morning,
Thank you to Sister Wong Pui Lam for lighting the candles and incense to commence the Ajahn Chah Remembrance Day program.
我们感谢黄佩林居士点灯供香，为阿姜查纪念日掀开序幕。
Dear brothers and sisters in the Dhamma, let us fold our palms in Anjali and pay respect to Venerable Sirs by bowing 3 times.
各位佛友，请双手合十，一起礼敬僧众，顶礼3拜。
Dear friends, welcome to the commencement of the Ajahn Chah Remembrance Day, which will be held today and tomorrow. This event is organized by the Katanyuta Group Malaysia. We are very grateful for the kind support and presence of so many of Ajahn Chah's disciples, as well as the support of many volunteers. A warm welcome to friends from across Malaysia and overseas. We also welcome friends from out of state and across the borders joining us on YouTube live streaming.
各位佛友，欢迎来到今天和明天举行的阿姜查纪念日的第一天。这场法会是由马来西亚思源佛法分享会主办，我们非常感恩和随喜在座的长老和法师们慈悲地答应我们的邀请，从世界各国千里迢迢来到马来西亚出席法会。同时，我们非常感恩所有发心护持的义工们，因为有你们的付出，我们今天才能在这里齐聚一堂。我们也欢迎来自他州和海外通过 YouTube 直播加入我们的佛友。
Brothers and sisters in Dhamma, we will now commence with the opening homage, requests for taking of 3 refuges and 5 precepts, Parita Chanting, the formal offering of food, and Anumodana. You may refer to the screen to follow the chants.
各位佛友，接着我们一起礼敬3宝，求受3皈依5戒，诵经正式供养食物于僧团及回向。您可以参考屏幕上的字幕一起念诵。
Arahang Samma Sambuddho Bhagava Buddhang Bhagavantang Abhivademi Swakato Bhagavata Dhammo Dhammang Namasami Supatipano Bhagavato Savaka Sangho Sanghang Namami Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Sama Sambuddhassa นะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะมะยังบันเตติสารเนนะสหาปัญจศีลานิยาชามะดุติยัมปิมะยังบันเตติสารเนนะสหาปัญจศีลานิยาชามะตติยัมปิมะยังบันเตติสารเนนะสหาปัญจศีลานิยาชามะ
นะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะ
นะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะ
พุทธังสระนังคัจฉามิ
พุทธังสารนังกัจฉามิ
ธัมมังสระนังคัจฉามิ
ธัมมังสารนังกัจฉามิ
สังฆังสระนังคัจฉามิ
สังฆังสารนังกัจฉามิ
ทุติยมปิพุทธังสระนังคัจฉามิ
ดุติยัมปิพุทธังสารนังกัจฉามิ
ทุติยมปิธัมมังสระนังคัจฉามิ
ดุติยัมปิธัมมังสารนังกัจฉามิ
ทุติยมปิสังฆังสระนังคัจฉามิ
ดุติยัมปิสังฆังสารนังกัจฉามิ
ตติยมปิพุทธังสระนังคัจฉามิ
ตติยัมปิพุทธังสารนังกัจฉามิ
ตติยมปิธัมมังสระนังคัจฉามิ
ตติยัมปิธัมมังสารนังกัจฉามิ
ตติยมปิสังฆังสระนังคัจฉามิ
ตติยัมปิสังฆังสารนังกัจฉามิ
ปานาติปาตาเวรมณีสิกขาปะทังสมาธิยามิ
ปานาติปาตาเวรมณีสิกขาปะดังสมาธิยามิ
ปะทินาทานาเวรมณีสิกขาปะทังสมาธิยามิ
อาดินาดานาเวรมณีสิกขาปะดังสมาธิยามิ
กาเมสุมิชฌาจาราเวรมณีสิกขาปะทังสมาธิยามิ
กาเมสุมิจฉาจาระเวรมณีสิกขาปะดังสมาธิยามิ
มุสาวาทาเวรมณีสิกขาปะทังสมาธิยามิ
มุสาวาดาเวรมณีสิกขาปะดังสมาธิยามิ
สุราเมระยะมัจจปมาทฐานาเวรมณีสิกขาปะทังสมาธิยามิ
สุราเมรายามัจจาปมาดทานาเวรมณีสิกขาปะดังสมาธิยามิ
อิมานิปัญจสิกขาปะทานิสิเลนะสุขติงยันติสิเลนะโภคสัมปทาสิเลนะนิพุติงยันติตัสมาสีรังวิโสตะเย
สาธุสาธุสาธุ We shall now request for the Parita chanting. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Vipatti patti bahaya sabba sangpati siddhya sabba dukkha vinasaya paritang bruta manggalang. Vipatti patti bahaya sabba sangpati siddhya sabba baya vinasaya paritang bruta manggalang. Vipatti patti bahaya sabba sangpati siddhya sabba roga vinasaya paritang bruta manggalang.
ภริตวานเมตังสเมตาปะทันตังอวิคิตะจิตตามปริตังปนันโตสักเคกาเมจารูเปกิริสลัตเตจันตริเควิมาเนทิเปรเทจะกาเมตรวนกะหะเนเคหะวัตุมมิเคเตมภูมมาจายันตุเทวาชลทะลวิสเมยขะกันทปนาคามติทันตาสันติเกยังมุนิวะระวะจนังสาทโวเมสุนันตุธัมมสวรรคาโลอายัมปทันตาธัมมสวรรคาโลอายัมปทันตาธัมมสวรรคาโลอายัมปทันตานะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะสัมพุทธัสสะตัสสะตัสสะสัมพุทธัสสะพุทธังสดานังกัจฉามิธัมมังสรณังกัจฉามิสังฆังสรณังกัจฉามิทุติยมปิพุทธังสรณังกัจฉามิทุติยมปิธัมมังสรณังกัจฉามิทุติยมปิสังฆังสรณังกัจฉามิตติยมปิพุทธังสรณังกัจฉามิตติยมปิธัมมังสรณังกัจฉามิตติยมปิสังฆังสรณังกัจฉามิโยจักขุมาโมหะมัลลาปะกาโตสามังวะพุทโตสุขโตวิมุตโตมาราสปาสะวินิโมจยันโตปะเปสิเขมังชนะตังวินัยยังพุทธังวรันตังศิลสานะมามิโลกัสสนาทันจะวินัยกัญจตันเตยัสสะเตชยสิทธิโหตุสัพพันตรายะจะวินาสเมนตุธัมโมทัจโชโยวิยตาสัสตุตัสเสสิโลกัสสวิสุทธิมาคังนิยานิโกธัมมทาราสัทธาริยสัตตาวะโหสันติกะโรสุจินโนธัมมังวรันตังศิลสานะมามิโมหะปะทาลังอุปสันตตังตันเตจัสสะเตย
จยสิทธิโหตุสัพพันตรายยังจะวินาศเมนตุสัตตัมมเสนาสุขตานุโกโยโลกัสสปะปุปกิเลสเจตาสันโตสยังสันติโยจักขุจัสสวะคาตธัมมังวิติตังกโรติสังฆังวรันตังศิรสังนัมมามิพุทธานุพุทธังสัมมาสิลาทิทิงตันเทจัสสะเทจยสิทธิโหตุสัพพันตรายยังจะวินาศเมตุนะโมขัลลังหัตโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะมะเหสิโนนะโมอุตตมะธัมมัสสะสวะคาตัสเสวะเตนิตานะโมมหาสังฆัสสะปิวิสุทธัสสิลาติยติโนนะโมโอมัตตยารัตตาสรัตนาตยาสัสสะทุกังนะโมโอมกาติยตัสสะวะสวะตุตยาสปินะโมการะปะภาเวนะวิคาจันตุปัตตวานะโมการะนุภาเวนะสุวัตติโหตุสัพพทานะโมการะสเตเชนะวิเทมิโหวิเตชวะเสวันนาจะปาลานังบัณฑิตานันจะเสวันนาภูชาจะภูชนิยานังเอตัมมังกัลลังวัตตมังปฏิรูปเทสวาโสจะภูเพจักตะปุญญาตาตสัมมาปณิจะเอตัมมังกัลลังวัตตมังภาภูสัจจันจะเสปัญจะวินัยโยจะสุสิกิโตสุภาสิตาจยาวาจาเอตัมมังคัลลังวัตตมังมาตาปิตุปัฏฐานังปุตตตารัสสะสังฆโหอนาคุลาจะกัมมันตาเอตัมมังกัลลังวัตตมังทานันจะธัมมจริยาจยาตกานันจะสังฆโหอนาวาจานิกัมมานิเอตัมมังกัลลังวัตตมังอารติยวิรติยปาปามาจะปานาจะสัญญโมอาปมาตัวจะธรรมเมสุเอตัมมังคัลลังวัตตมังคารวัวจะนิวาตัวจะสันตัวเทียจักตังยุตตากาเลนะธัมมัสสวะนังเอตัมมังคัลลังวัตตมังขันติยจะโสวะจัสสตาสมานังนันจะตาสนังกาเลนะ ธัมมัสสากัจจาเอธัมมังกรมุตตมังตะปัวจะพระมจริยัญจะอริยสัจจานัตตาสนังเนียปานสัจจิกิริยาจะเอธัมมังกรมุตตมังพุทธัสสะโลกธัมเมหิทิตังยาสนกัมปติอโศกังวิรัชังเขมังเอตัมมังกรมุตตมังเอตติสันนิกัตตวานัสสะปัตตมะปราชิตาสัพพัตตโสติงคัจฉันติตันเตสังมังกลมุตตมันติกัลเนยมัตตะกุตเลนะยันตังสันตังปะตังอภิสัมเมจะสักโกอุจุจะสุวัจุจะสุวัจุจะสมุตุอนัตติมานิสันตุสะโกจะสุภโรจะอัปปะกิจโจจะสัลละหุกวติสันตินตริโยจะนิปโกจะอัปปะคาโพกุเลสุอนันตุเกียตัวนัจจกุทังสัมมาจเรกินจิเยนะวินโยปะเรอุปวัตเทโยสุขิโนวะเขมิโนโหนตุสัพเพสัตตาภวันตุสุขิตาตาเยเกจิปานาภูตาติทัสสาวะทาวราวะอนวเสสัทธิกาวะเยมหันตาวะมัจจิมารัสกาอนุกัตุลาทิตาวะเยจะอธิตาเยจะตุเรวัสันติอวิทุเรภูตาวาสัมภเวสีวาสัพเพสัตตาภวันตุสุขิตาตานปโรปลังนิโกเปตนาติมันเยทะคัตตตินังกินทิพยาโรสนาปฏิสัญญานัญญมัญญาสตุกมิจเจยมาตายตานิยังพุทธังอายุสาเอกพุทธมนุราเกเอวัมปิสัพพพุทเตสุมาณสัมภาวะเอนอปริมาณังเมตัญจะสัพพโลกัสมิงมาณสัมภาวะเอนอปริมาณังพุทธังอทุจติริยัญจะอสัมภาตังอเวรังอสัพพตังติตัญจรังนิสินโนวาสยานโนวายาวตัสสวิคตเมียตัวเอตังสติงอติเทยพระมเมตังวิหารังอิตัมมาหุติตินจะอนุปคัมมสิลวาทาสเนนะสัมปันโนกาเวสุวินัยเขตังนาหิจาตุกัปปัสสยังปุณเรติยา
นิทัพพุทธานิสัม
มา
มา
ค
คา
ตา
ตา
นิภูมิมานิวายานิวะอันตริเขตตากตังวมนุสสะปุชิตังพุทธังนามัสสามาสุวัตติโหตุยานิทัพพุทธานิสัมมาคตานิภูมิมานิวายานิวะอันตริเขตตากตังเทวมนุสสะปุชิตังธัมมังนามัสสามาสุวัตติโหตุยานิทัพพุทธานิสัมมาคตานิภูมิมานิวายานิวะอันตริเขตตาคตังเทวมนุสสะปุชิตังสังฆังนามัสสามาสุวัตติโหตุ
อิติปิโสภะคะวะ
อะระหังสัมมาสัมพุทโธวิชาจารณสัมปันโนสุขโตโลกวิทูอนุตตรปุริสธรรมสารติสัทธาเทวมนุสสานังพุทโธภควาติสวะขาโตภควตาธัมโมสันติติโกอากาลิโกเอหิปัสสิโกโอปัญญิโกปัจจตังเวทิตาโอวินโยทิติสุปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆหุจุปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆยะปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆสามีจิปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆทิทังวิปุริสยุคานิอัตตปุริสปุคลาเอสัพพะวะโตสาวกสังโฆอาหุนายโยปะหุนายโยอากินายโยอัญชลียการณิโยอนุตตรังปุญญาเกตังโลกัสสติ
สัพพะพุทธานุภาเวนัสสะ
สัพพะธัมมานุภาเวนัสสะพะสังฆานุภาเวนะพุทธรัตนังธัมมรัตนังสังฆรัตนังตินังรัตนานังอานุภาเวนะจตุราสีติสหัสสะธัมมากันธานุภาเวนะปิตกัตตยานุภาเวนะจินสาวกานุภาเวนะสัพเพเตโรคาสัพเพเตพยาสัพเพเตอันตรายาสัพเพเตอุปัตตวาสัพเพเตทุนิมิตาสัพเพเตอวมังคลังวินาสันตุอายุวัตตะโกธนวัตตะโกสิริวัตตะโกยัสสวัตตะโกพลวัตตะโกวันนวัตตะโกสุขวัตตะโกโหตุสัพพทาธุ วะคาโรปะพยาเวราโสกาสัตตุจุปัตถวะอเนกาอันตรายาปิวินาสันตุจเตจัสสะชัยเสียติทานังลาภังโสทิปักขยังสุขังพลังสิริอายุจวันโนจะปวะพังพุติจยสวาสัตวาสัจอายุจะเทียวสิทธิภวันตุเตโอ
กาปัตตาจานิ
ทุกขาปยาปัตตาจานิปยาโสกาปัตตาจานิโสกาโหนตุสัพเพปิปานิโนเอตาวตาจะอัมเหหิสัมปะทังปุญญาสัมปะทังสัพเพเทวานุโมทันตุสัพพสัมปัตติสิทธิยาตานังทันตุสัทธายาสีลังรักขันตุสัพพทาภาวนาภิรตาโหนตุกัจจันตุเทวตากตา
เพพุทธาป
ปลาปัตตาปัจเจกานันจะยังพลังอรหันตานันจะเตเจนรักขังพันธามิสัพพะโส
ภวตุสัพพมังค
ลังรักขันตุสัพพะเทวตาสัพพะพุทธานุภาเวนัสสัทธาโสเทภวันตุเตภวตุสัพพมังคลังรักขันตุสัพพะเทวตาสัพพะธรรมานุภาเวนัสสัทธาโสเทภวันตุเตภวตุสัพพมังคลังรักขันตุสัพพะเทวตาสัพพะสังฆานุภาเวนัสสัทธาโสเทภวันตุเตสาธุสาธุสาธุ We will now chant the formal offering of food. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Imani mayang bante Patani Sapariwarani Bhikkhu Sanghasa Ono Jayama Sadhuno Bante Bhikkhu Sangho Imani Patani Sapariwarani Patikan Hatu Amhakam Dikaratan Hitaya Sukhaya. We we present this food of ours together with these accompanying articles to the Bhikkhu Sangha. May the Bhikkhu Sangha accept these foods together with these accompanying articles for the long-term welfare and happiness of ourselves, our parents, our relatives, living and deceased, beings we have harmed in the past, and all beings.
Satu. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Yakke phante sankho chanatu. Ayang patama phako mahaterassa pa punati. Avasesa phakha amha kanjeva pa punanti. Bhikkhu nanca samaneranang kahattanang. Te yatha sukhang paripunchantu.
ยะตาวันดิวังหาปุราปฏิปุเรนติสาคาลังเอวะเมวัยโตทินังเปตานังอุปากปติอิติตังมดิตังตุมังคิปะเมวะสมิสสัตโตสัพเพปุเรนโตสังฆปานยันโทปนราโสยถามณิโชติราโสยถา
สัพพิติโยวิวัสสันตุสัพพะโลกโควินัสสตุมาเตภวัตวันตรายโยสุขิธิขายุโกภวะอาภิวาทนาสิริสานิจังวุธาปจายโนจัตตารโอธัมมาวัฏันติอายุวันโนสุขังภาลังกาเลตตันติสัพพัญญาวตัญญูวิตตามัชลากาเลนะทินนางอริยสุอุสุภูเตสุตติสุเวปัสสนมานาตัสสะวิปุลาโหติทักขินามเยทัตถะอนุโมทันติเวยาวัจจังกรณติวามนาเตนะทักขินาโอนอาเตปิปุญญาสัพพคิโนมสมาธาเทอปติวาหัจจิตโตยัตถาตินังมหาภลังปุญญานิปรโรกัสสมิงปฏิทาหุนติปารินันติอายุทโธปลาโทติโลวันนาโทปฏิภาณโทสุขัสสะทาตาเมธาวิสุขังโสอติคัสสติอายุงทัตตวาภรังวันนัง
สุขันจะปฏิภาณโททีขายุยัตสุวาโหติยัตถายาทุปปาสติอิติสัพพเทวตามสัพพพุทธานุภาเวนะสัทธาโสธิภวันตุเตมภาวะตุสัพพมังคลังราคันตุสัพพเทวตามสัพพธรรมานุภาเวนะสัทธาโสธิภวันตุเตมภาวะตุสัพพมังคลังราคันตุสัพพเทวตาสัพพสังฆานุภาเวนะสัทธาโสธิภวันตุเต
สาธุสาธุสาธุ Let us bow 3 times. Bow. Bow. Bow.
Let us fold our palms respectfully while the venerable monks pay respect to their seniors.
在生众向长老行礼期间，敬请大众双手合十，恭敬随喜。
Brothers and sisters in Dhamma, Venerable Sirs will now proceed to collect the noon meal. We ask that all devotees remain seated in the hall. We shall together chant Itipiso, the recollection of the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha.
各位佛友，现在僧团将前往食堂接受食物供养，请大家留在座位上，保持安静，一起来念诵佛随念、法随念及僧随念。
Itipiso bhagava arahang sama sambuddho vichacharana sangpanno sugato lokavidu anuttaro purisa dhammasarati satta deva manusana Puttho bhagavati sovakato bhagavata dhammo sanditiko akaliko ehipasiko opanayiko pacata veditabo vinyuhiti supatipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangho Ujupatipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangho Nyayapatipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangho Samicipatipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangho ยาดิดังชาตาริปุริสายุกานิอาตาปุริสาปุงกาลาเอสาภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆอาหุเนโยปาหุเนโยดาคิเนโยอัญจาลิการณิโยอนุตตรังปุญญาเขตังโลกัสสาติอิติปิโสภะคะวะอะระหังสัมมาสัมพุทโธชารณะสังปันโนสุขโตโลกวิดูอนุตตโรปุริสธัมมัสสารติสัตตเดวมนุสสานังพุทโธภะคะวะติสวากาโตภะคะวะตะธัมโมสันดิติโกอาคาลิโกเอหิปัสสิโกโอปานายิโกปัจจตังเวดิตาโบวินุหิติสุปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆอุจุปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆญาญาปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆสามิจิปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆยาดิดังชาตาริปุริสายุกานิอาตาปุริสาปุงกาลาเอสาภะคะวะโตอาหุเนโยปาหุเนโยดาคิเนโยอัญจาลิการณิโยอนุตตรังปุญญาเขตังโลกัสสาติอิติปิโสภะคะวะอะระหังสัมมาสัมพุทโธวิจจาชารณะสังปันโนสุขโตโลกวิดูอนุตตโรปุริสธัมมัสสารติสัตตเดวมนุสสานังพุทโธภะคะวะติสวากาโตภะคะวะตาธัมโมสันดิติโกอาคาลิโกเอหิปัสสิโกโอปานายิโกปัจจตังเวดิตาโบวินุหิติสุปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆอุจุปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆญาญาปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆสามิจิปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆยาดิดังชาตาริปุริสายุกานิอาตาปุริสาปุงกาลาเอสาภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆอาหุเนโยปาหุเนโยอัญจาลิการณิโยอนุตตรังปุญญาเขตังโลกัสสาติอิติปิโสภะคะวะอะระหังสัมมาสัมพุทโธวิจจาชารณะสังปันโนสุขโตโลกวิดู อนุตตโรปุริสธัมมัสสารติสัทธาเทวมนุสสานังพุทโธภควติสวากาโตภควตาธัมโมสันติติโกอาคาลิโกเอหิปัสสิโกโอปานายิโกปัจจตาเวดิตาโบวินิวหิติสุปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆอุจุปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆญาญาปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆสามิจิปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆยาดิดิดังชาตาริปุริสายุกานิอาตาปุริสาปุรุงกาลเอสาภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆอาหุเนโยปาหุเนโยดาคิเนโยอัญจาลิการณิโยอนุตตรังปุญญาเขตังโลกัสสติอิติปิโสภะคะวะอะระหังสัมมาสัมพุทโธวิจาจารณสัมปันโนโลกวิดูอนุตตโรปุริสธัมมัสสารติสัทธาเทวมนุสสานังพุทโธภควติสวากาโตภควตาธัมโมสันติติโกอาคาลิโกเอหิปัสสิโกโอปานายิโกปัจจตังเวดิตาโบวินิวหิติสุปฏิปันโนสาวกสังโฆอุจุปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆญาญาปัตสามิจิปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆยาดิดังชาตาริปุริสายุกานิอาตาปุริสาปุงกาลาเอสาภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆอาหุเนโยปาหุเนโยดาคิเนโยอัญจาลิการณิโยอนุตตรังปุญญาเขตังโลกัสสติอิติปิโสภะคะวะอะระหังสัมมาสัมพุทโธวิจาจารณสัมปันโนสุขโตโลกวิดูอนุตตโรปุริสธัมมัสสารติสัทธาเทวมนุสสานังพุทโธภควติสวากาโตภควตาธัมโมสันติติโกอาคาลิโกเอหิปัสสิโกโอปานายิโกปัจจตังเวดิตาโบวินิวหิติสุปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆอุจุปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆ ญาญาปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆยาดิดังชัตตาริปุริสายุกานิอาตาปุริสาปุงกาลาเอสาภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆอาหุเนโยปาหุเนโยดาคิเนโยอัญจาลิการเนโยอนุตตรังปุญญาเขตาโลกาสาติ We shall now do the closing homage. Arahang Samma Sambuddho Bhagava Buddhang Bhagavantang Abhivademi Swakato Bhagavata Dhammo Dhammang Namasami Supatipanno Bhagavato Sāvaka Sangho Sanghaṃ Namami. Bow, bow, เบา
Dear friends, we will now adjourn for the noon meal for all devotees at the canteen. Please note that the hall will be closed throughout the meal time. We seek your help to cooperation to return to the hall by 11:25. Please listen for the bell as indication for the hall reopening. Let us now take leave from the hall in an orderly manner, row by row, starting with the last row. After exiting the hall, please proceed to the canteen for lunch.
各位佛友，接下来我们将会到食堂用餐，请注意礼堂将会在用餐期间关闭。在这期间，请使用临近展览厅或礼堂底下一层的洗手间。我们恳请大家在上午11:25前回到大殿，请留意刚刚播放的铃声作为大殿重新开放的信号。现在大众可以依序离开大殿，从最后一排开始，一排一排的离场。离开大殿后，请前往食堂用午餐。
What is Pindapata? Pindapata is the Pali term for alms round, which is the Buddhist monastic practice of collecting alms from the community. It is a living tradition of over 2,500 years since the time of the Buddha that connects the fourfold Sangha, monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen, walking the path together in harmony and respect. Every morning at dawn, Buddhist monks head out with their alms bowl to accept whatever food that is being offered with gratitude. As the Buddha taught in the Sigalovada Sutta, harmony arises when monastics rely on the laity for material support, and the laity receive spiritual nourishment in return. Guidelines for alms round. Dress in modest and respectful clothing. Thai forest monks do not handle cash. Remove footwear and observe noble silence. Make your aspirations for spiritual progress and dedicate merits to all beings and departed relatives. Wait mindfully. Respectfully place food into the alms bowl. Maintain respectful distance. Bow mindfully in reverence of the Sangha. An offering made to the Sangha is incalculable, immeasurable, greater than any offering made to an individual. All are welcome to partake in the Ajahn Chah Remembrance Day Pinapata ceremony on 26th and the 27th of December 2025 at 7:30 a.m. What is Pindapata? Pindapata is the Pali term for alms round, which is the Buddhist monastic practice of collecting alms from the community. It is a living tradition of over 2,500 years since the time of the Buddha that connects the fourfold Sangha, monks, nuns, laymen, and lay women, walking the path together in harmony and respect. Every morning at dawn, Buddhist monks head out with their alms bowl to accept whatever food that is being offered with gratitude. As the Buddha taught in the Sigalovada Sutta, harmony arises when monastics rely on the laity for material support, and the laity receive spiritual nourishment in return. Guidelines for alms round. Dress in modest and respectful clothing. Thai forest monks do not handle cash. Remove footwear and observe noble silence. Make your aspirations for spiritual progress and dedicate merits to all beings and departed relatives. Wait mindfully. Respectfully place food into the alms bowl. Maintain respectful distance. Bow mindfully in reverence of the Sangha. An offering made to the Sangha is incalculable, immeasurable, greater than any offering made to an individual. All are welcome to partake in the Ajahn Chah Remembrance Day Pinapata ceremony on 26th and the 27th of December 2025 at 7:30 a.m. What is Pindapata? Pindapata is the Pali term for alms round, which is the Buddhist monastic practice of collecting alms from the community. It is a living tradition of over 2,500 years since the time of the Buddha that connects the fourfold Sangha, monks, nuns, laymen, and lay women, walking the path together in harmony and respect. Every morning at dawn, Buddhist monks head out with their alms bowl to accept whatever food that is being offered with gratitude. As the Buddha taught in the Sigalovada Sutta, harmony arises when monastics rely on the laity for material support, and the laity receive spiritual nourishment in return. Guidelines for alms round. Dress in modest and respectful clothing. Thai forest monks do not handle cash. Remove footwear and observe noble silence. Make your aspirations for spiritual progress and dedicate merits to all beings and departed relatives. Wait mindfully. Respectfully place food into the alms bowl. Maintain respectful distance. Bow mindfully in reverence of the Sangha. An offering made to the Sangha is incalculable, immeasurable, greater than any offering made to an individual. All are welcome to partake in the Ajahn Chah Remembrance Day Pinapata ceremony on 26th and the 27th of December 2025 at 7:30 a.m. What is Pindapata? Pindapata is the Pali term for alms round, which is the Buddhist monastic practice of collecting alms from the community. It is a living tradition of over 2,500 years since the time of the Buddha that connects the fourfold Sangha, monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen, walking the path together in harmony and respect. Every morning at dawn, Buddhist monks head out with their alms bowl to accept whatever food that is being offered with gratitude. As the Buddha taught in the Sigalovada Sutta, harmony arises when monastics rely on the laity for material support, and the laity receive spiritual nourishment in return. Guidelines for alms round. Dress in modest and respectful clothing. Thai forest monks do not handle cash. Remove footwear and observe noble silence. Make your aspirations for spiritual progress and dedicate merits to all beings and departed relatives. Wait mindfully. Respectfully place food into the alms bowl. Maintain respectful distance. Bow mindfully in reverence of the Sangha. An offering made to the Sangha is incalculable, immeasurable, greater than any offering made to an individual. All are welcome to partake in the Ajahn Chah Remembrance Day Pinapata ceremony on 26th and the 27th of December 2025 at 7:30 a.m. What is Pindapata? Pindapata is the Pali term for alms round, which is the Buddhist monastic practice of collecting alms from the community. It is a living tradition of over 2,500 years since the time of the Buddha that connects the fourfold Sangha, monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen, walking the path together in harmony and respect. Every morning at dawn, Buddhist monks head out with their alms bowl to accept whatever food that is being offered with gratitude. As the Buddha taught in the Sigalovada Sutta, harmony arises when monastics rely on the laity for material support, and the laity receive spiritual nourishment in return. Guidelines for alms round. Dress in modest and respectful clothing. Thai forest monks do not handle cash. Remove footwear and observe noble silence. Make your aspirations for spiritual progress and dedicate merits to all beings and departed relatives. Wait mindfully. Respectfully place food into the alms bowl. Maintain respectful distance. Bow mindfully in reverence of the Sangha. An offering made to the Sangha is incalculable, immeasurable, greater than any offering made to an individual. All are welcome to partake in the Ajahn Chah Remembrance Day Pinapata ceremony on 26th and the 27th of December 2025 at 7:30 a.m. What is Pindapata? Pindapata is the Pali term for alms round, which is the Buddhist monastic practice of collecting alms from the community. It is a living tradition of over 2,500 years since the time of the Buddha that connects the fourfold Sangha, monks, nuns, laymen, and lay women, walking the path together in harmony and respect. Every morning at dawn, Buddhist monks head out with their alms bowl to accept whatever food that is being offered with gratitude. As the Buddha taught in the Sigalovada Sutta, harmony arises when monastics rely on the laity for material support, and the laity receive spiritual nourishment in return. Guidelines for alms round. Dress in modest and respectful clothing. Thai forest monks do not handle cash. Remove footwear and observe noble silence. Make your aspirations for spiritual progress and dedicate merits to all beings and departed relatives. Wait mindfully. Respectfully place food into the alms bowl. Maintain respectful distance. Bow mindfully in reverence of the Sangha. An offering made to the Sangha is incalculable, immeasurable, greater than any offering made to an individual. All are welcome to partake in the Ajahn Chah Remembrance Day Pinapata ceremony on 26th and the 27th of December 2025 at 7:30 a.m. What is Pindapata? Pindapata is the Pali term for alms round, which is the Buddhist monastic practice of collecting alms from the community. It is a living tradition of over 2,500 years since the time of the Buddha that connects the fourfold Sangha, monks, nuns, laymen, and lay women, walking the path together in harmony and respect. Every morning at dawn, Buddhist monks head out with their alms bowl to accept whatever food that is being offered with gratitude. As the Buddha taught in the Sigalovada Sutta, harmony arises when monastics rely on the laity for material support, and the laity receive spiritual nourishment in return. Guidelines for alms round. Dress in modest and respectful clothing. Thai forest monks do not handle cash. Remove footwear and observe noble silence. Make your aspirations for spiritual progress and dedicate merits to all beings and departed relatives. Wait mindfully. Respectfully place food into the alms bowl. Maintain respectful distance. Bow mindfully in reverence of the Sangha. An offering made to the Sangha is incalculable, immeasurable, greater than any offering made to an individual. All are welcome to partake in the Ajahn Chah Remembrance Day Pinapata ceremony on 26th and the 27th of December 2025 at 7:30 a.m. What is Pindapata? Pindapata is the Pali term for alms round, which is the Buddhist monastic practice of collecting alms from the community. It is a living tradition of over 2,500 years since the time of the Buddha that connects the fourfold Sangha, monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen, walking the path together in harmony and respect. Every morning at dawn, Buddhist monks head out with their alms bowl to accept whatever food that is being offered with gratitude. As the Buddha taught in the Sigalovada Sutta, harmony arises when monastics rely on the laity for material support, and the laity receive spiritual nourishment in return. Guidelines for alms round. Dress in modest and respectful clothing. Thai forest monks do not handle cash. Remove footwear and observe noble silence. Make your aspirations for spiritual progress and dedicate merits to all beings and departed relatives. Wait mindfully. Respectfully place food into the alms bowl. Maintain respectful distance. Bow mindfully in reverence of the Sangha. An offering made to the Sangha is incalculable, immeasurable, greater than any offering made to an individual. All are welcome to partake in the Ajahn Chah Remembrance Day Pinapata ceremony on 26th and the 27th of December 2025 at 7:30 a.m. What is Pindapata? Pindapata is the Pali term for alms round, which is the Buddhist monastic practice of collecting alms from the community. It is a living tradition of over 2,500 years since the time of the Buddha that connects the fourfold Sangha, monks, nuns, laymen, and lay women, walking the path together in harmony and respect. Every morning at dawn, Buddhist monks head out with their alms bowl to accept whatever food that is being offered with gratitude. As the Buddha taught in the Sigalovada Sutta, harmony arises when monastics rely on the laity for material support, and the laity receive spiritual nourishment in return. Guidelines for alms round. Dress in modest and respectful clothing. Thai forest monks do not handle cash. Remove footwear and observe noble silence. Make your aspirations for spiritual progress and dedicate merits to all beings and departed relatives. Wait mindfully. Respectfully place food into the alms bowl. Maintain respectful distance. Bow mindfully in reverence of the Sangha. An offering made to the Sangha is incalculable, immeasurable, greater than any offering made to an individual. All are welcome to partake in the Ajahn Chah Remembrance Day Pinapata ceremony on 26th and the 27th of December 2025 at 7:30 a.m. What is Pindapata? Pindapata is the Pali term for alms round, which is the Buddhist monastic practice of collecting alms from the community. It is a living tradition of over 2,500 years since the time of the Buddha that connects the fourfold Sangha, monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen, walking the path together in harmony and respect. Every morning at dawn, Buddhist monks head out with their alms bowl to accept whatever food that is being offered with gratitude. As the Buddha taught in the Sigalovada Sutta, harmony arises when monastics rely on the laity for material support, and the laity receive spiritual nourishment in return. Guidelines for alms round. Dress in modest and respectful clothing. Thai forest monks do not handle cash. Remove footwear and observe noble silence. Make your aspirations for spiritual progress and dedicate merits to all beings and departed relatives. Wait mindfully. Respectfully place food into the alms bowl. Maintain respectful distance. Bow mindfully in reverence of the Sangha. An offering made to the Sangha is incalculable, immeasurable, greater than any offering made to an individual. All are welcome to partake in the Ajahn Chah Remembrance Day Pinapata ceremony on 26th and the 27th of December 2025 at 7:30 a.m. What is Pindapata? Pindapata is the Pali term for alms round, which is the Buddhist monastic practice of collecting alms from the community. It is a living tradition of over 2,500 years since the time of the Buddha that connects the fourfold Sangha, monks, nuns, laymen, and lay women, walking the path together in harmony and respect. Every morning at dawn, Buddhist monks head out with their alms bowl to accept whatever food that is being offered with gratitude. As the Buddha taught in the Sigalovada Sutta, harmony arises when monastics rely on the laity for material support, and the laity receive spiritual nourishment in return. Guidelines for alms round. Dress in modest and respectful clothing. Thai forest monks do not handle cash. Remove footwear and observe noble silence. Make your aspirations for spiritual progress and dedicate merits to all beings and departed relatives. Wait mindfully. Respectfully place food into the alms bowl. Maintain respectful distance. Bow mindfully in reverence of the Sangha. An offering made to the Sangha is incalculable, immeasurable, greater than any offering made to an individual. All are welcome to partake in the Ajahn Chah Remembrance Day Pinapata ceremony on 26th and the 27th of December 2025 at 7:30 a.m.
Now have a Dhamma talk by Luang Liem. Luang will be delivering the talk in Thai, and the English translation will be provided after the talk.
各位佛友，接下来我们将由龙坡莲开示法要，尊者将以泰语开示，稍后将会有英文翻译。
Let us now invite Brother Mas Yu Kok to light the candles and incense, and Brother Liu Kangzi to lead us in the formal request for the Dhamma talk. Kindly fold your palms in Anjali.
有请马守国居士点灯和供香，也请廖康琪居士带领大众请求开示，请大家合掌。
Brahmacaloka Dipati Sahang Pati Kat Anjalian Divarang Ayacata Santi Dasata Paraja Kejatika Desetu Damang Anukampi Mampajang.
Samanti เยจิตตังสัญญาเมตสันติโมกขันติมลพันธนาขอเจริญพรเจริญธรรมเจริญสุขแด่ทุกท่านวันนี้เราได้มีส่วนมาพบกันอีกครั้งหนึ่งคือเป็นวันที่26ของเดือนธันวาคมการได้มีโอกาสได้มาพบปะซึ่งกันและกันเราก็มีส่วนได้แลกเปลี่ยนความคิดความเห็นอันเป็นส่วนประกอบให้เราได้ความรู้เพราะการมีส่วนมาพบกันนั้นถือว่าเราได้มีโอกาสเป็นญาติกันความเป็นญาติถือว่าเป็นสิ่งที่เป็นมงคลวิสาสะปรมายติความคุ้นเคยเป็นญาติอย่างยิ่งฉะนั้นโอกาสที่เราได้มีส่วนมาพบกันอย่างนี้เราจะได้นำหลักธรรมอันเป็นส่วนหนึ่งคำสั่งสอนของบุพกาจารย์คำสั่งสอนของผู้มีเมตตาธรรมนำมามีส่วนแนะนำสั่งสอนให้เราได้ความรู้ความเข้าใจเพราะว่าความเป็นสัตว์ประเสริฐที่เรียกว่ามนุษย์ถือว่าเป็นสิ่งที่ควรที่จะให้มีส่วนเป็นประโยชน์มากๆขึ้นฉะนั้นในฐานะเรามีส่วนกับความเป็นสัตว์ประเสริฐเราจะต้องรู้จักโดยว่าในความเป็นสัตว์ประเสริฐนั้นมีส่วนประกอบอะไรบ้างคนเราจะอยู่ในพื้นที่ไหนอยู่ในสถานที่ใดก็มีลักษณะเหมือนกันหมดมีรูปกับนามมีกายกับใจรูปเราก็พอรู้จักกันอยู่แล้วว่ามันมีบุคลิกอย่างไรบ้างอย่างน้อยเราก็พอที่จะประเมินกันออกได้ว่ามีลักษณะกว้างศอกกำมายาวานาคืบและส่วนที่มีส่วนมารวมเป็นรูปเป็นร่างเราก็พอที่จะเข้าใจกันอยู่บ้างอย่างน้อยในละรูปขันธ์ก็มีส่วนประกอบของธรรมชาติที่เราเรียกว่าธาตุตามธรรมชาติที่มารวมกันเป็นรูปเป็นร่างเราพอที่จะได้ยินได้ฟังกับบุพการีผู้มีเมตตาธรรมแนะนำสั่งสอนว่าร่างกายมีส่วนประกอบกับธาตุทั้งสี่หรือธาตุทั้งหกธาตุทั้งสี่ก็พอรู้จักกันอยู่แล้วว่ามีดินน้ำไฟลมและก็อากาศวิญญาณสภาวะความรู้สึกอย่างนี้มันมีส่วนอยู่กับด้านรูปธรรมด้านร่างกายหรือด้านรูปขันธ์เมื่อมีส่วนรวมกันเป็นรูปเป็นร่างยังมีส่วนสัมพันธ์กับสภาพสิ่งแวดล้อมที่เราเรียกว่าการเวลาผ่านไปด้านรูปขันธ์มันมีส่วนทำหน้าที่ในรูปแบบเรียกว่าสามัญญะแห่งสัจธรรมคือมีการรวมกันเป็นรูปเป็นร่างเกิดขึ้น และก็ทำหน้าที่ในการเปลี่ยนแปลงเปลี่ยนไปสู่ความเจริญและก็เปลี่ยนไปสู่ความเสื่อมสภาวะอันนี้ถือว่าเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของธรรมชาติเขาทำหน้าที่เราก็มามีส่วนเรียนรู้เขาบ้างว่าพื้นที่นี้ไม่ใช่พื้นที่ที่คงทนถาวรเป็นพื้นที่มีการเปลี่ยนแปลงคือมีเกิดขึ้นในเบื้องต้นแปรไปในท่ามกลางดับลงในที่สุดเรียกว่าอุปาทะทิฏฐิปังคะฉะนั้นในฐานะเรามีส่วนมีสติปัญญาก็ควรที่จะไข้ควรไต่ตองน้อมเข้ามาเป็นส่วนเตือนตัวของตัวเองเพราะคันเราได้รู้จักเตือนตัวเตือนตัวด้วยตนเองนั้นถือว่าเราย้ำเพื่อให้เรานั้นอยู่ในรูปไม่ประมาทอันนี้ก็พอที่จะเข้าใจกันอยู่แล้วว่ามันเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของด้านรูปธรรมส่วนด้านนามธรรมที่เราเรียกว่าเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของสุขภาพเรียกว่าจิตก็ว่าได้ว่าอารมณ์ก็ว่าได้จิตไม่มีรูปไม่มีร่างแต่ว่ามีพลังงานออกมามีบวกมีลบหรือมีสุขมีทุกข์ยินดียินร้ายอันนี้ก็ต้องมีส่วนเราในฐานะเรียกว่าเป็นผู้มีสติปัญญาจะต้องกำหนดดูสภาวะเพราะว่าสภาวะนั้นมันเหมือนกับว่ามันมีส่วนมีคุณแล้วก็มันมีส่วนมีโทษถ้าเรามีส่วนกำหนดดูเราจะรู้จักปรับตัวหรือเรารู้จักมีส่วนของการเตรียมตัวได้ทำนองนี้สภาวะด้านนามธรรมจิตใจเรียกว่าถ้าเรามองในแง่เรียกว่าเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของความรู้สึกถ้าจิตสะอาดอารมณ์สงบเราก็เป็นผู้มีความรู้สึกมีการเป็นอยู่แบบมีความสุขมีความสงบตามนองนี้ฉะนั้นท่านจึงให้หลักการในรูปแบบว่าจิตเตสังกิริเถสุขติปฏิกังขาถ้าจิตใจสะอาดอารมณ์สงบลดความร้อนถอนความเมายังทำให้เราอยู่ในรูปแบบมีความสงบสุขแล้วก็เป็นที่มาของมิตรภาพเป็นที่มาของความเป็นผู้มีญาติอยู่ทุกคนทุกแห่งเพราะเราถือว่ามันเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของผู้มีอารมณ์ดีคนมีอารมณ์ดีปราศจากภัยเวรไม่มีภัยไม่มีเวรดังนั้นบุพการีหรือบุพาจารย์ท่านจึงสอนให้เรานั้นรู้จักปรับตัวรู้จักในการมีส่วนทำตัวของตัวเองให้มีลักษณะมีภูมิคุ้มกันเหมือนเราดูแลสุขภาพด้านร่างกายเรามีส่วนส่งเสริมด้วยอาหารที่มันมีส่วนกับร่างกายถ้ามีส่วนของความสมดุลจะทำให้ร่างกายนั้นมีภูมิคุ้มกันและก็เกิดความรู้สึกสะดวกอันนี้ก็ต้องนึกต้องคิดกันบ้างส่วนประเภทตรงกันข้ามท่านเรียกว่าจิตเตอสังกิริเถทุกขติปังอติกังขาจิตใจเศร้าหมองอารมณ์ขุ่นเคืองภาษาท่านเรียกว่าอกุศลจิต หรืออกุศลธรรมสภาวะเหล่านี้มันเป็นที่มาของเวรและภัยเพราะจิตใจในรูปแบบเรียกว่ามีความร้อนมีความไม่สงบมีวิตกกังวลมีอารมณ์ที่เรียกว่าเศร้าหมองจะทำให้เราอยู่ในลักษณะเรียกว่าเหมือนกับร่างกายมีโรคเบียดเบียนร่างกายถ้ามีโรคเบียดเบียนมันก็มีความรู้สึกไม่สะดวกอันนี้ก็คล้ายๆกันสภาวะอย่างนี้ในฐานะถือว่าเราเป็นสัตว์ประเสริฐมีสติปัญญาเราควรที่จะมีส่วนนำมาไข้ควรไต่ตรองและก็มีส่วนเรียนรู้กันด้วยถ้าเรามีส่วนเรียนรู้ว่ากุศลเป็นส่วนที่ควรละเป็นส่วนที่ไม่ควรส่งเสริมแล้วก็พยายามทำหน้าที่ด้วยความอดกันอดทนเพราะความรู้สึกคนเราต้องหนักแน่นต้องเข้มแข็งถ้าเราหนักแน่นเข้มแข็งถึงจะมีลักษณะที่เรียกว่ามีอันตรายถ้าเราไม่ท้อแท้เราไม่ถอยถอยความรู้สึกของสภาวะด้านจิตใจนั้นมันเปลี่ยนแปลงได้มันมีลักษณะเปลี่ยนแปลงได้ถ้าเราเห็นความเปลี่ยนแปลงเราก็เห็นว่าสิ่งเหล่านี้ไม่ใช่สิ่งที่เรียกว่าคงทนถาวรมีลักษณะเปลี่ยนแปลงได้เราก็ไม่ควรที่จะถือว่าเป็นเราควรที่จะถือว่ามันเป็นแต่สภาวะที่มันมีส่วนเกิดขึ้นและก็ตั้งอยู่ดับไปเราปรับตัวให้มันได้อยู่ด้วยความมีสติเป็นหลักดังนั้นสติถือว่าเป็นส่วนหนึ่งเป็นสัญชาตญาณทุกคนมีพร้อมมีสมบูรณ์อยู่แล้วเพียงแต่เรามามีส่วนส่งเสริมเพราะเราเป็นสัตว์สังคมถือว่าเราจะต้องมีส่วนได้รับสัมผัสอายตนะอันเป็นส่วนประกอบกับสภาพสิ่งแวดล้อมที่เราเรียกเรามีตาก็ต้องได้เห็นมีหูก็ต้องได้ยินได้ฟังตาได้เห็นเกิดความอะไรเกิดอะไรขึ้นทำนองนี้เกิดความรู้สึกอะไรขึ้นเราตั้งสติดูด้วยความรู้สึกที่เรียกว่ามีความไม่ประมาทเป็นหลักถ้าเราอยู่ในรูปแบบของความไม่ประมาทถึงจะมีตาเห็นรูปจะว่าดีหรือเลวเราก็เห็นเป็นแต่สักว่าทำเรียกว่าสังคตะคือการปรุงแต่งให้มีคุณก็ได้ปรุงให้มีโทษก็ได้ทำนองนี้แต่เราวางตัววางตนปรับตัวปรับตนอยู่ในสภาพอย่าไปมีส่วนส่งเสริมอย่าไปมีส่วนยอมรับปรับตัวให้มันเป็นถ้าเราปรับตัวให้มันเป็นเห็นเป็นแต่สิ่งหลอกลวงเห็นแต่เป็นสิ่งสาบทาเหมือนน้ำมีตะกอนเราก็บอกว่าน้ำสกปรกน้ำไม่สะอาดทำนองนี้ถ้าเราเห็นว่ามันสกปรกเราก็ไม่นำเอามามีส่วนเกี่ยวข้องเราก็ไม่มีโทษอะไรทำนองนี้อันนี้ก็เช่นกันฉะนั้นพระองค์จึงย้ำนักย้ำหนาให้เรามีสติตามดูจิตของตนระวังจิตของตนคนนั้นจะพ้นจากความเป็นทาสของความหลงผิดมิจฉาทิฏฐิอกุศลอารมณ์ของบาปธรรมสภาพอย่างนี้ เราอยู่ด้วยความเป็นผู้รู้คำว่าผู้รู้นั้นคือผู้มีความพร้อมผู้มีภูมิคุ้มกันผู้มีความพร้อมผู้มีภูมิคุ้มกันมันได้รับความสะดวกมันไม่มีความรู้สึกมีเป็นอุปสรรคได้อันนั้นก็ถือว่ามันเป็นส่วนจะต้องให้ความสำคัญดังนั้นท่านจึงแนะนำในรูปแบบในการมีส่วนกับการเกี่ยวข้องกับอริยบทต่างๆด้วยการสำรวมภาษาพระภาษาวัดเรียกว่าสำรวมระมัดระวังถ้าเรามีส่วนสำรวมมันไม่ทำให้มีโทษมีอันตรายเพราะอยู่อย่างมีสตินั่นเองดังนั้นสติควรที่จะมีส่วนกำหนดดูส่วนที่มันเป็นส่วนหนึ่งที่ถือว่าเราไม่คุ้นเคยเช่นความไม่สบายใจความไม่สบายใจเราก็เรียกว่าความทุกข์ความทุกข์ทางใจเพราะมันมีส่วนของความเห็นที่มันมีส่วนคลาดเคลื่อนความเห็นที่ยังไม่ถูกต้องถูกตรงมันก็เลยมีลักษณะอาการอย่างนี้ดังนั้นเรามีสติกำหนดดูสภาวะสังคตธรรมคือการปรุงแต่งจะยินดียินร้ายให้เป็นแต่ส่วนหนึ่งของธรรมารมณ์ที่มันเกิดขึ้นกับจิตทำนองนี้ถ้าเรามีส่วนกำหนดดูอย่างนี้เราจะเห็นว่าส่วนต่างๆที่มันมีส่วนอย่างนี้มันเป็นธรรมของผู้มีภูมิคุ้มกันยังไม่พร้อมเรียกว่าธรรมของผู้เยาว์ธรรมของผู้ยังไม่มีกำลังทำนองนี้อันนี้ก็ต้องคิดดูกันบ้างถ้าผู้ท่านมีกำลังผู้ที่มีความพร้อมท่านได้มีความสนใจอะไรกับสิ่งที่มันมีส่วนชักจูงเห็นว่ามันเป็นแต่สิ่งแปลกปลอมเห็นแต่สิ่งที่มันไม่จริงถ้าเห็นกันอย่างนี้จิตเราอารมณ์เราก็พลอยสะอาดจิตสะอาดอารมณ์สบายคลายความร้อนถอนความเมายังทำให้เราอยู่ยังในสภาพเป็นอิสระถูกปลดปล่อยไม่ถูกผูกมัดลึงลัดแล้วก็เราก็มีความรู้สึกมีความสะอาดมีความสุขด้วยนัตถิสันติพลังสุขขังสุขอื่นยิ่งกว่าความสงัดสงบไม่มีทำนองนี้สงัดกายพอเห็นได้เพราะกายไม่มีอุปสรรคไม่มีสิ่งที่จะก่อให้เกิดความรู้สึกไม่สะดวกเช่นไม่มีโรคทำนองนี้มันก็เป็นสิ่งที่เหมาะที่ดีอันนี้ก็ต้องคิดต้องนึกกันบ้างถ้าเรามีส่วนนึกหรือคิดได้อย่างนี้เราก็มามีส่วนพัฒนาหรือมีส่วนการฝึกการหัดมนุษย์ถือว่าเป็นสัตว์ประเสริฐเพราะรู้จักพัฒนารู้จักฝึกรู้จักมีส่วนปรับปรุงถ้าเรามีส่วนปรับปรุงมันก็เปลี่ยนแปลงทุกอย่างมันเปลี่ยนแปลงไปในทางให้เรานั้นเกิดความรู้สึกสะดวกเหมือนเราเดินทางออกจากที่มืดเข้าสู่แสงสว่างเราไม่มีตกกังวลอะไรเลยถือว่ามันสะดวกเพราะแสงสว่างนั้นมันพร้อมมันมีความพร้อมเหมือนกับเรามีความรู้ที่ถูกต้องถูกตรงนัตถิปัญญาสมาอาภาท่านเปรียบความรู้ประเภทนี้เหมือนกับแสงสว่างให้ความสะดวกทำนองนี้อันนี้ก็มาคิดดูกันบ้าง ถ้าเรามาคิดดูเราก็มาเดินตามรอยของบุพจารย์ตามรอยของพระยุคลบาทตามรอยของผู้เห็นโทษเห็นภัยในวัฏฏะสงสารท่านเดินกันยังไงท่านเดินก็ท่านฝึกนั่นแหละเรียกว่าเป็นการมีส่วนส่งเสริมให้มีส่วนการเข้าถึงซึ่งคุณอันเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของคุณธรรมอันยิ่งของความเป็นมนุษย์ก็มาเดินตามท่านพาเดินในรูปแบบให้มีอารมณ์สงบใจทำนองนี้ภาษาหลักการที่เรียกว่ากรรมฐานกรรมหมายถึงการกระทำฐานหมายถึงที่ตั้งของการกระทำแล้วก็มามีส่วนตั้งลงในพื้นที่สถานที่ที่เรามีส่วนเกี่ยวข้องเรามีกายท่านก็ให้มากำหนดลงที่กายที่ถือว่าเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของด้านวัตถุเรามากำหนดดูกายเป็นแต่สักว่าธาตุเป็นแต่สักว่าธรรมชาติตำนองนี้ไม่ได้ถือว่าเป็นกรรมสิทธิ์ของบุคคลผู้ใดใครผู้หนึ่งมีแต่ธรรมชาติเขาทำหน้าที่การเวลาผ่านไปมันก็มีส่วนทำหน้าที่ไม่มีอะไรเป็นของตนจำต้องละสิ่งทั้งปวงไปเรามองกันอย่างนี้ฉะนั้นท่านจึงให้เรามากำหนดดูกายแล้วก็กำหนดดูจิตนะทำนองนี้ถ้าเรากำหนดดูจิตมันเป็นแต่ส่วนสภาวะมันมีส่วนบวกและก็ส่วนลบเห็นเป็นแต่สักว่าเครื่องบดบังเครื่องแปลกปลอมของมีส่วนเปลี่ยนแปลงถ้าเรารู้จักอย่างนี้เราก็ไม่มีความรู้สึกลืมตนลืมตัวสำคัญมั่นหมายความรู้สึกต่างๆเหมือนกับเราทิ้งของหนักเราวางของหนักเป็นยังไงพอรู้จักกันอยู่แล้วเราออกจากที่มืดไปสู่ที่สว่างมันเป็นยังไงก็พอที่จะรู้จักกันอยู่แล้วอันนี้ก็คล้ายๆกันถ้าเราได้รับที่เรียกว่าวิเวกที่ท่านมักพูดกันอยู่เสมอมีกายก็สงัดกายเป็นแต่สักว่ากายไม่ใช่สัตว์เป็นแต่สักว่าธาตุและเป็นแต่สักว่าธรรมนองนี้แหละเราก็จะอยู่ในรูปแบบไม่เพลิดเพลินมัวเมาไม่สำคัญผูกพันในรูปแบบว่าตัวว่าตนเป็นแต่สักว่าธรรมมันก็ทำให้เราอยู่ในพื้นที่ว่างอยู่ในพื้นที่ไม่ถูกลึงลัดตำนองนี้อันนี้ก็คิดดูกันบ้างไม่ได้อยู่ที่ไหนดังนั้นท่านจึงให้เราอยู่ในรูปแบบปราลบความเพียรความมีสติกำหนดลงที่กายกำหนดลงที่ความรู้สึกสุขทุกข์ดียินดียินร้ายว่ามันมีอะไรอยู่ตรงนั้นท่านให้ดูตรงนั้นเพราะตรงนั้นมันมีส่วนมีปัญหาอย่างน้อยก็เกิดความรู้สึกไม่เป็นอิสระมีความทุกข์ต่างใจยินดีก็เกิดความรู้สึกเพลิดเพลินมัวเมาทำนองนี้และก็ก่อให้เกิดความรู้สึกได้เจอทะยานจนเป็นเหตุให้ถูกพร่องอยู่เป็นนิดไม่รู้จักอิ่มเหมือนไฟที่ไม่รู้จักอิ่มด้วยเชื้อแล้วจะเติมเชื้อเข้าไปไฟมันก็ไม่พอตำนองนี้อันนี้ก็เหมือนกันท่านจึงให้กำหนดดูทุกกรรมเป็นสิ่งที่ควรกำหนดรู้เราดูกันอย่างนั้นดูไปแล้วก็ชำนาญเกิดความช่ำช่องเกิดความรู้สึกเปลี่ยนแปลงแต่เราดูกันอย่างนี้อันนี้ก็ถือว่ามันเป็นโอกาสของพื้นที่ของเราด้วยสติปัญญาของความเป็นมนุษย์ถือว่าเป็นสติปัญญาที่ประเสริฐ และก็ไม่มีอะไรเสมอเหมือน อันนี้ก็ต้องเข้าใจกันฉะนั้นวันนี้ถือว่าเราได้มีโอกาสมามีส่วนร่วมกันแสดงออกในการที่จะทำหน้าที่เข้าไปสู่คันลอง อันเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของความถูกต้องที่มีหลักการอันมีส่วนบ่งบอกคือเอกคตาอุเบกขาลมเป็นธรรมไม่เป็นธรรมอันบริสุทธิ์สะอาดบ่งบอกถึงความรู้สึกที่ปราศจากทุกโทษเราจะได้อยู่ในรูปแบบเรียกว่ามีจิตสงบมีอารมณ์สบายเป็นที่มาของความเป็นผู้มีวิหารธรรมของการเป็นอยู่แบบผู้มีภูมิคุ้มกันอันนี้ก็ถือว่าเป็นโอกาสอันดีดังนั้นวันนี้อาตมาก็ไม่ได้มีอะไรมากเพียงแต่มีโอกาสมาพบปะและก็สร้างความคุ้นเคยแต่สภาพด้านร่างกายสังขารอันเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของด้านรูปธรรมมันก็เหมือนกับพระจันทร์ข้างแรมมันจะหมดโปรแกรมแล้วก็ต้องถือโอกาสมาพบปะและก็ขออนุโมทนากับกุศลเจตนาที่พวกเราทั้งหลายให้ความสำคัญเพื่อเป็นการบูชาสนองบุญคุณของบุพจารย์สนองบุญคุณของผู้มีเมตตาธรรมด้วยความรู้สึกเรียกว่าอ่อนน้อมถ่อมตัวฉะนั้นวันนี้ก็ขออนุโมทนากับกุศลเจตนาบารมีขอคุณงามความดีขอคุณพระศรีรัตนตรัยจงมาอภิบาลปกป้องให้พวกเราทั้งหลายมีสุขภาพร่างกายที่เข้มแข็งแข็งแรงก็มีจิตใจที่อบอ้อมอารีนำมาซึ่งสันติสุขวิมุตติธรรมให้ข้อคิดมาก็เห็นว่าพอสมควรแก่การเวลาก็ขออนุโมทนาและยุติไว้แต่เพียงเท่านี้
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. We will now invite Tan Ajahn Suddhiko for the translation of Luang Liem's talk in English.
接着，我们有请尊敬的阿占苏提克为我们做英文翻译。
So Luang Por started off with a phrase from the Mangala Sutta, which is that honoring those worthy of honor is one of the highest blessings. And so those who care for their hearts and restrain their minds will be freed from Mara's snare. So I give my greetings to all of you, and may you all grow in blessings, in happiness, and in the Dhamma. So today we have the chance to meet once more on the 26th of December. We have this opportunity to meet each other and to exchange thoughts and opinions so that we can gain knowledge. Because with us meeting, we have this chance to meet together as family members of one another. And this is a blessing that we have. And so I say that having familiarity is the greatest kind of relative or family. And so with us all meeting together as a family, we do so with respect for our teacher, the one who had great loving kindness, this metta, the one who could guide us and give us teachings, give us instructions, so that we could gain knowledge and understanding. Because for us, being born as humans are these animals or beings who have an exalted nature, which means that we have a chance to create a lot of benefit through this form. And so being these exalted animals or beings, we need to know what that is about. We see how wherever it is that we are, we all have the same characteristics, which is that we all have a form, a body, and a mind. So there's the rupa and the nama. So this form is something that we know about already, that it has certain characteristics, that it has certain shape, size, that all people fit into. So we should gain an understanding over this, that this is a part of the khandhas, this physical khandha, this physical aggregate, which is a part of nature. It's comprised of these elements. And so when these natural elements come together, they make up this body, this form. And this is something which we have listened to already from those beings who have loving kindness to teach us, that this body is a composition of the four elements. So these four elements, we know about them all already. There is the earth, the water, the fire, and the air. And there's also the elements of space and of consciousness. And so these conditions, they all make up parts of what come together to form physicality, to form these physical khandhas. So they form together, and they also are affected by their environment as well, what we call the environment of time. So as time passes, then the body goes through its duties according to time. And that is the same for all beings, for all things. That when the physical khandhas come together, it arises, and then it has the duty to change. So it changes first in terms of growth and development, and then it changes in the way of deterioration. So this is a state, a part of nature, that is just fulfilling its duty in this way. And this should be enough for us to understand that whatever physical place there is, that it's not stable, it's not permanent, but rather it has this nature to change. that has the nature to be born, and then after being born has the nature to deteriorate. And so for us, being beings who have mindfulness and wisdom, we should use that to contemplate and also to be teaching ourselves, to be reminding ourselves. Because we should all be our own teachers, to be reminding ourselves so that we are not heedless. So we understand this already, that there is this physical form, and then there's also the mental qualities, so the immaterial qualities. And so we have the mind and also the ramanas, so the objects of the mind. And these are things which don't have any physical property to them, but rather they're like a kind of energy that display in a certain way. And so sometimes there is a positive and sometimes negative, sometimes happy, and there's also sadness. There is liking and there is disliking. So we need to have wisdom around this because we are beings who have mindfulness and wisdom. So we should look at this and to know its state, to know what it is, to know that there is virtue there and there is also danger there. So if we know how to observe, then we'll know how to adjust ourselves and prepare ourselves appropriately. So these nama dhammas, these immaterial dhammas, states of mind. And so we can look then, if we look in a certain way, we view them from a certain angle, then we'll get certain feelings arising, that the mind becomes clean and clear, and there are these peaceful states of mind. And we feel like we're living our lives with happiness and ease. So the Buddha taught this principle, so that if the mind is clean, if our moods are peaceful, then what that means is that we've extracted the heat and agitation and intoxication from our minds. And so we live our lives with benefit and with happiness, taking all beings as being our friends, so that we're all family members of one another. And we can do this. People can see us as being friends, as being family, because we are in good moods, uplifted moods. That people see that we're not a danger to them, that we're not going to be a source of aggravation or danger. So therefore, the teachers of the past, they've instructed us to know how to change and adjust ourselves, that we should get a sense of ourselves so that we can have like an immunity. So it's the same with the health of the body, that we look after our health through the food that we eat. And if we eat the right kinds of food, then the body is brought into a state of evenness and balance. And what that brings up is a good immune system to the body. And then we feel kind of ease and we can use the body conveniently. So this is something that we should contemplate. But there's the other side of it as well. So when the mind is suffering and we have these states of mind of agitation, annoyance, resentment. So these are the unskillful states and it's the unskillful mind. So these states are things that arise and they hold danger within them because they're hot, they're agitated, they're not peaceful, they give rise to worry. And these are the objects of the mind which bring it down and make it gloomy. So it's just like when the body is unwell. And when there's illness, then we feel like the body is an inconvenient place. So it's similar to these states of mind. So for us being these high-minded beings who have mindfulness and wisdom, we should contemplate, we should reflect, and we should study this. So if we study these unskillful states so we get to know them, then what we see is that these are things which should be abandoned. They shouldn't be encouraged or supported. So we should try to do this with a sense of patience and endurance, because we need to be strong. And if we have strength and firmness to our hearts, and then even though we may meet with things which are difficult or dangerous, we're not going to give in or run away. But rather we feel that we're able to adjust ourselves, to change our minds. And we can see that change taking place. So we can observe that all of these things, they're not stable, but rather they're of the nature to change. And so it's inappropriate then for us to take any of that as being a self, but rather these are just conditions that arise, stay for a while, and then cease. And in seeing that, we're able to adjust ourselves to the conditions. And we live mindfully and use that mindfulness as the foundation. So really, mindfulness is a part of a natural instinct that we have already. But it's just we need to take that natural instinct and we need to encourage, support, and grow it. Because all of us, we are these beings, these social animals. And being social animals, we need to then be meeting with sensory objects. So our eyes see sights, our ears hear sounds. So when the eye perceives a sight, then what feelings arise from that? And we should establish our mindfulness at that point, which means that we are heedful and we have heedfulness as our basis. So if we're living in a careful, heedful way, even though the eye sees sights, we'll see that that's just Dhamma. That these are Sankata Dhammas, conditioned Dhammas. So we can proliferate or concoct in a way which creates benefit and virtue, and we can concoct in a way which creates danger. So we should put down all of the negative things and support the positive states. So if we know how to adjust ourselves, then we can do that. So it's like when we see various things, we can get an idea of what they are. Just like if there's water that's mixed in with many sediments or different materials, what we say is that is unclean water, that we see it's dirty water. And if we don't get involved with that water, then it doesn't have any danger for us. So therefore, the Buddha emphasized that we should have mindfulness. and be watching our minds, be careful about our minds. So we see that the saddened states of mind, they arise from the wrong views that we hold. And this brings up unskillful states, these demeritorious states. So we should be living our lives as Puru, the one who knows, which is that we're always in a state of readiness and we have a good immune system. And from that, we're able to receive the benefits, the convenience that gives us. We feel like we don't have any obstacles or obstructions. So this is something that we need to give importance to. So whatever posture that we're in, we should be composed, restrained, and careful around that. And if we have composure, then there won't be any danger for us because we are mindful. So this mindfulness is something that we should bring up and place upon an object. So when we feel like things are not familiar to us, then there'll be dis-ease within the heart. And this dis-ease, this feeling uncomfortable, this is suffering, and suffering right there in the mind. And that's coming up because our views are incorrect. And so it has this nature to it. So therefore, we should bring up our mindfulness and be aware. Be aware of all the conditioned states that are arising, that are proliferating. How the mind creates this liking sometimes, disliking other times. And these are all just forms of Dhamma aramanas, these objects which appear within the mind. So we should get to know what they are like and see that all these things are just states, they're all just Dhammas. So we're able to do this if we are one who has a good immune system, if we're not deficient. And these are the qualities of the beings who have energy. So we need to think about this, reflect upon it. That if we have power to us and we are ready, then we see that it's all just the natural state of the environment. We see that it's not genuine. And when we see in this way, and then the states that come up for us will be clean and clear states. And when the mind is clean, the moods are peaceful, we've extracted all the agitation and intoxication, then what we experience is freedom, and we don't suffer. Because there's this feeling of cleanliness and happiness. And so there's no suffering that appears within the mind, but rather what we experience is peace. That the body is in a peaceful, calm state, which means that it's not obstructed in any way, it's not inconvenienced in any way. So this is something which is appropriate for us to reflect upon. And if we do reflect upon it, then we will grow and develop. And we'll see that we need to carry on with our training. Because being humans, these beings who are excellent or high-minded, we need to train and develop. And we need to know about this development and how really all things change. So therefore, we should change in a way which brings up ease and convenience. Just like when we are going out of a dark place and entering into a bright place, and we feel like we're not worried, because that light that we're going into, it gives us ease and convenience. And so it's just like we have correct knowledge. We have this light of wisdom, and that gives us convenience. So we should reflect upon this. And once we've reflected, then we walk following the footsteps of the great teachers of the past and of the Buddha, those beings who saw the harm and the drawbacks in the cycle of samsara, of birth and death. And so how is it that they walked? Well, they supported all of the virtuous qualities in their hearts. And so this is how we should proceed as well. And so these objects of mind which bring us peace, and the way that we call that in the Pali language, it's the kammatthana. So kamma means action or work, thana is a basis. So this is the foundation, the basis for our action. So this is the place where we need to act. So having a body, then we are aware of the body, that this is a material phenomena. We have that observing that it's just elements, that it's just Dhamma, it's just nature. And so this isn't something that we take ownership of, or we think we have the creation rights to, but rather we see that it's just a form of nature that is performing its duties over time. That as time passes, it just carries on with its duties. And it's not something which belongs to us. It's something that all of us eventually need to pass from, to let go of. So we have an observance over this khandha, over this physical khandha, and also over the mind as well. So when we look at the mind, we see that it's just the way it is. It has positive and negative states. And these states are merely things which obstruct our vision, that these are fake things because they're always changing. And if we know them in this way, then we won't forget ourselves. We'll feel like all of these states are heavy things. So we know what it's like to put down something that's heavy. We know what it's like to move out of darkness and into light. And so what is that like? And we're all familiar with that already. So these are things which we should abandon, put down. And when we do so, what we gain is a sense of seclusion. So there's this seclusion of the body, this peace, respite of the body, which is seeing that this body, it's not a being, it's merely elements, it's merely Dhamma. When we see in this way, then we won't have a deluded delight or intoxication towards them, because we don't attach to it as being me, but rather it's just Dhamma. So this is something that we should be reflecting upon. Wherever it is that we go, we should be putting in our efforts to being mindful, to be observant of our bodies, our feelings, these pleasant states and unpleasant states, the liking and the disliking that occurs, and see what is it that's there. Because the Buddha had us observe right at that place, because that's the place where our problems arise. That's the place where we feel like suffering comes up, where we lose our freedom. It's when we start liking something, then there's that deluded delight towards that thing. But it's always in a state of deficiency. It's never full, it's never satiated. So it's like a fire which is never satiated, that it's always kind of burning its fuel. And it's only when we remove that fuel that that craving is removed. So suffering is something which we should observe and look at. And as we carry on doing that, then we'll become skilled at it. And we'll feel like it's starting to undergo change. So this is something which we have the opportunity to be doing, with us being humans, beings who have mindfulness and wisdom. So having this mindfulness and wisdom that's in a good state, that there aren't any other animals that can equal us, we should take up this practice. So therefore today we have this opportunity to come together, and shows we're all performing the duties that we have, these appropriate duties. We have this foundation of coming together and things being one-pointed. And when it's focused like this, then you can say it's like a Dhamma of purity and cleanliness. We feel like there isn't any suffering or danger, but rather our minds are peaceful and our moods are at ease. So this can become the Vihara Dhamma, a place of abiding for us. So therefore today in this opportunity I have to talk to you, I don't have many things to say. Rather, we have the chance to meet up and become familiar with each other. And we come with our bodies, and they're in different stages. And my own is like the phase of the waning moon. So I give my Anumodana to all of you, and all of you who have respect, who have come to help out and support this work of our great teacher, the one who had this quality of metta, of loving kindness. And we all have respect for him. So I give my Anumodana to all of you who have good qualities in your hearts, who have virtue and barami, and ask for the barami of the triple gem, the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, to protect all of you, that you may have good health, strong bodies, minds which are happy and peaceful, and develop until you reach the Vimutti Dhamma, as freedom. And so this should be enough time for my talk for now, and I'd like to finish here.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. We will now invite Sister Jenny to offer Sanghadana to Luang Por Liem.
我们有请饶丽蓉居士供养资具给龙婆莲。
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Brothers and sisters in the Dhamma, Sangha members will now ask for forgiveness from Luang Por Liem before he takes leave from the hall. Luang Por Liem will be returning to Thailand tonight to help with Luang Por Tun's funeral and cremation, which will be held on Monday, 29th of December. The Sangha will be asking forgiveness from Luang Por Liem now.
各位佛友，现在圣众将会向龙婆莲请忏并辞别，随后尊者会先行离开大殿。 龙婆莲将在今晚返回泰国，以协助在本周一29号所举行的龙婆吞的读笔大典。
Let us fold our palms respectfully.
在慎重向龙婆莲求忏悔期间，我们
พร้อมหรือยังพร้อมใช่ไหมพร้อมแล้วกราบ
Let us bow while the venerable monks ask for forgiveness.
在尊神们向龙婆莲求忏之际，让我们一起顶礼。
อันธรรมยังพุทธัสสะภะคะวะโตปุพพภาคารมะกะลังกะโรมะเตนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมพุทธัสสะมหาเทเลปะมาเทนะตวาลตะเยนะกตังตาพังอปาราทังขมัทุโนพันเตมหาเทเลปะมาเทนะสัพพังอปาราทังขมัทุโนพันเตมหาเทเลปะมาเทนะทวารตะเยนะกตังสัพพังอปาราทังขมัทุโนพันเต
สาธุอะหังคามามิตุมเหหิปิเมฆามิตรพัง
สมามะพันเต
อิจิตังวดิตังตุมังคิปะเมวะสามิจฉันตุสัพเพปุเรนตุสังกปปาจันโทปนราโสยถามณิโชติราโสยถาสัพพิติโยวิวัตสันโตสัพพะโลกโควินัสสตุมาเตปวัตวันตรายโยสุขีติกาโยโกภวภิวาธนาสีลิสานิจังวุฒาปจายโนจัตตาโลธรรมาวัฏันติอายุวันโนสุขังภะลัง เก็บเอามีทางลง
Let us hold our palms in Anjali while Longpo Liem leaves the hall.
敬请大众在龙婆莲离开大殿时，双手合十，以示恭敬。
Brothers and sisters in the Dhamma, our next Dhamma talk will be by Luangpo Dtumrong Sucitto.
各位佛友，接下来我们恭请龙婆灯荣属其多慈悲开示。
Kindly maintain silence until the Dhamma talk.
在等待的当儿，请大家保持色默然。你可以轻轻的闭上眼睛，提起正念，就像刚才龙婆莲提醒我们的，我们可以当自己的老师，保持自我觉照，觉察不善心的升起，以正念转起善念，以智慧和正见远离烦恼。此刻就是我们可以做到的时候，提起我们的自我觉照。好，这里有一项报告，有位女士她的手机 vivo 款，就是遗失了。如果谁在现场有见到一部手机是 vivo 的新款的 vivo 手机的话，请交到我们的柜台，那个 前面前厅的柜台，也就是你们登记的柜台，就在礼堂的大殿外。
Dear friends, there is a report of a lost phone. If you see any Vivo phone around, please pass it to the front counter. Dear brothers and sisters, while we wait for the next Dhamma talk, here are a few announcements. There is a Buddha shrine set up in front of the hall. You are encouraged to pay respect and make offerings of lights and flower at the Buddha shrine.
这里有几项报告。如果您是刚来到这场活动的佛友，如果您之前没有留意到礼堂外的佛坛，您可以趁着休息时段在佛前礼佛、供灯和鲜花。
In our program today, there is also an exhibition area that has been set up for you to view and appreciate the life of Venerable Ajahn Chah. Besides that, there are also books printed specially for this event at the free publication classrooms right beside the exhibition hall.
我们也诚意邀请大众前往展览厅礼敬阿张查尊者，了解阿张查在世的事迹和教诲。阿张查尊者和其他长老们的著作也会在展览厅旁流通，大众可以免费请回家阅读，也请自用所需请回家，读后可再转赠给他人，以续法缘。
If you would like to make donations to support the Sangha or to support the cause of this event, the donation boxes are located at the entrance to the hall.
若您有意供养僧众或随喜赞助这一次活动的经费，欢迎前往礼堂大殿入口的接待处进行布施和供养。
If you wish to offer requisites other than monetary donation to the Sangha, please place these requisites at the tables on the right side of the stage, which is just in front of the screen. Kindly label your requisites if you wish to offer them to a specific venerable monk.
如果您准备了金钱以外的日常资具，如药品、生活用品等资具要供养僧众，请将物品放置在舞台右侧的长桌上，就是在我们您的右边的荧幕前有一张桌子，就把它放在这张长桌上。如果想个别供养给某位法师的话，也请在物品上贴好标签或写上法号，方便义工过后安排。
Brothers and sisters, our next talk will be by Luang Dtumrong Sucitto.
各位佛友，接下来我们恭请龙坡灯笼属基多慈悲开示。
Let us now invite Sister Dahadanta to light the candles and incense. Kindly fold your palms in Anjali for the formal request for the Dhamma talk.
有请马教英居士点灯和供香，请大众合掌，请求开示。
Brahma Chaloka Dipati Sahang Pati Katanjalian Divarang Ayachata Santi Dasata Paraja Kejatika Dese Tudamang Anukampi Mampajang.
Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. พุทธังธัมมังสังฆังนะมัสสามิคารโวจะนิวาโตจะสันตุทิจะกตัญญูตาติขอโอกาสจากคณะสงฆ์ทุกรูปขอเจริญพรเจริญธรรมทุกทายาทโยมทั้งหลายทุกคนขอพูดประโยคต้นก่อนว่ารู้สึกดีใจมากที่ได้มาร่วมงานอาเจรยบูชาเพื่อระลึกถึงคุณของผู้มีพระคุณคือหลวงปู่ชาประโยคนี้คงจะเอาไว้เบื้องต้นพูดให้ฟังสัก3 ประโยคเนาะอาตมาหลวงพ่อ ได้ร่วมเดินทางมากับหมู่คณะตั้งแต่วันที่24เดินทางถึงปีนังประมาณยังไม่ถึงเที่ยงเลยไปแวะให้กำลังใจคณะสงฆ์หลายรูปได้ไปแวะบ้านคุณโยมเดลี่ที่ยังเศร้าใจยังเสียใจอยู่เนื่องจากภรรยาท่านได้เสียไปคือจูเลียนได้จากไปก็เป็นธรรมดาไม่ว่าคนที่ไหน ประเทศไทยเองหรือจากพระเจ้าพระสงฆ์ก็ยังใช้คำว่ารู้สึกเสียใจกับการจากไปของผู้จากไปผู้มีพระคุณถ้าทางประเทศไทยก็มีหลวงพ่อวิทูลที่อำนาจเจริญธรรมแสงเพชรก็จะพระราชทานเพลิงวันที่28นี้ก็คงจะได้กลับไปในเรื่องพระเนาะก็ได้โยงกันไปอันที่2หลวงปู่ศรีสิริยาโนก็เมื่อวันที่24ท่านก็ได้มรณภาพจากเราไปเราก็เลยใช้คำว่าเสียใจด้วยความรักความอาลัยโยมเรนดี้เองก็คงจะเหมือนกันได้โยมจูเลียนได้จากท่านไปเป็นคู่ชีวิตก็เป็นธรรมดาหลวงปู่เลี่ยมเราก็ให้กำลังใจว่าโยมมันเป็นธรรมดาจริงๆแต่ธรรมดาที่ไม่ธรรมดาเนาะนี่คือการอยู่ร่วมกันได้จากกันไปท่านก็ได้มีพระสงฆ์มีท่านอาจารย์จันดีหรือองค์ไหนอีกมาร่วมงานด้วยเมื่อวานนี้ก็ได้ทำพิธีสวดมาติกาบังสกุลอุทิศส่วนบุญส่วนกุศลร่วมกันกับพระสงฆ์ไปให้แล้วก็ให้กำลังใจให้ผู้ที่อยู่ก็นี่แหละเห็นเป็นธรรมดาเรามาปฏิบัติธรรมก็เป็นอย่างนี้แหละเราจะทำใจกับสิ่งทั้งหลายเหล่านี้ไม่ให้เสียใจไปมากฉะนั้นอันนี้ก็คงเป็นบทเริ่มต้นไปเรื่อยๆไหนไหม3ขยันเอา3เดี๋ยวเหรียญ
So I ask permission from the Sangha to say some words on Dhamma for today, and I give my blessings to all of you here. So I just want to begin with a few sentences before the talk. Firstly, I'm very happy to see all of you for this Acharya Puja, where we recollect our great teacher. We recollect someone who has given us great goodness, a great virtue, who is the Venerable Ajahn Chah. And so we've been traveling with the group from Thailand and have arrived in Malaysia on the 24th. And we went to Penang first, arrived before midday in order to give some encouragement and strength of mind to Larry, who has recently had his wife pass, and so it's normal to be in sorrow in that time. And it's normal as well for not just us, but in the Thailand and in the Sangha as well. We also use the same words that we feel sorry for your loss, that someone that you held dear has passed. In the Sangha, we've had Luang Po Thun from Wat Tham Sang Phet, who his funeral will be on the 28th. And on the 2nd of next month will be the funeral of Luang Poศรี Siriyano, who had passed away on the 24th of this month. And so we say that we feel sorry for your loss. And it's natural to have those feelings of sorrow and grief at having someone dear to you pass, like your wife. And Luang Po Liem gave some encouragement, saying that it is a natural occurrence that has happened, but it's normal in the way that it's not normal, or it's unusual that we have someone who is with us a long time and they pass away. And so the Sangha have gathered together there to give some encouragement and then to do some dedication of merit to the deceased by offering to the Sangha, Sanghadana, and this gives some strength and encouragement to those who are still around and who have to face those difficulties in this life. And so it is normal that we have to accept these things and deal with them appropriately in our hearts.
ขออนุญาตข้านไว้พระไต้หวันอาจารย์อาชิโตครับผมแปลรับผิดชอบแปลภาษาจีนครับ长老讲说这位24号呢24号呢龙普他就飞到冰岛去，然后拜访很多出家众还有在家众，然后呢也还包括一位那个女信众女居士她也是往生了或者是过世了。那即使是有一些恩德的有德慧的人，也会有死亡的到来的一天。就像我们的长老维摩在阿那哲人府还有另外一位在2号的时候龙普席也离我们而去了像这样的一个状况就是我们要把它当成是一个平常的状态，平常心刚才我们的龙普念长老他的开示看似稀松平常，其实是非比寻常所以我们听起来好像很平常，可是事实上呢，它的内容非常的有意涵所以说是听起来很平常，可是是非比寻常的那这时候呢，我们在这样的一个法会活动的时候呢，我们有很多的人很多的僧众僧团来参与这个与会我们也要把它当成平常那在这里我要稍微解释一下，在泰文里面，它的平常跟所谓的佛法的法里面的那个字源里面有涵盖着一个法这个东西。那中文的平常泰文叫做 Thamada， 那个泰文的中文的自然泰文叫 Thamachat， 所以呢，在自然或者是法或者是平常里面，在泰文的一个语汇文法里面，它的意涵里面就已经包含了法。
ต่อมาเมื่อวานคุณโยมเซนมาได้นิมนต์ไปทำบุญที่บ้านเนื่องในวันครบรอบ1 ปีของการจากไปของคุณแม่ของคุณยายที่ได้จากลูกจากหลานไปคุณยายก็เห็นมาตลอดได้ไปทำบุญอายุที่ประเทศไทยก็หลายครั้งได้ไปร่วมฟังเทศน์ฟังธรรมทำบุญที่ประเทศไทยก็หลายครั้งหลวงพ่อเองก็เลยมาร่วมงานหลายครั้งที่มาที่บ้านเซนมาเมื่อวานนี้ก็เลยได้ทำบุญครบรอบ1 ปีของการจากไปของคุณยายก็2 ปีเท่าหน้าเท่าหลัง2 ปีเนาะ2 ปีใช่ไหม2 ปีลูกหลานก็ยังเป็นห่วงยังคิดถึงแม้แต่พระเจ้าพระสงฆ์ทั้งหลายก็รู้จักคุ้นเคยโดยเฉพาะพูดถึงเซียนหมานิดนึงเป็นผู้คุ้นเคยกับพระเจ้าพระสงฆ์ที่ประเทศไทยโดยเฉพาะพระสงฆ์ในคณะสงฆ์ของน้องประพงษ์หลายปีได้ไปร่วมงาน หลายปีหลายครั้งหลวงพ่อเองก็ได้มาที่บ้านมาที่สมาคมที่นี้มาที่นี่ครั้งแรกได้มาร่วมที่นี่ก็นั่นคือเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของการบำเพ็ญบุญของการที่พวกเราได้ฟังธรรมได้ปฏิบัติร่วมกันก็น่าอนุโมทนาของพวกเราทั้งหลายทุกคนหวังว่าเราคงจะได้อะไรเข้าไปสู่หัวใจไปเป็นแนวความคิดที่เราทั้งหลายจะได้ปฏิบัติต่อไปเพราะนั้นการจากไปก็คงเป็นธรรมดาของชีวิตทุกชีวิตเมื่อเกิดขึ้นมาเป็นคุณพ่อคุณแม่มาเป็นสามีภรรยามาเป็นคุณลูกก็เตรียมตัวนะเนาะเตรียมตัวเอาไว้ทุกคนวันหนึ่งเราต้องจากกันสิ่งที่จะควรทำต่อกันก็คือทำความดีต่อกันคุณลูกก็ทำดีต่อคุณพ่อคุณแม่รวมถึงคุณพ่อคุณแม่เองแล้วก็ทำดีเพื่อลูกนั้นก็เป็นคำสอนในศาสนานี้ที่จะให้เราปฏิบัติดังนั้นก็ขออนุโมทนาส่งบุญที่ได้ทำทั้งหลายไปให้คุณยายที่ร่วงลับจากเราไปเป็นพลังทั้งศรัทธาญาติโยมทั้งพลังของพระเจ้าพระสงฆ์ก็ขอให้คุณยายได้รับส่วนบุญอันนี้ย่อๆ
So yesterday, Sienma invited the Sangha to give a blessing at his house, and it was the occasion of the 2 years passing of his mother. And it's been 2 years then that the mother has passed from the children, the grandchildren, and the Sangha have seen Sien's mother often making merits, listening to Dhamma, and joining many of the ceremonies of the Sangha. And myself have gathered at the house and done chanting and blessings there. And yesterday that was the 2 years, and it's someone who their children will think of fondly, and someone who the Sangha knows very well. And so Sienma himself is known very well to the Sangha in Thailand, and especially the Ajahn Chah tradition. We've known him for many years and seen him on many occasions for many ceremonies. And myself have been to Chittarama, but this is the first time coming to this event. And so that is part of how we're able to have today from that merit that has been done in the past. And so I give my Anumodana to you all for all this goodness that you're building, and that you should take the Dhamma teachings that you've received in order to reflect and to encourage yourselves in the Dhamma practice. And having passing away is normal to life. All living beings, whether the wife or the husband or the child or the parents, they all should be preparing themselves one day to pass, because that is a natural way of life. But what one should do is that one should build goodness in the opportunity that one has. So the children have gratitude and do goodness to the parents. The parents do their duty and look after the children well, bring them up well. And so these also follow the teachings of the Buddha, and we practice them appropriately. So I give my Anumodana to you all, and we can also dedicate this merit to Sien's mother, and this gives us, who has given us the strength of the blessings from the Sangha, and we share our merits to her.
昨天呢，我们长老呢又收到邀请，到一个已经往生2年的一个女 女护法啊，她一个年纪有年纪的一个女居士。然后呢，这是第2年她离世的纪念，家族呢就为了要为了要累积福报，就请我们的僧团以及长老来接受供养，然后再回向给往生者以及在世的人。所以呢，长老有讲说，其实这些居士呢不管是他们的往生的这个女主人呢他们的亲族也好，或者是他们亲近供养的多次的八蓬寺的僧团也好，大家都很思念怀念这个女居士所以已经连续多次受邀来访到他们的居士家受供。那长老这边也是要非常的恭喜善哉祝愿Anumodana也希望呢这样的一个善法能够继续延续下去，能够不断的去修习然后再去执行实践接下来呢，长老又讲到，其实天下有不善天下无不善的宴席，总有离别的时候。不管是怎么样的离别的形式大家各自都要有个准备准备有聚有散有合有分所以这个时候呢，我们要懂得要准备学习去面对如何离别的这样的一个课题所以呢这个女居士她也是也懂得知道这个家族们也懂得知道如何去累积福报供养僧团，然后他们的亲族也知道怎么样去做回向然后呢，所以呢，我们所谓的积善之家必有余庆这样就是一种积福的一个维续下去的一个方法。
มาถึงวันนี้ ตั้งแต่เช้ามาเราได้มารวมกันหลวงพ่อก็คงเป็นครั้งแรกได้มาร่วมไม่นึกว่าจะมีผู้คนลูกหลานญาติโยมมารวมกันมากขนาดนี้ก็ดีใจอย่างที่เบื้องต้นได้พูดให้ฟังดีใจว่าพวกเราทั้งหลายยังหาอะไรในชีวิตยังหาสิ่งที่ถูกต้องให้กับชีวิตยังหาทางออกของชีวิตเพื่อให้ทุกข์น้อยลงหรือให้ทุกข์หมดไปขอพูดถึงหลวงปู่ชาเพราะวันนี้พวกเราทั้งหลายมาปรารภถึงหลวงปู่ชาคิดว่าอย่านั่งอยู่ในห้องนี้คงไม่มีใครเคยเห็นหลวงปู่ชาแต่ทุกปีหลวงพ่อเห็นหลายคนไปร่วมงานอาจิรยบูชาที่มาเลไปญาติโยมไปหลายคนเสีย ว่าเสียกับเสียจะมาพูดไม่เป็นพูดกันไม่เป็นเห็นได้ก็ได้แต่ยิ้มประมาณนี้ใส่กันประมาณนี้หลวงปู่ชาเป็นพระในประเทศไทยองค์หนึ่งที่มีลูกศิษย์ลูกหามีคณะสงฆ์ถือว่าพอสมควรทำไมหลวงปู่ชาจึงมีคนเคารพจึงมีลูกศิษย์ลูกหามากขอเล่าให้ฟังเป็นเบื้องต้นหลวงพ่อเองได้ไปอยู่กับหลวงปู่ชาตั้งแต่ปี 2509 ได้ออกไปบวช เนี่ยบวช ไปบวชคุณเซียนมาเคยถามทำไมต้องไปบวชคิดยังไงจึงไปบวชไม่ได้คิดยังไงคนไทยเป็นประเพณีเป็นผู้ชายต้องบวชถ้าประเพณีอันนั้นบอกว่าบวชเพื่อทดแทนบุญคุณของพ่อแม่เพราะพ่อแม่เป็นผู้มีพระคุณต่อลูกมากภาษาของคนไทยประเพณีของคนไทยบอกว่าจะทำยังไงจะทำยังไงก็ไม่เพียงพอต่อบุญคุณของคุณพ่อคุณแม่เพราะบุญคุณของคุณพ่อคุณแม่นั้นมากไม่มีที่จะพรรณนามันมากถ้าคนไหนได้บวชให้นั้นถือว่าได้ตอบแทนบุญคุณที่ยิ่งของความเป็นชาวพุทธหลวงพ่อเองก็บวชเบื้องต้นในประมาณอย่างนี้แต่โชคดีพูดให้โยมฟังหลายครั้งอยู่โชคดีได้ไปพบหลวงปู่ชาอยู่ที่ป่าหนองประพงส่วนมากพระส่วนมากจะอยู่ตามบ้านวัดตามบ้านแต่อาจารย์ชาหรือหลวงปู่ชาเบื้องต้นก็ไปอยู่ตามบ้านตามวัดตามบ้านแต่พอได้มาศึกษาพระธรรมวินัยข้อวัดปฏิบัติของครูบาอาจารย์ที่พระพุทธเจ้าพาทำสอนให้ปฏิบัติหลวงปู่ชาก็ออกจากบ้านไปแสวงหาครูบาอาจารย์หลายที่ไปกราบครูบาอาจารย์หลายที่เพื่อหาข้อคิดเพื่อหาข้อปฏิบัติเมื่อได้ปฏิบัติเมื่อได้ข้อปฏิบัติก็ออกไปอยู่ป่าเดินธุดงค์ไปบำเพ็ญตามป่าเขาลำเนาไปเรื่อยๆโยนคิดว่าพอสมควรความคิดเบื้องต้นที่จะไปอยู่หนองประพงคิดถึงแม่ทำไมต้องคิดถึงแม่แม่เป็นคนใจบุญทำบุญทำทานมาตลอดแต่แม่ยังไม่เลิกทำบาปยังทำบาปอยู่คนบางคนทำบุญแต่ไม่เลิกทำบาปถ้าทำบุญไม่เลิกทำบาปบุญและบาปก็เลยปนกันไปด้วยกันดีใจบ้างเสียใจบ้างทุกข์ใจบ้างสบายใจบ้างในทางพระพุทธศาสนาสัพพปาปัสสะอาการนังการไม่ทำบาปทั้งปวงนี้เป็นคำสั่งสอนของพระพุทธเจ้าการไม่ทำบาปทั้งปวงบาปคือสิ่งที่ไม่ดีสิ่งที่ไม่ดีพูดง่ายๆนั่นคือบาปไม่ให้ทำกุศลสูปสัมปทาการทำกุศลให้ถึงพร้อมก็คือทำความดีความดีเหมือนกับอยู่ในโลกเราลูกทำความดีต่อคุณพ่อคุณแม่คุณพ่อคุณแม่ก็ทำความดีต่อตัวเองต่อภรรยาต่อสามีต่อคุณพ่อคุณแม่ต่อสังคมก็ถือว่านั้นปฏิบัติดีในสังคมการละบาปก็มาสอนให้เราทั้งหลายได้ถือศีลพวกเราทั้งหลายถือว่ามาเลเซียเราถือว่าอยู่ที่เจริญพวกเราอยู่ที่เจริญศีล5ประการก็คงไม่ยากต่อการรักษาและก็เข้าใจที่เราสมาทานไปตั้งแต่มานี่ก็หลายครั้งแล้วเนาะ1เราจะไม่ฆ่าสัตว์2เราจะไม่เอาของคนอื่นด้วยวิธีการต่างๆเพื่อจะได้มาในความไม่ดี3สามีภรรยามีความซื่อสัตย์ต่อกัน4เราจะไม่โกหกกันเราจะไม่โกหกตัวเองด้วยทำข้อนี้เป็นข้อสำคัญต่อชีวิตเรามากและโยมทั้งหลายมีความซื่อสัตย์อันนี้สมบัติ สมบัติของมนุษย์สมบัติถ้ามีสิ่งนี้คือสิ่งที่เราหาอยู่ความสบายใจความสุขใจความบริสุทธิ์ใจเนาะข้อที่ห้าเราจะไม่ดื่มน้ำเมาเราจะไม่ดื่มน้ำเมาเครื่องมึนเมาต่างๆเราจะไม่ดื่มนี่ท่านเรียกว่าศีลนี้เป็นสมบัติที่สำคัญเป็นพื้นฐานที่สำคัญที่จะรองรับทำข้ออื่นๆต่อไปเป็นพื้นฐานของชีวิตถ้าชีวิตของคนแต่ละคนมีศีลเป็นพื้นฐานอยู่นี่นั้นคือความสมบูรณ์ของความเป็นมนุษย์ถ้าคนนั้นยังบกพร่องอยู่ยังขาดยังบกพร่องอยู่มันเหมือนกับชีวิตเราก็บกพร่องไปประมาณอย่างนี้ดังนั้นเราจะปฏิบัติจึงนำเอาศีลห้าประการเห็นพระเราจึงขอศีลศีลนี้ไม่ขอก็ได้ขอจากตัวเราเองนี่แหละปฏิบัติเอาหนึ่งเราจะไม่ฆ่าสัตว์สองเราจะไม่ขโมยของคนอื่นสามเราจะมีความซื่อสัตย์ต่อกันต่อตัวเองด้วยสี่เราจะไม่โกหกห้าเราจะไม่ดื่มน้ำเมานี่คือศีลไม่ต้องสมาทานจากพระถ้าเราปฏิบัติได้ก็ถือว่าเรามีศีลเรารักษาศีลเมื่อเรารักษาศีลก็จะรักษาเราให้เรามีความสุขเนาะทีนี้มาพูดถึงหลวงปู่ชาอีกหลวงปู่ชานำข้อปฏิบัตินำการให้ทานบอกถึงการให้ทานไปสอนโยมแม่ไปบอกโยมแม่ไปบอกโยมแม่รักษาศีลด้วยถ้าไม่รักษาศีลให้ทานแต่ศีลไม่มีหลวงปู่ชาก็บอกว่าแม่ยังทำบาปอยู่แม้แต่จะทำบุญอยู่แต่ก็ยังไม่เลิกทำบาปนั้นคือสาเหตุหนึ่งที่กลับไปอยู่หนองประพงทีนี้เมื่อไปอยู่หนองประพงป่าเป็นที่สงบป่าเป็นที่วิเวกป่าให้ความสบายใจป่าคือธรรมชาติบุคคลผู้หาธรรมชาติหาความสบายใจหาความสงบแม้แต่พระพุทธเจ้าเองก็สรรเสริญจึงออกไปอยู่ป่าพระพุทธเจ้าเป็นเจ้าชายเกิดในพระราชวังแต่ไปพบความสุขความสงบอยู่ที่ป่าดังนั้นคำสอนได้หลายคำจึงบอกภิกษุทั้งหลายเธอจงไปนุนเรือนว่างนุนท้องถ้ำนุนป่าช้าป่าชัดไปเพื่อหาความวิเวกไปเพื่อหาความสงบใจไปอาศัยภายนอกที่สงบเพื่อจะย้อนมาสงบทางใจเราก็เป็นข้อปฏิบัติในศาสนานี้หลวงปู่ชาก็เป็นคนหนึ่งที่ออกมาบวชแล้วดำเนินตามคำสอนตามข้อปฏิบัตินั้นรวมแล้วจึงมาอยู่ที่หนองประพงเมื่อมาอยู่หนองประพงโยมก็เข้าไปหาเมื่อเข้าไปหาหลวงปู่ชาก็สอนข้อปฏิบัติหลวงพ่อเองเป็นคนหนึ่งได้ยินว่าพระกรรมฐานกินข้าวหนเดียวกลางคืนไม่ค่อยนอนคนกินข้าวครั้งเดียวกินข้าวมื้อเดียวทำไมต้องกินข้าวมื้อเดียวท่านไม่มีข้าวกินหรือโยมไม่เอาไปส่งหรือก็เป็นเหตุให้สนใจที่จริงอยู่กับพุทธศาสนามาเป็นลูกหลานผู้พุทธศาสนาแต่ไม่เข้าใจไม่มีใครสอนแล้วก็ไม่มีใครนำมาปฏิบัติหลวงปู่ชาไปอยู่หนองประพงจึงเป็นคนพิเศษหลายคนไปเข้าใจว่าคนนี้เขาไปอยู่เพื่ออะไรทำไมต้องไปอยู่ป่าอะไรประมาณนี้นั่นคือเรียกร้องความสนใจของคนก็เข้าไปหาเมื่อคนเข้าไปหาหลวงปู่ชาก็พูดถึงพระพุทธเจ้าบอกโยมทั้งหลายว่าแม้แต่พระพุทธเจ้า ท่านเกิดในพระราชวังเป็นพระราชาอยู่ในพระราชวังแต่เมื่อบวชแล้วท่านต้องออกไปอยู่ป่าเพราะป่านั้นให้ความสงบอย่างที่ว่าเป็นที่วิเวกเป็นที่บุคคลผู้ที่จะแสวงหาความพ้นทุกข์ไปอาศัยเพื่อความสงบใจข้อปฏิบัติของหลวงปู่ชาถ้าพูดแบบคนบอกว่าคนว่าไปลำบากหลายคนไม่อยากไป เพราะมันลำบากแต่หลายคนอยู่ในความลำบากนั้นมีอะไรเนาะสงสัยมีอะไรเนาะทำไมอาจารย์ชาจึงไปอยู่หลายคนก็สงสัยเมื่อเข้าสงสัยก็เข้าไปถามบุงบูชาก็พูดให้ฟังเทศให้ฟังหลวงพ่อเองก็เหมือนคนอื่นๆทั่วๆไปไม่เข้าใจแม้แต่เป็นชาวพุทธก็ไม่เข้าใจว่าพุทธทำอะไรเพื่ออะไรพุทธก็มีแต่ทำบุญบุญคืออะไรก็ไม่ค่อยจะมีคำตอบหรือตอบก็ตอบว่าบุญจะพาเราเจริญบุญจะพาเราไปสู่สวรรค์บาปไม่ค่อยจะพูดถึงเนาะก็ประมาณนั้นนั่นคือคนไทยที่หลวงปู่ชาเอาแบบพระพุทธเจ้ามาปฏิบัติฉันข้าวมื้อเดียวไปบิณฑบาตก็ฉันในบาตรโยมเอ้ยสมัยก่อนลำบากอาหารมีน้อยแต่คนภาคอีสานมีข้าวมากอยู่แต่อาหารมีน้อยบางวันได้อาหารนิดหน่อยที่มากินกับมาทานกับข้าวมาฉันกับข้าวแต่เท่านั้นหลวงปู่ชาก็บอกว่าพอใจแล้วอันนั้นไม่ใช่ความหมายของการบวชของเราอาหารพอประทังชีวิตให้มีกำลังเพื่อจะมีกำลังและเอามาปฏิบัติใช้คำว่าปฏิบัติพรหมจรรย์พรหมจรรย์คือปฏิบัติเพื่อความบริสุทธิ์ใจถ้าพวกเราทั้งหลายพูดกันแบบเข้าใจง่ายๆเพื่อทำความสงบเพื่อทำใจให้สงบไม่ว่าชาติไหนภาษาไหนอยู่ที่ไหนใจไม่ค่อยสงบเลยเป็นยังไงโยมมาเลยเราทั้งหลายก็เหมือนกันยังวุ่นวายยังเป็นทุกข์ชีวิตยังละคนไปด้วยปัญหามากอยู่หลายครั้งมากจนเราร้องไห้หลายครั้งเราจนอยากจะตายให้มันรู้แล้วรู้รอดไปก็มีถ้ามันทุกข์มากพระพุทธเจ้าเห็นสิ่งเหล่านี้จึงสละราชสมบัติเพื่อเอาความยากลำบากไปแลกเอาหลวงปู่ชาก็ถือว่าเป็นสาวกของพระพุทธเจ้าสอนลูกศิษย์ทั้งหลายอย่าไปกลัวเราอย่าไปกลัวความลำบากนั่นแหละจะให้ความเข้มแข็งกับเราพูดมากก็ยาวก็เลยย่อๆเพื่อเป็นข้อปฏิบัติของเราทั้งหลายลูกหลานทางมาเลทำที่หลวงปู่ชาพาทำแล้วสอนมากก็คือขันติธรรมพาทำอดทนสอนความอดทนตั้งแต่นั่งตั้งแต่นอนก็นอนน้อยนอนเพื่อพักผ่อนของร่างกายนิดหน่อยนอกนั้นเอามาทำความเพียรทำยังไงทำความเพียรนั่งแต่ก่อนศาลาไม่มีมุ้งลวดยุงก็เยอะมาเลเรียก็มีหลวงปู่ชาก็สอนลูกศิษย์ว่าอย่าไปกลัวตาย ความตาย มันไม่ถึงเวลามันไม่ตายหรอกวงจรอันหนึ่งที่อยู่เบื้องหลังที่เราไม่ค่อยคิดว่าเรากลัวตายกลัวนั่นกลัวนี่เพราะเราไม่เข้าใจในชีวิตเรื่องตายมันเป็นเรื่องของชีวิตธรรมชาติเขากำหนดมาให้แล้วคนนั้นตายเวลาไหนเวลาเราไม่รู้หรอกแต่ธรรมชาติเขามีอยู่แล้วเมื่อถึงเวลานั้นคือเวลาเราหมดชีวิตเวลาเราตายดังนั้นหลวงปู่ชาจึงอย่าไปกลัวมันสิ่งที่กลัวคือกลัวความไม่ดีกลัวบาปจึงพาอดทนกินข้าวมื้อเดียวหิวไหมกินข้าวมื้อเดียวอาหารนิดหน่อยหิวไหมหิวแต่ความหิวนั้นมันให้ความอดทนเราอยู่ในความหิวอยู่ในความอยากต่างๆหลวงปู่ชาเลยพาอดทนมากกลางคืนนอนน้อยมากหลายคืนเราไม่ได้นอนนั่นคืออดทนแล้วก็ทำความเพียรเพื่อเอาชนะใจเราเองใจเรานี้อ่อนแอใจเรานี้มีกิเลสตัณหาใจเรานี้มีอาสวะหลายอย่างที่อยู่ในใจเรานี่เราจึงมีทั้งสุขเราจึงมีทั้งทุกข์มีทั้งความวุ่นวายโอ้ยหลายอย่างจริงๆมันมารวมอยู่ในใจเราเนี่ยฉะนั้นปฏิบัติเบื้องต้นจึงปฏิบัติเอาความอดทนหลวงปู่ชาเอาความอดทนให้ลูกศิษย์ไม่ได้พาปฏิบัติเอาแบบในนั่งนานๆนั่งนานๆนั่งเป็นคืนๆไม่นอนโอ้ยมันได้อดทนอยู่นั้นมากคืนหนึ่งได้อดทน12 ชั่วโมง8 ชั่วโมง9 ชั่วโมงบ้าง10 ชั่วโมงบ้างถ้ายังมากก็12 ชั่วโมงเต็มเราได้ปฏิบัติธรรมเราได้ปฏิบัติความอดทนความอดทนหรือขันติธรรมนี่มีประโยชน์ต่อชีวิตมากทำอะไรก็แล้วแต่แม้แต่ทางโลกถ้าขาดธรรมคือความอดทนเราคงจะลำบากลูกหลานทั้งหลายไปเรียนหนังสือก็คงจะไม่จบเพราะเรามีความอดทนน้อยเนาะฉะนั้นความอดทนแม้จะมาเป็นนักบวชต้องมากกว่าคนอีกหลวงปู่ชาบอกว่าอย่างนั้นดังนั้นความลำบากเลยไม่เป็นอุปสรรคต่อการปฏิบัติเมื่อได้ความอดทนในความอดทนนั้นมีธรรมรวมกันอยู่นั้นหลายข้อสติพุทโธพุทโธพุทโธก็เป็นตัวสร้างสติเราถ้าปกติเราไม่ได้ภาวนาเราไม่ปฏิบัติเราไม่มีความเพียรสติเราก็เลื่อนลอยคิดไปทั่วคิดอะไรบ้างก็ไม่รู้คิดอะไรบ้างก็ไม่รู้ส่วนหนึ่งอีกคิดหาความวุ่นวายมาให้กับตัวเองบางคราวบางครั้งจนนอนไม่หลับเพราะมันคิดแม้แต่การจากไปของคนที่รักกันมีพระคุณต่อกันโอ้ยห่วงมากเลยเพราะสติเรามาระลึกไม่ได้ สติเรายังไม่เป็นธรรมระลึกไม่ได้ว่านี่เนาะธรรมชาติการจากกันมันเป็นของธรรมดาโลกนี้เป็นอยู่อย่างนี้เป็นมานานแล้วเป็นมาก่อนเราเป็นมาตลอดเรามาเสียใจก็เท่านี้แหละแต่ถ้าเราเข้าใจจริงๆแล้วก็นี่เนาะชีวิตเหมือนกับการจากไปอย่างนี้เราไม่ต้องไปเสียใจมากนี่แหละคือชีวิตที่เราอยู่ร่วมกันอยู่นี่อีกไม่นานไม่รู้กี่ปีละเราก็จากกันไปอีกเหมือนกันจึงเป็นเหตุให้พวกเราได้มาภาวนาจึงเป็นเหตุให้เรามาปฏิบัติธรรมเพื่อเอาธรรมนี้มาหล่อหลอมจิตใจเราให้มั่นคง ญาติโยมทั้งหลายพวกเราทั้งหลายความสงบเป็นสิ่งที่สำคัญกับชีวิตไหนถ้าพบกับความสงบนั้นคือความสุขที่สำคัญของชีวิตที่เกิดมาเป็นมนุษย์จนครูบาอาจารย์ทั้งหลายนักปราชญ์ทั้งหลายบอกพวกเราว่านัตถิสันติปรังสุขขังสุขอื่นยิ่งกว่าความสงบไม่มีพวกเราทั้งหลายเคยพบความสงบทางใจไหมหรือพบแต่ความวุ่นวายส่วนมากหลายคนยังพบแต่ความวุ่นวายยังไม่พบกับความสงบทำไมจึงไม่พบกับความสงบเพราะการปฏิบัติของเราไม่ได้ปฏิบัติเพื่อความสงบเลยหลายอย่างเราทำเพื่อความวุ่นวายอยู่ฉะนั้นหลายอย่างหลายวันหลายคราวเราจึงพบความวุ่นวายในใจของเราอยู่ฉะนั้นการมาระลึกถึงหลวงปู่ชาพวกเราทั้งหลายเลยมาจัดงานขึ้นเพื่อเป็นอาจิรยบูชาเพื่อเป็นการระลึกถึงคุณของผู้มีพระคุณแม้แต่พวกเราทั้งหลายไม่เคยเห็นตัวท่านเลยได้ฟังธรรมของท่านได้ยินกิตติศัพท์ของท่านได้เอาข้อปฏิบัตินั้นมาปฏิบัติเราก็ได้รับความสบายใจพระคุณอันนั้นจึงมาเปี่ยมล้นอยู่ในหัวใจของพวกเราทั้งหลายวันนี้เราจึงได้รวมกันบอกกันสัญญาต่อกันว่าเราจะปฏิบัติเพื่อระลึกถึงคนนี้คือหลวงปู่ชาที่เป็นผู้มีพระคุณให้ข้อคิดต่อพวกเราทั้งหลายเราจึงมารวมกันคณะสงฆ์พระเจ้าพระสงฆ์มาจากนานาประเทศถือว่านานาประเทศมาจากกันทั่วไปมารวมกันมาเพื่อเป็นกำลังใจให้กับญาติโยมพวกเราทั้งหลายชื่นใจเนาะได้มาพบกันได้มาทำบุญได้มาร่วมกันทำบุญได้มาร่วมกันปฏิบัติหน้าที่หลวงพ่อเองเป็นคนเฒ่าเป็นผู้เฒ่าเลยมาร่วมงานก็ดีใจรวมเลยไปว่าเรายังหาความเจริญเรายังหาความสุขทางใจที่ถูกต้องอยู่ฉะนั้นเวลาก็คงจะมีไม่มากก็ให้ข้อคิดกับลูกหลานญาติโยมทั้งหลายก็ขอให้พลังอำนาจศีลธรรมบารมีธรรมของหลวงปู่ชาปกป้องคุ้มครองให้พวกเราทั้งหลายได้พบกับความสงบร่มเย็นในชีวิตเจริญกันทุกคนบุญกุศลที่จะเกิดขึ้นจากพลังการกระทำของพวกเราทั้งหลายนี้ขออุทิศแบ่งปันไปให้ปู่ย่าตายายผู้มีพระคุณทั้งหลายเจ้าที่เจ้าทางทั้งหลายขอให้ได้รับรู้แล้วร่วมอนุโมทนากับพวกเราทั้งหลายให้เราทั้งหลายพบแต่ความสุขความเจริญกันทุกคนนั้นที่พูดมาก็คงพอสมควรต่อเวลาขอยุติลงแต่เพียงเท่านี้เอวังสาธุ
So today, in the morning, we've been gathering together, and this is the first time that I've been to this event, and I didn't expect it to be this many people, seeing many families, many children gathering together in the morning to give alms and make merit and join the ceremony. So I'm very happy that all of you are looking for something in your lives, and that is this goodness. You're seeking a path, the path that is the way out of suffering, which will be able to at least reduce our suffering, if not end it. So I'll talk about Venerable Ajahn Chah, and today we're coming to recollect Ajahn Chah. And I think, or I'm pretty sure that all of you here will never in your life have seen or met Ajahn Chah, but we've gathered here together and to commemorate Ajahn Chah. And even in Thailand, I see many of you who come to gather to recollect Ajahn Chah on the Memorial Day in January together. And it's just a shame that I can't converse to you in English, but just seeing you very happy here makes me happy. And so Ajahn Chah, he was a very special monk in Thailand who had a great many disciples, both monastic and lay. And you wonder why did Ajahn Chah get this much respect to the point where he had so many disciples? Firstly, so I ordained, or I began with Ajahn Chah in 1966. That's the day that, the year that I ordained. And Sienma before asked me, why did I ordain? And I didn't think that I would ordain for a long time, but in Thai culture, if you are a man, then you will ordain at one stage of your life out of gratitude for your parents, because your parents have done such a great virtue and goodness to you, to the point where in Thailand, we have a saying that no matter how much you do, you'll never be able to repay the goodness that your parents have given you. But they say if you ordain, then you're able to more than repay that great virtue, the great goodness of your parents. And so that's what I did. And it was very fortunate that I could meet with Ajahn Chah in Wat Nong Papong. And back then, mostly monks stayed in city monasteries, more in the towns. But it was Ajahn Chah that, though he began in a city monastery, but he really wanted to learn about the Dhamma Vinaya, the teachings and the true discipline and the practices as taught by the great meditation masters of the time, and following what the Buddha taught and how to practice that Dhamma appropriately. And so to go out and meditate and to go out into the forests. So Ajahn Chah left that city monastery to go find these great teachers or enlightened teachers. And he went to many places around Thailand in order to find them and to find that Dhamma that he was looking for. And when he did, then he would go out to practice those teachings by going into the deep forest, going on Tudong, wandering in forests, in the nature. And when Ajahn Chah had found the Dhamma sufficiently in his heart, then he was able to go back to his hometown in a very remote forest and set up the monastery that we know as Wat Nong Papong. And if we ask, why did he do that? Why did he go back? It was because he thought of his mother. His mother would have, or had a heart that was very meritorious, to the point that she liked to do a lot of giving, a lot of donation and offering, but she hadn't yet stopped doing unskillful deeds or unwholesome deeds. And so that's like how a lot of people are. They do merit and they do demerit, and it's sort of all mixed in together. So they will have and experience some suffering and some happiness all mixed in together. And so in the Buddha's teachings, then we have the teaching that starts firstly that to avoid doing evil or abandoning all acts of evil or unskillfulness. So this is the Buddha's teachings, and this means that to stop doing all that is unskillful or bad. And it means that we shouldn't do those types of acts. And the next part of it then is to do goodness, to cultivate it till its completion. That just means to do all sorts of good deeds. Like in society, then parents look after their children, they do goodness in that way, and the children do goodness to their parents. The wife does goodness to the husband, and the husband does goodness to the wife. And that's how our good practice is when we're in our groups and society. And so this abandoning of the unskillful or bad, that is about keeping sila, or the precepts. So likely here in Malaysia, it's a very developed country, so it's probably quite easy for you to keep the 5 precepts. You understand them and you know how to keep them, especially if you're coming here today. The first is to not kill any living beings. Second, to not steal. The third is that you have honesty to your partner, the husband to the wife to the husband. The fourth is to not lie, that is to others or to yourself. And these qualities or these precepts lead one to have a great wealth. If you have these, then they become causes for your mind to have ease, happiness, and purity. And the 5th precept is avoiding intoxicants or not drinking intoxicants. So this is what we call sila. Sila is a very great, important wealth that is a quality or that a human being or a great human being will have. And it is the ground for us that the Dhamma will arise, or it's basically our ground for our life, this sila. If we have life, then we have to have sila, and then we will be a complete human being. But if we lack sila, then it's as if our life is missing something. So we must practice and keep the 5 precepts well. And usually you will go and ask for the precepts from the monks, but there's really no need to do that. It's better to ask yourself of the precepts. The 5 precepts, you can keep it yourself. You determine to do it, to not kill living beings, to not steal, be honest to your partner, to not lie, to not drink alcohol. These you don't need to take from the monks. You just practice them, and then you have sila. When you keep sila, you protect your sila, then your sila protects you. So Venerable Ajahn Chah wanted to teach his mother about this, about sila, because his mother was doing a lot of dana, generosity, but did not yet really keep sila. And that means that she still was doing unskillful deeds. And this was the cause for Ajahn Chah to begin the monastery, Wat Nong Pa Pong. And back then, it was a very secluded forest in nature, very peaceful. And being in the forest meant that it's like easier to find peace of mind, to find seclusion, and that heart that has this ease and comfort. And so we look at nature and it gives us peacefulness. And the Buddha taught us or praised those who seek nature or seclusion in order to practice the Dhamma. So the Buddha himself had to give up all the royal wealth and the palace and luxuries in order to find peace in the forest. And so he found seclusion and he praised seclusion. And that's why Wat Nong Pa Pong was like a cremation ground there, a very haunted place, but deep in the forest. But it was a great place for seclusion and for developing peace and stillness of mind. And so with the outer peace, that leads to the inner peace of mind. So Venerable Ajahn Chah was one individual who really put the teachings of the Buddha to practice and to its test. And that's why when he was able to find that, then he went to Wat Nong Pa Pong to live and to teach there. And so being there in this very secluded and haunted forest, there were lay people who came there and wondered why Ajahn Chah was this deep in the forest. What was the point of it? What was the point of eating one meal a day? What was the point of not sleeping much at all? But it gave people interest in the real practice, and they could realize that there were other practices that were being held at that time which weren't really practicing properly. But it was essential to go into forests and secluded places in order to develop the mind. And this made people interested, and they would go find him in order to understand more about the practice and the teachings of the Buddha. And when people were interested, then they would ask Ajahn Chah this, and he would tell them that the Buddha, when he was a prince in the palace, but he gave all that up and went to the forest in order to find peace and seclusion. And from there, then that's where he could find the ending of suffering, the true peace of the mind, of the heart. And so the practice of Ajahn Chah, it was difficult for people to follow those teachings and practices. And for many years in the beginning, it was very difficult. It's a very difficult place to live. And people thought, what's the good point of that? Why do you have to be there? What is really there to find in this harsh, difficult place? And Ajahn Chah answered that he's just like anyone else, but he wanted to put the teachings of the Buddha to the test. Before he began as just an ordinary Buddhist with not much idea of anything of the teachings, and he just liked to practice the ceremonial rites or activities that people begin to do, and they never get past that. And even asking what is merit, some people don't really know the answer of it. Or maybe they answer that, oh, merit means you'll go become rich or go to heaven. That's what it is. But no one really likes to talk about abandoning the unskillful, the bad. But Ajahn Chah, he was one person who was able to understand the teachings of the Buddha fully, and he could outline or give a practice which was in line with those teachings, like eating just one meal, whatever he got from alms round, and he would eat all that in the bowl. And back then, it was very difficult. There was very little food. They had enough rice, but anything else, any other curries or other food, it was very lacking. But Ajahn Chah said that was enough, because it's not the reason we came for when we ordained for the food, because the food is only to give one strength to develop one's practice, to maintain the ascetic life in order to purify the mind. That's what it's for the mind. And so we ourselves look at our minds, and we can see that it's not yet peaceful. And that's because the mind has all sorts of proliferations, agitations, and suffering there. And like that, then our life just feels like it's got so many problems and difficulties. Some people even can't take it, or they suffer so much, they just can't, they don't want to live anymore. And the Buddha, he could understand all this about the mind, and that's why he left all the palace and the royal comforts. And Ajahn Chah, he was one of the true noble disciples of the Buddha. And he taught his own disciples to not be scared of difficulties. And difficulties is something that will give us a lot of strength. And this is a way of practice that Ajahn Chah taught. And so the Dhamma of Ajahn Chah, a very fundamental teaching, and a teaching that he would lead as well, is this Dhamma of Khanti. And Khanti is patient endurance. This is something that Ajahn Chah taught about and led. And so patient endurance we can gain from sitting a long time, sleeping, but sleeping in the way of sleeping very little, and using the time outside of that to put forth effort into the practice. What effort? Back in the days of Wat Nong Pa Pong, they had a hall there, but it was all open and they didn't have any mosquito nets to protect mosquitoes from coming in. And back then there was malaria as well, which was very serious illness that you could catch from the mosquitoes. And Ajahn Chah just taught his disciples that you don't need to be scared of death. If it's your time, if it's not your time, don't worry, you won't die. And that's how it is. We're scared of this and that. We're only scared because we don't yet understand about life. Death is something normal. When it's our time, when our time's up, then that is death. So Ajahn Chah taught not to be scared of that, but he taught to be scared of bad or evil deeds. And so Ajahn Chah taught often about this quality of patient endurance, having one meal a day, eating just very little food. And they ate just a little bit back then. And he would ask, are they hungry? Are you hungry? And they'd say, yes, we're hungry, but we can endure it. And that's how Ajahn Chah led the practice of patient endurance. And so he led it in the way of staying up for many nights without sleep. And that was a way to build one's patient endurance, a way to put forth effort into the practice so that one could win over the mind. Otherwise, well, not otherwise, but it could win over the mind because the mind is naturally weak. The mind is naturally full of defilements, all sorts of things that cloud it. And that's why we have all sorts of moods and emotions like happiness and suffering and all sorts of troubles and agitations in the mind coming up all the time. So in the beginning of the practice, we have to develop patient endurance. Ajahn Chah said that this isn't something that he can give to you. It's something you need to practice to develop yourself. And he would lead the practice in terms of sitting a long time or staying up at night or without sleep. And so there are ways that you can try to do that or incorporate it in your practice, maybe trying to sit a long time, staying up at night, maybe 8 hours, 10 hours, or 12 hours even is possible. And this is like we are practicing developing patient endurance. And patient endurance will be a great benefit to your life. So we need to practice patient endurance. Then we won't be afraid of difficulties. And if we're asking why we have so little patient endurance, it's because we give importance to all sorts of other things, all sorts of things that don't lead us to develop this patient endurance. And so we never end up developing it. So these difficulties, hardships is not an obstacle to Dhamma practice. And when you develop patient endurance, then many other qualities will come up in the mind. The quality of mindfulness will come up. You'll use a Bhutto, Bhutto, Bhutto a lot. That's like mindfulness coming up. And usually people just don't have much mindfulness at all. And that's why they're thinking all sorts of things. The mind is all agitated, all over the place, all restless. And they, to the point where some of them can't even get to sleep. And then when loved ones pass away, then one has a great sorrow, grief, to the point where one can't handle it. And that's because one's mindfulness isn't there. One doesn't think or recollect about the true nature of things, the true nature that passing is normal, that it has to be like this. And it just then leads us to suffer. But we need to get to understand it, that life will have passing away as normal. And when we understand it, then we won't have so much suffering. All of us here, we don't have many years left before we all must pass away. And therefore, we must practice the Dhamma. We must develop our minds so that we can find the inner peace, which is what is of great importance to our life. In any life that is able to find that inner peace is a life that has found great happiness. So the Kruba Ajahns, the great teachers, they will tell us that there is no higher happiness than peace. Why do we have to find peace? Or, no, sorry. Do we look for peace or not? Or are we looking for agitation and restlessness? Usually people are just looking for restlessness, as in they're making the cause that leads to the restless, agitated mind. And so they don't look for peace or develop the causes that leads to peace. And that's why they have this restlessness and the mind that's all over the place. So we come together to recollect Ajahn Chah, and you've organized this great event. And Ajahn Chah is someone who has a great goodness, a great virtue to us. And though many of you have not met Ajahn Chah, but you've listened to his Dhamma, and you can take his Dhamma, his teachings, in order to practice and to bring into your life, or that it can enter deeply in your hearts. And so today you give your practice as an offering to Ajahn Chah, and that's why we can gather here today. And so there's many people from different places, many monks have come from different countries, gathered together in order to give you encouragement in your life, in your practice, so that you're able to gain more happiness through coming together like this, from making merit, from helping out and volunteering, and from developing the practice of following the teachings. And so myself, I'm an old monk already, and I'm able to come to this event and witness it myself. So I'm very happy. And this path of Ajahn Chah's, it is the path for us to find true happiness. And so may all of you receive all this goodness, this energy. May you practice the teachings of Ajahn Chah. May all the goodness of Ajahn Chah, his Dhamma, his Parami, his spiritual perfections be able to protect all of you, and that it will lead you to develop the causes for happiness, peace, and growth in the Dhamma in your life. And you can also dedicate all the goodness, all the merits from this to your parents, to your ancestors, to other deities, the owners of the land, karmic debtors, so that they may receive a part of this great merit as well. And may you all grow in happiness and grow in the Dhamma.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
现在换中文中文会更仔细一点，因为我写的特别多我是 Gemini 我是双子座的台湾人所以我就开玩笑一下，我先做个总结 ，AI 总结conclusion 所以不是 ChatGPT 我是 Gemini 总结先讲因为这个开示很长，那有些人可能他的资质不够好，或者是波密不够好，或者是sati没有很好，所以他听太长的时候，一下子就没有办法 立刻的心领神会。总结第二段长老的开示是主要在讲我们今天来的是为什么啊？今天来的是我们龙婆叉阿占叉的纪念日，对不对？那讲到阿占叉的纪念日，纪念这位长老，那我们应该知道基本的他的背景跟历史。于是呢，长老就讲到他自己本身，他刚出家的时候以及遇到阿占茶这个长老的时候呢，他的基本的背景以及泰国的文化国家佛家的文化有关出家的事情跟出家跟所谓的孝顺孝道的这样的一个佛教跟所谓的孝道之间的连结性然后接下来呢就讲到阿占茶的实修精神实修的部分我们只有讲到，通常我们都会听到阿占茶是非常强调正念的。那我们就要看他实际在实修的部分，他到底做了什么？他的修行环境他的内在的精神的价值跟中心的基础那长老就讲到持戒五戒的部分，还有最后呢，还有再讲到所谓忍安底忍要坚忍在这样的一个修行的环境里面，为什么要找到这个地方，这么艰苦的地方，物资匮乏的地方那我们要用什么方式，用什么样的一个心态跟精神，我们去做，就是忍波罗蜜，用忍来去做持续性的修行，然后知道包括他的修行的生活的小细节包括食物，包括生活环境，以及包括禅修的方式比如日中一时也好，或者是好几天都没有睡觉，或者是持续长时间8小时、10小时、12小时连续的打坐，这都跟坚忍坚白人以图强中文如果太难的话，那就讲简单一点好了。那从现在开始，我就开始讲长老的这样会比较快一点。那长老讲说，这其实是我第一次来，没想到为了这么多人来聚集起来，为了意念我们的长老占差那我们应该要有一个正道或者正确的道或者是方法来维续、来经营我们的生命那相反的，从另外一个角度来看，只要是恶的非善的法，或者是一些恶道的话，我们应该要去除。那其实大家简单的讲就是众善奉行，诸恶莫作那接下来呢长老讲到说，其实刚开始的时候，我们长老其实或者是阿占茶，他也不会说外国的语言所以呢，他只有遇到一些外国人或者是其他语言的人来的时候来拜访的时候，他只能以笑颜以对那个泰国就讲说，这个国家是一个微笑的国度他说只能用以笑脸来接客，来面对这些来访的人。然后呢，这一部分很强调的是长老又讲到说提出一个问题说为什么我们的长老阿占茶呢会有这么多的弟子，会有这么多的在家众呢或出家众去参访去拜访长老呢？接下来呢，我们长老就开始讲从那个长老包括他自己，还有龙婆茶、阿占茶他出家的这一段过程，以及有偶尔提他母亲的一个小插曲、小故事。然后呢，长老就讲到说，佛历2509年也就是西元的1966年长老就出家就去成为阿占茶的，后来成为阿占茶的弟子。那为何 泰国会有这样的出家的一个文化呢？他们出家的价值观在哪里呢？是结果张老师讲说在泰国的或者是佛家里面的文化是出家是为了报答父母之恩。那其他不能报答吗？可以，但是呢，没有办法永远做什么，再怎么好，再怎么样的对待善待父母亲，再怎么样都没有办法完全的回报父母的养育之恩。所以呢，只有你来出家他们的价值观、社会的角色扮演跟价值观是在这里如果你再怎么样的对父母亲好，都还没有办法完全回馈父母对我们的生养之恩养育之恩。所以呢，除了你出家，可是出家的话就是很殊胜的，甚至可以超过父母对你的养育之恩这样子。所以呢，他们都会想要让自己的子女来出家来有这样的福报，可以回向他们的父母亲接下来呢，他就讲到我们的长老阿占察，他开始出家之后呢，就是为了修习Dhamma Vinaya Dhamma就是修习法，Vinaya就是修习出家的那个律就是戒律的祭祀修习法与律，还有就是找诸山长老们大德们去找不同的长老去修习去亲近去实践去了解不同的修行的方式。然后呢，可是呢，在他出家之后，他有想到他的母亲他的母亲虽然是也是一个有没有也是一个非常好的一个在家居士，但是他还是觉得说还不够，因为他的母亲还有作恶的有的一些可能跟时候，因为我们还没有是阿罗汉嘛，总是会有做到一些在身语意上面可能会有一些不清净的或者是恶作的部分，所以他意念到他的父母亲，所以他也希望带他的父母亲，带他的母亲来亲自的去教导他的家母这样子所以呢，那长老又讲说呢，恶作呢，恶业是非善就是非善我们就应该要去除。那具足诸善就是诸恶莫作，具足诸善呢是善，恶业呢，恶作呢是恶也就是非善这样子。那我们父母亲、我们的夫妻之间、父母亲之间，还有人际之间呢，我们的也是一样，要相待互对，以善，像用善来互相就是相处在一起，要以和善，不要用恶做的方式来互相伤害、造恶这样子。然后接下来呢，我们讲到的有关持戒的时候持戒那长老讲说，持戒呢就是一种善法持戒呢，那又简单的讲说，五戒大家都知道嘛，杀生怎么样都到邪淫妄语跟喝酒那个酒戒嘛，包括我们的毒品那简短的长老就解释了一个部分。那杀生大家知道，看得到的生命，我们就是夺取他的生命，让他死，这是杀生。那偷盗这个不用再解释。第三点我必须要特别解释，因为在中文里面是说邪淫邪淫就是在你的亲密关系两对双方的一个亲近的关系之外，又另外有其他的第三者那个叫做不真不忠的一个状态。所以在泰文的翻译的话，泰文的直接的解释，它不是用邪不邪、淫不淫的这两个字来解释，它事实上是用忠诚或者不忠诚。如果你是泰国人，你听到了不会听到是淫或者是邪这时候我必须要再做一个解释，让大家 知道这个语言的不同，它的文化的底蕴跟价值观背景会不一样啊，他们的思考模式也会不一样。所以第三个是不是邪淫？他们的翻译是不忠啊，不真啊。第四个就是妄语说谎话。第五个是迷醉啊，迷醉就是酒戒啊。但是这个巴利文里面有说啦，就是酒类的，或者是迷使心智丧失迷，没有办法清醒的这个迷乱的啊，这个迷醉的东西啊。所以呢，那有戒的话啊，具足戒的话，心就清净，这样戒清净，心清净啊。所以我要以戒为根基为基础，我们的生命才会比较有保障跟圆满啊。这长老讲的。然后呢，也就是因为这样子戒的功用的功德啊，它的后续的作用，所以我们要持戒，我们要去守护我们的戒，那个我们的清净戒，相反过来的，同样的道理，那个戒，我们的清净戒也会保护着我们，所以我们把戒持修的好，戒也会保护着我们啊。所以呢，所以阿占茶有告诉他母亲啊，要守戒啊、修戒啊这样子啊。然后接下来讲到阿占茶我们的巴蓬寺啊这个地方，刚开始阿占茶龙婆茶来的时候呢，这个地方还非常的僻静哈，非常的啊物资也相当的匮乏，这整是一个大自然的一个森林啊，就像佛陀一样，我们的长老阿占茶就像佛陀一样，佛陀呢也是在大自然中寻求正道以及正悟以及寻求真正的生活就是宁静跟安详这个也到最后呢，也在这个大自然里面，佛陀也在这个大自然里面正法就是正悟对，所以呢，阿占茶也是跟随佛陀的足迹，跟随佛陀的教导来这样子去实践去修行法去守护他的戒这样子，然后接下来呢，我们讲到阿占茶他本身自己的实修的方式是怎么样，他的风格，他的作息他的道风他的这部分呢，我们是日中一时日中一时是13头陀行之一包括一天吃一餐，然后呢也是在修行在那很多人呢就不懂为什么？包括出家众也好，包括长老他自己也好，也刚开始的时候都不知道为什么要到这种地方呢？怎么会这么偏僻，这么的艰困、物资匮乏的地方于是呢，他也是来这边来好好的去实际的去做去实践去见法，然后慢慢的才能够从实践当中得知其中的来由，为什么我们要在这样的一个环境、艰困的环境偏僻的环境、僻静的环境来做修行所以呢，你去做之后，你才会知道这个为什么这个原因。然后呢，修行是为了寻求内心的安详、安定那所以呢。用讲的其实也不懂嘛，所以他是说我们要就是去做就对了，去实践，从做中学，当知道这样的累积基本的善业跟福德，那至少这是转生到天人的这个福报的一种那刚开始呢，食物也非常少我们去托钵的时候，只有那些糯米饭就是有些地方到现在为止也是很多只有糯米饭，而且是旧的米，也是黄黄的很硬这样子。那所以他刚开始去的时候也能够托钵到的食物也非常少，大部分都是只有米那只有少部分的一些就是配菜之类的这样子这么艰辛物质这么匮乏所以呢，那个可是呢，阿占茶身为一个那个 导师，他就讲说，其实食物呢不是最重要的，我们不要再执取在食物上面，食物只是为了我们的维续啊，维续我们的生命，目的呢是为了我们要好好的修行啊，然后最后呢自尽其意，清净我们的内心道完全的一个自尽的一个程度啊。很多人呢屡屡都是产生各种的苦，外苦内苦，甚至苦到很想死，可是呢很想要了断这样子，可是呢在一个实修行的一个状态之下呢，其实苦呢是可以一个非常好的契机机会呢可以来锻炼、淬炼、训练我们的心这个叫做忍我们要兼百忍以图修就是要各种忍、各种苦，我们都要忍下来，这是要有坎底巴利文叫坎底，就是要忍。然后为了就是持续坚持下去，然后也就是一种正精进那时候呢出现的是那时候在那个八蓬寺的时候也是非常的艰苦艰困在物质上也很匮乏，甚至呢疟疾也有，马拉利亚也是有的。那如果怕死，为什么要怕死呢？为什么要这么怕死死是必然的，死是自然的死的时候我们没有人知道，所以我们为什么要担心诚惶诚恐的去担心关于死这个事情呢？我们不应该怕死，我们应该怕的是我们的恶作、我们的恶业，我们所造的一些恶业所以这个长老他又这样子讲，所以呢，这个饥饿的时候也要忍什么东西都要忍，物质匮乏也要忍，所以呢，他不是只有这样子，他还要训练在饥饿上面、饮食上面、睡眠上面也要去淬炼包含他可能好几天没睡啦，可能8个小时、10个小时、12个小时持续的打坐禅坐者都有这是长老提供的这是阿鹏是那时候，包括现在也是一样持续的以忍为一个原则、一个精神来做推广到其他的修行的生活作息上面我们就是要去修法，也就是要修忍。长老讲说法就是忍Dhamma就是Otun就是泰文，也就是有些泰文是巴利文转过来的，所以它的巴利文跟泰文是一样的。那就像一般的在家中一样，有一些我们的儿孙辈我们去读书也是要忍也是不是要有定力而已，对不对？你要有定力，就是要有忍住那个不安，那个已经坐太久了，不去仔细看书这样子，其实也是要忍所以我们今天长老从另外角度去切入阿占茶的禅修的世界，他们的修行的环境，以忍这个角度去切入去观察那人呢，也是要具足萨底没有睡觉好几天也是修忍不脱也就是我们常常讲的泰国的禅修的所缘跟方式，那直接翻译就是佛随念也是不脱，也是训练我们的萨底，我们的正念到哪里了写太多章了。那平常呢我们不要太在意那个生命的长短了，没个几年就走了有生必有死嘛所以但是我们追求的是真的是内心的安详、安宁安定有安才能乐安详喜乐，有安详的时候，有定的时候，心安了，就会有自然的喜悦产生所以呢，我们中午也是一个好处，这个部分就是安乐。你心不安，你就永远不乐。泰文就是你要安定的时候，就会有乐。所以那 这个我就不多解释了啊。那在巴利文里面，刚才早上那个长老也有讲还有长老讲，那个现在的这个长老也讲了，那体三体巴朗苏扛那体就是没有三体就是那个安详安定巴朗就是力量，苏扛就是快乐没有世间的一切的快乐，没有任何一个快乐跟喜悦胜过我们的安详安定的那种快乐所以我们历经这个部分呢，我们就常常听到那体三体帕朗所扛，请各位记得，常常会很多长老会这样子讲那人在多数的时候都活在这个纷乱不安的这个境界里面，跟这个你的思维里面呢所以呢，我们就应该去回头去想一想看，我们要追求的跟我们的长老阿占茶，他追求的最终极的这个最至上的，没有东西能比得上的所谓的安详那个安定的那种所得来的喜乐安乐所以呢，最后长老要以我们今天这样的一个机会这样的一个纪念日，我们来意念龙破茶阿占茶我们的长老的佛法，他们长老的法以及福德，希望我们长老的法跟福德意念，我们意念长老的法跟福德，希望长老的法福德能加庇给我们，让我们以及长老的波罗蜜以及长老的戒，以及长老的福德以及波罗蜜，能够加庇给我们，让我们幸福喜乐，以及以这个功德以及长老我们今天每个人做的累积下来的功德福德持戒的福德等等的，回向着给天人一切的众生亲族等等的王。
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Thank you, Longpo Dtumrong Sucitto, for the Dhamma talk, as well as Tan Ajahn Larry and Tan Ajahn Ajito for the translation of the talk in English and Chinese, respectively.
我们感恩龙波荣苏奇多的慈悲开示，也感谢尊者阿江拉里和尊者阿江阿吉多的英文和中文翻译。
We will now invite Brother Liu Kangzi to offer Sangha Dana to Longpo Dtumrong Sucitto.
有请廖康奇居士供养资具给龙坡灯荣苏奇多。
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Dear brothers and sisters, let us fold our palms in Anjali and pay respects to Venerable Sirs by bowing 3 times.
各位佛友，请双手合十，一起礼敬僧众，顶礼3拜。
Bow. 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 Before we go for a break, here are a few announcements. The next program will commence at 3:05 with a Dhamma talk by Luang Kalyano. We seek your cooperation to avoid entering and exiting the hall during the Dhamma talks to minimize disruption to other devotees, as well as to show respect to the venerable monks delivering the talks. The venerable monks have traveled a long way from different countries to come for this program today. Let us cherish the opportunity to listen to the Dhamma by attending each session on time. We will ring the bell when it is time to gather back in this hall. This is how the bell sounds like.
在我们进入中场休息之前，这里有几项报告。我们将恭请龙坡凯亚诺为我们慈悲开示，时间是3点05分，请大家尽量避免在佛法开示期间进出大殿，以减少对其他信众的干扰，还有对说法僧众表示尊敬。僧众们有的从欧美国家和大洋洲远道而来，为的是鼓励我们向阿姜茶学习精进修持。我们呼吁大家准时回到大殿，把握所有的因缘，听闻正法。 当你们听到刚才的铃声响起的时候，请大家回到大殿。
If you would like to stay back in the hall, we appreciate if you can observe noble silence, as some devotees may wish to meditate here.
如果你想继续留在殿内休息，请大家配合保持圣默然，因为有些佛友可能想在这边静坐。
Let us now take leave from the hall in an orderly manner, row by row, starting with the last row.
现在大众可以依序离开大殿，从最后一排开始，一排一排的离开。
Ati Katanjalian Divarang Ayachata Santi Dasata Paraja Kejatika Desetu Damang Anukampi Mampajang.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddhang dhammang sanghang namasami. I pay my respects to all the Sangha members gathered here today and asked permission to speak on the Dhamma, and blessings to all of the lay devotees gathered here today. As you know, this is part of the Ajahn Chah Remembrance Day events today and tomorrow, organized by the Katanyuta group, led by Brother Sian and many other volunteers and sponsors. You probably know the name Katanyuta group mostly from all the publications, all the good work that has been done, particularly printing Dhamma teachings of Luang Chah, our teacher, but also his students over the last many years. But this is a day or 2 days of practice. And this is in line with how our primary teacher, the Buddha, taught. When people were asking him how they should remember and honor the Buddha after he passed away, should they offer candles and incense and flowers? He didn't say don't do that, but he said what is better or more useful, more beneficial is to honor and remember the teacher through the practice. Putting the teachings that the Buddha gave and that we received, or the people of the time received, into practice. And I think that's similar for Luang Chah, our teacher, even though he's now been deceased for 33 odd years. The best way to honor his memory is to practice what he taught, put it into practice, both for Sangha and laity. And indeed, many people have been doing that since he passed away, which is why probably we're all here today. If you think about it, somebody who passed away 33 years ago is still being, or their memory is still being honored and cherished, not in a sort of an occasional ritual or ceremony, but on a daily basis, following teachings, the system of training, we call it, the Dhamma, the Vinaya, that we inherited or received from Luang Chah. That is going on all the time, right, till today, and I would imagine for many days, weeks, years to come. And that's our good fortune. So it's something I think of regularly in my life, and it seems to have a good effect on your heart when you recollect your good fortune, both of having faith in the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Sangha, and meeting Sangha
who practice well and listening to them, respecting them, and trying to follow their good example and follow the teachings they give. Not always easy, as we know. Practicing the Dhamma can be challenging, but it's our good fortune that we have the opportunity to practice. And many people say, they say like Luang Por Chah kind of made the Dhamma for them come alive, made it meaningful, made it accessible, made it seem like something they could practice, whether as Sangha, monks, nuns, or as lay people. Because I know many people begin their kind of exploration and practice of the Buddha Dhamma with the view that maybe it's kind of out of date. And many of us, and I thought this too, when I first came across Buddha's teachings, obviously I wasn't brought up in a Buddhist family, I had the feeling that it's really good stuff, but maybe no longer practiced in the world, and it's just, I'll never find anyone who really understands what the Buddha taught or any enlightened people. That was my initial thought. So for myself, I was very lucky. Of all places, I saw Luang Por Chah for the first time when I was about 16 years old on TV. So we shouldn't knock technology too much. It can be a very useful thing. I saw they didn't have digital technology in those days, or not widely, but we have TV, and we had a company still going today, just called the BBC. But they sent a crew to Ajahn Chah's monastery back in the 1970s, 1977, if I remember, and made a documentary about Ajahn Chah's life, teachings, and life in the monastery, which you can still see today, the mindful way. And you can even still see some of the monks who were in that documentary on video. Some of them have been here today, Luang Por Liem. You can see a very young Ajahn Piak being interviewed. You can see a very young Luang Por Anand looking very young, like a schoolboy. And a few other teachers, living and practicing with Luang Por Chah were in that video. But for me, the impression it made was the sense of the link back to the time of the Buddha, that Ajahn Chah himself seemed to fully understand, fully comprehend what the Buddha taught, was living it, practicing it. You might even say breathing it was the impression I got. But living in the jungle, so not easily accessible, especially in those days, in the 70s, I lived in London. So the thought of going to the Thai jungle to become a Buddhist monk, immediately arose in my mind, but it was a while before I could really see it as a practical, realistic possibility. In those days, there was still a Vietnam War going, but then what's changed? There's still wars today. So that's obviously the ways of the world are always uncertain, and sometimes you do have conflicts, disputes, wars, economic problems, social problems, natural disasters, and so on. That's nothing new. We had them in the time of the Buddha, we have them now. But seeing Luang Por Chah and his Sangha on the TV and hearing him speak, explaining what we have to do in very down-to-earth, practical terms, was a great eye-opener and inspiration to me. It gave me great faith. You might say it planted a seed so that those Buddhist teachings I'd already been reading suddenly became much more accessible and something that I could even consider doing, meditating, or even becoming a Buddhist monk. So that was my good fortune. But coming down till today, 2025, the teachings are so accessible, partly through the efforts of the Katanyuta group, but also many, many other avenues, monasteries, teachers, publications, and of course, the internet. They're just available now, very easily available. You might call it mainstream. And that's one thing I've noticed in my lifetime. It's gone from being a minority on the edge of society, meaning Buddhists, to being mainstream, to being something that people give some value to. I mean, if you're not a Buddhist, you might not fully understand Buddhism, but at least it's sort of recognized much more than before. And the opportunities to practice are there now. And this is a good example of it. So Ajahn Chah, we're remembering and recollecting him because he's had a huge impact, particularly on the Buddhist community around the world, not just in Northeast Thailand, where he started, but around the world. And here we are in KL, in Malaysia, and hundreds of people have come to remember him and hear teachings and recollections of him. And I imagine, again, that will just continue. The impact of Ajahn Chah may not be quite as amazing as that of the Buddha himself, but as a Sāvaka, what we call a Sāvaka, an enlightened disciple of the Buddha, certainly he started something that is still continuing, and like the wheel of the Dhamma keeps turning. So it's with gratitude, Gatanyuta is gratitude, and then Gataweti is the wish to give something back. These are qualities that the Buddha said are hard to find in the world, but this is what we're displaying today, coming together. Our gratitude for Luang Por Chah, his life, his teachings, and then for his students who have also carried on his teachings the best way that they can. It's something to be happy about, grateful for. And we often share merit as Buddhists, don't we? We say we share merit with our parents, grandparents, people who passed away. I don't think Ajahn Chah needs our merit. But we can express our delight in the Dhamma that he taught, the way that he practiced, and we can show our appreciation for him through our own practice. That's the correct thing to do, I would say. So again, that's what's brought us together, this love of the Dhamma and love of Luang Por Chah, however much we can know him or understand him. And you might, as I imagine most of you never met him, you might feel, oh, I'm too late. I can't listen to Ajahn Chah's Dhamma live anymore. I can't ask him questions. I can't go and make offerings to him or practice meditation with him. And sure, that you might say that's a loss, but you look at the Sangha, this is a living Sangha, a living tradition, and everybody points out, since Luang Por Chah passed away, his Sangha continues to grow. There's more monks now in his Sangha than when he was alive. More monasteries, more branch monasteries, hundreds of monasteries around Thailand and indeed around the world. Monks, nuns, laymen, laywomen, probably you might say in the millions. There's definitely not a small number of people. So it's still very much a living tradition, and we're kind of preserving something of Ajahn Chah in the way we practice. Not only the quotes, everyone loves to quote Ajahn Chah, different things he said, and that is important. And there are so many. Where would you start? Just like the Buddha, there's so many teachings the Buddha gave. If you were asked what is your favorite teaching of the Buddha, it might be hard to actually pin one particular teaching down, because they're all given at different occasions to different people, different situations. Ajahn Chah is much the same. You know, there are those quotes from Ajahn Chah that when the time is right, they really mean something. And quite often they'll pop up, you know, like literally on your, your screen, your feed, on your digital screen, but quite often just into your memory, particularly if you meditate and you've read or heard his teachings. Or sometimes other people quote them. You know, everyone is walking around with T-shirts with Ajahn Chah quotes on these days. So you may just be walking behind somebody who's telling you that, you know, if you attach a lot, you'll suffer a lot. So if you keep your eyes open, you'll notice, oh, there's Ajahn Chah teaching us again. So Ajahn Chah is kind of living on, particularly through the Sangha and the way they practice, all the things they do, but then also through the books and through the laity as well. And we shouldn't forget that, because obviously this event has particularly been arranged for the benefit of you, the laity. You are part of Ajahn Chah's community, students of Ajahn Chah. If you have faith in his wisdom, his teachings, in the Sangha as they are now today, then you're part of that community too. And Ajahn Chah was very inclusive in his teachings. He certainly didn't sort of say only monks or nuns can practice and no one else can. Not at all. You know, the flavor and the message you get from his teachings is that the practice is for everyone. It's open. And that's how it should be. And that's how Buddhism is. It's open to everyone. But of course, we have to practice. And that's the hard one. Making the jump from just liking it, believing in it. You know, I believe Ajahn Chah was enlightened. I believe Ajahn Chah was a wise monk. Okay, probably many people would agree with that. But making the jump to, because Ajahn Chah was a wise teacher, now I'm going to do what he said. You know, as soon as it's time to meditate, you know, while I'm speaking, probably you can all sit there and listen, and maybe you like what I say, maybe you don't, I don't know. But if I stop and say, we're now going to do 1 hour meditation, maybe you'll start wriggling in your seats. But that would have been a very Ajahn Chah thing. He actually, just through his skill in using situations, he quite often got people to meditate much longer than they would have done themselves. He was very good at that, getting people to push themselves a little bit more than usual. And that's also not only do we have the quotes that people love to give, but also the stories about when they had to sit all night or go without something, or, you know, push themselves a little bit more in some situation. That seems to be the flavor of his teaching. But it's very difficult to describe it as a kind of a system or a technique. And nowadays, everyone wants a technique. They say, what is the Ajahn Chah technique? I mean, Ajahn Chah was just teaching what the Buddha taught. You know, the Noble Eightfold Path as a way of practice, cultivating those 8 different qualities, factors, realizing the Four Noble Truths, all the usual things that Buddhist masters and teachers give all over the world. Nothing really unusual, but it was his wisdom and mindfulness and just his compassion that brought out the best in him in teaching other people. That's what people sort of often remember. He was a very good teacher because he always seemed to be right there in touch with what was going on whenever it was, whatever it was, and being able to address the person, the situation with good Dhamma teachings at that time. So he didn't necessarily have a particular technique. I mean, some people nowadays will say, oh, Luang Por Chah taught letting go. And, you know, that's a very vague term and has been misused over and over again through the years. If we let go, we'd probably just go home now. letting go can mean many things, can't it? Or when you're angry, oh, I just let go and scold the person I don't like. So there's many ways of letting go, not always that wise. But that wouldn't be what Ajahn Chah taught. Anyone who's lived with him and lived in his Sangha would know, well, that may be a tool, a reflection that you do use quite often, but it has to be used carefully with wisdom, as all the different practices they're all the same. I remember one Western monk asked Ajahn Chah, where should we begin the practice of Dhamma? And he said, the practice begins with wisdom. Panya is the Buddhist word for wisdom. And the monk was confused because most people see wisdom as the end of the practice, the final result, the understanding, the insight that frees you from suffering. That's what we're aiming for, but most people see that as the kind of final thing you gain through your practice. But Ajahn Chah said it's the beginning of the practice. So maybe that means you have to go off and suddenly read a pile of books quickly to get a lot of wisdom so you can start practicing. But I'm not sure that that's what he meant. In that situation, what he was referring to, because there is a bit more explanation later, he said, you need the wisdom to see the value of keeping the precepts, which is wisdom, isn't it? Just knowing these precepts, whether you're a lay person keeping 5 precepts or trying to keep 8 precepts, or you're a Buddhist monk or nun keeping the Vinaya, many precepts, there has to be something in you that motivates you to do that, because it's not something anyone can force on you. And you may temporarily be able to force someone to keep the 5 precepts, but that's not how the Buddha taught. So you need wisdom. You need some understanding that this is going to work, this is going to help me, this is going to improve my life. So Ajahn Chah's technique, then you could say, is wisdom. You need wisdom. And then sort of people, as I said, they're sort of frustrated. What do I do to get wisdom? Read more books, listen to more talks. And of course, that can be one good way of gaining some wisdom. But we also need to think or reflect on the teachings and see how they apply to us as a human being, wherever we are in our life, whether we're young, we're old, wherever we are, whatever our situation is. We need to reflect or bring into our heart and contemplate. So then a lot of people say, well, Ajahn Chah's technique is contemplation, bringing up the Dhamma, the teachings of the Buddha, trying to understand them and apply them in daily life, which is not a bad reflection, not a bad conclusion from that, but maybe that's not the whole practice, but it is certainly a very useful way of looking at it. We need to use our minds, and we all got a mind, to understand the Dhamma. But of course, there are many levels or depths to understanding. And again, one of Ajahn Chah's amazing skills was he could apply the Dhamma and present it to people from all backgrounds, on all levels. So it could be, he could give a Dhamma talk. This is my experience anyway. He could give a Dhamma talk, and there could be people sitting listening to that Dhamma talk who are already very advanced in their practice, what we call Arya Pugalas, noble ones, listening, and just need a little tweak of their understanding to just get beyond some particular mental defilement or attachment they have. They just need a little nudge, a little correction of their view maybe, because they're already very advanced. But then at the same time, the same situation, the same talk, there could be someone who's totally new to Buddhism, and they'll also get something very useful out of the talk. For myself, when I first went to live with the Sangha of Ajahn Chah, I came right at the end of his life. He was alive, but I came in 1983. He passed away in 1992. So I only caught him at the end of his life. But what I wanted to do was learn his Dhamma. So I spent a lot of time translating his teachings from Thai into English, just as you've heard today. Some of the talks are being translated for you. I spent a lot of time doing that, and I found that that's gave me an insight into what he was teaching. Not the whole insight. I mean, living teachers are also, other monks, lay people around me. They would also give me many teachings and guidelines in the practice. But I got a lot from listening and translating. And I realized, you translate a talk of Ajahn Chah. When you begin, you're a newcomer, so you're learning all these phrases, and they make some sense and they're very useful. But then sometimes I go back a year or two later, or even 5 or 10 years later, just get a whole new depth of Dhamma or understanding from the same talk. And I realize, Dhamma partly is where you're at when you're listening, isn't it? We can say Ajahn Chah is a really good teacher, and he was so wise, so clear in his mind, and so compassionate, because it takes a lot of time and effort to teach. But for the listener or the student living with him, listening to him, practicing with him, it would depend on them as well. Where are they at? And sometimes we're ready for the Dhamma. Sometimes we're not. And we have a lot of resistance. And certainly Ajahn Chah's students, if you ask them over the years, there'll be people who have had their moments resisting the teacher, maybe even been totally fed up and angry with Ajahn Chah. It's not all love and respect. But one thing I remember, this is something I was told very early on, is that, if you do get angry with the teachings or the teacher, it won't last, because as soon as you think about it, who are you angry with and why? Very quickly you'll see it's not the teacher's fault. It's not the teacher to blame. It's yourself, your own wrong thinking, your attachment. You're not getting what you want, maybe, and the teacher is pointing that out to you so you can go beyond it. And this would happen over and over again. So if the teacher makes you sit meditation longer than you would like, and you have a bit of pain in your legs and you're wriggling around, or you stay up later than you would like and you can't go to sleep when you want, or you're not getting the food or the comfort or the this or the that or the recognition, the appreciation that you want. This is nothing to blame the teacher about. He's just pointing it out to you by maybe just presenting a situation where you can reflect. So he was very good at that, and it wouldn't be all bed of roses for him or for the people living with him. If you ask Luang Por Sumedho what it was like when he first went to stay with Ajahn Chah, the first thing Ajahn Chah said to him was, you can stay here and study and practice, but I won't spoil you. There's already setting the picture. It's like, oh, okay. You don't know what you're getting in for then. And especially in the early days, his monastery was very poor. He was a great teacher, and there certainly were many people who attended the monastery, lots of monks, lots of lay people visited, but the monastery was quite poor. When I first went there, the food you ate was all put together in your bowl. You didn't even choose your own food. It was spooned into your bowl for you. And you just had to take what you got, like it or not. And to be honest, his monastery had a reputation throughout Thailand, or certainly in the Sangha of Thailand, the worst food. And it would be a place that monks would not go to because they were afraid of the food. Obviously, things have changed these days. Luang Por Liem is very kind, and there's plenty of good food. But that was the reputation. And they would say food is not delicious at Wat Pah Pong, and sleep is not delicious at Wat Pah Pong. And that was another one. The very first time I stayed there as a layman, I was in the sala. When you're a layman, you don't get put into a night like now we're staying in hotels and nice rooms with beds and everything. You slept on the floor, the concrete floor of the meditation hall, with mosquitoes buzzing around your head all night on simple mat, no mattress, next to a skeleton. And I slept next to a skeleton. There's one other layman there, and he went in and he put his mat down near the skeleton. And it's like, oh, I don't want to sleep next to a skeleton, because there was a skeleton hanging up in a glass cabinet. Says, I'm moving to the other side. So he moved over to the other side. What he didn't realize is there was a skeleton there as well. There's two either side kind of protecting the meditation hall. Protecting it from what? Protecting it from delusion. Because as Ajahn Chah said, skeletons are everywhere. I can see hundreds of them now. And he said, practice until you can see it. Everyone is a skeleton. It's just we don't like to think of it in that way, this human body. But that was the truth. But when you're new, you sleep next to a skeleton, and sleep is not delicious. You sleep a few hours, you wake up, and that's it. You just don't want to fall asleep. Scared of ghosts, scared of this, scared of that. So that was his monastery. You know, sleep wasn't great, food wasn't great, the furnishings weren't great. You know, skeleton on the wall. That was what introduced you to the Dhamma. Perhaps I was lucky because I traveled from London to Thailand. I don't know how far it is, 10,000 kilometers or something. I don't know. So I thought, if I don't like it, it's a long way to go back. And I think Ajahn Chah and his teachings and the way he set the Sangha out, certainly for the Western monks, the foreign monks, he had that in mind. It's like, they're going to just have to put up with all of this, because they can't, it's very difficult to just walk away. It's a long way to go. The Thai monks, not very far to go home. So some of them didn't last so long. I think some of the Western monks didn't last so long. But for myself, it was always, I'm going to have to learn about this, how to live in this situation. But what I found was that the Dhamma that he taught, and translating his talks, first of all, and then reflecting on them, bringing them inwards, that was the way I survived, using the Dhamma. And that, as far as I understand, that's what Ajahn Chah encouraged. Keeping the sila, say for a monk, is the Vinaya, and then learning the Dhamma, learning it, and then reflecting on it, contemplating it, until you understand it. And as you understand it, your mind goes more quiet, because you're seeing things more correctly once you apply your mind to the Dhamma. But obviously that takes time, and you have to go through some bumps and bruises along the way, which provides lots of food for Dhamma talks. And we even used to say that, like when I was an Anagarika or novice, sometimes, you know, somebody would have a difficult time. Maybe they'd catch some strange illness where they had fever that put them on their back for 7 days and no real medicine or no way of really treating it. And they'd sort of be lying there sweating, in pain, uncomfortable, miserable. And a friend would come and see them in their kuti in the forest, in their hut in the forest, and say, how are you doing? And say, oh, head hurts, the body's in fever, just lying on my back looking at a tin roof all day long. It's pretty bad. And they say, well, one day you'll become a big teacher like Luang Por Chah, and you'll have a story to tell everyone. So, oh, okay. So you can always put a positive spin on suffering, I guess. It becomes the food of the story. But that's how Ajahn Chah's Sangha, and that's how he taught. He just took very ordinary situations, but turned them into Dhamma. First, he did it himself through his teachings, and then he encouraged us to do it for ourselves. And you can do it for yourself as well. I mean, if you are talking about quotes of Ajahn Chah, perhaps one that is very applicable to everyone, everywhere, most of the time, I'd say, if you're suffering, it's because you're thinking in the wrong way. Your thoughts are wrong. Somewhere or other, you're going wrong in your understanding, or maybe just the fact you're thinking too much, or thinking in the wrong way, a negative way, or whatever. It's such a useful little teaching, and that's one he used quite a lot. If you're suffering, it's because you're thinking wrong. So you have to come back to yourself, don't you? And this is entirely in line with the Buddha's teaching, except for it's just a very practical way of applying the Buddha's teaching. You could be at home, you could be at work, you could be in the monastery. It doesn't matter. It's not limited to time or space or place. If you're suffering, you must be thinking wrong. So say you are suffering, you're angry, you're worried, you're confused, you're miserable in some way, you're suffering. Instead of just indulging it and getting stuck there, maybe bring up that question, where am I going wrong in my thinking? And that's what brings you closer to Ajahn Chah. You might call that the Ajahn Chah inside, the internal Ajahn Chah. We know Ajahn Chah on the outside, the pictures, the talks, the monasteries, all of that, and that's helpful as well. But what I think he was encouraging all the time was for us to go inwards into our own practice and not just to rely on him, but just maybe get a starter from him. But then you have to learn for yourself, don't you? How to deal with your own stress, your own suffering, your own confusion. And a lot of it is just you're thinking in the wrong way. So how do you address that? How do you deal with that? Well, you have to pay more attention, don't you? And that's why, again, another part of Ajahn Chah's system or technique, for want of a better word, is being present in the moment, being mindful, paying attention, because then you can learn. So he would say, you know, if you want wisdom, which I think we all do, we all want to be wiser, to know things, to understand things, you need to pay attention. It's not something you can just gain from a book alone. You have to bring your mind inwards and bring your attention inwards to really get to the real truth of existence and the way we are, you know, this body, this mind as it is in the present moment. We have to pay attention. We need mindfulness, and then we need to reflect on things if we're to understand, and if we're to change our thinking for the better, either give up wrong thinking or at least alter it to improve it. We need to do that. And so that's another bit of Ajahn Chah, you know, this sort of constant coming back to the present moment. What are you doing? What are you thinking? What are you saying? Over and over again, you get that, not just from him, but from the other Sangha members. When I did first stay at Wat Nombapong, Ajahn Chah's monastery, that was something that I constantly was both being admonished, meaning other people were reminding me about, and also something I noticed, like it was quite hard. Like, as I said, you know, food wasn't great, climate wasn't great, didn't sleep a lot. Sometimes there was hard work to do. Sometimes it was too hot, too cold. You wouldn't believe it. You could actually be too cold in Thailand, because when I was an anagarika, you just have this one little piece of white cloth over your shoulder. You had to come to a morning meeting at 3 a.m. and you'd watch Ajahn Pasanno, who will give a talk later. He was the abbot of Wat Nana Chat in those days. He would sit there very serene and solid. And but as an anagarika, you just have a little white piece of cloth over your shoulder, one bare shoulder, and it could be down to like 10 degrees or something. You'd sit there freezing. So you could be too cold, too hot, whatever. But I learned, you know, you have to bring your attention back and watch your mind and see where your suffering is. And if you start to complain internally, well, that becomes a mood, that becomes suffering. And then what happens next is you generally start complaining to someone near you. You say, oh, isn't it cold? Or I hate the cold, or whatever. But the monks would always sort of look at you with a kind of mature but slightly sort of sympathetic kind of look, and they sort of say, yes, it's cold, don't think about it too much. Or, you know, don't complain too much. And I noticed the monks, they never complained. They get up early, they stay up late, one meal a day, cold, hot, hard work, long hours of meditation, simple living conditions. They never complained. And complaints became very out of place. I could go to Ajahn Chah's monastery and live there, and for days on end, you wouldn't hear a single complaint. True, I didn't speak Thai at first, so maybe there were some complaints in the background. I don't know. But I don't think there were many, because if you're living with people, you get to know them. And the monks never complain. Like, I remember one time we stayed up all night meditating, and so by the morning you're exhausted, you go on alms round into the village, come back, eat your meal. And then this was a particular day, there was a building project. Luang Por Liem was leading a building project to improve the monastery, and not much money available, so sometimes the monks would help. And I just said, there's all these monks working, none of them slept last night. How do you do it? And he just said, well, you have faith in the teacher and you're practicing and you just get on with it and you don't think too much about it. The job needs to be done. I said, oh, okay. No one complained. Whatever happened, no one complained. A friend of mine, his father died. You know, sooner or later, our loved ones die. And the news was read out at the mealtime. Luang Por Liem received a letter, he passed it to the next monk, and the next monk read it out. Oh, so-and-so, your father just passed away. Okay. It's almost like being in a kind of prison of a war camp. You sort of, oh, okay, oh, he died. It's not that people didn't care. Of course they cared and they were very warm and supportive, but things were just very simple and very open, very honest, and people didn't complain. They put up with things, so many things, illness, hardship. Why? Because they have faith and they realize complaining doesn't help, does it? Doesn't make your mind peaceful, doesn't solve the problem, complaining. What you need to do is look and see, well, what is the problem? What is the solution? What can we do in this case? And quite often there's nothing you can do, is it, other than endure. So people never complained, even though it could be quite hard and you might think people would complain. They didn't, because they were in training. They were coming back to watch their mind. And this is Ajahn, you might say, Ajahn Chah's technique. You come back to watch your mind at all times, because the Dhamma is there teaching you at all times. Even one of his books that Katanyuta group probably published is Everything is Teaching Us. Every last thing is teaching us if you make it a teaching. Doesn't mean to say you have to go out, you know, giving talks or something. It just means noticing the way things are from your own body and mind in the present moment. So to do that, you need to pay attention. So Ajahn Chah is always getting people to pay attention to themselves and to the situation. Sometimes you need to pay attention, be mindful as you interact with the world around you. Sometimes it's just you're on your own and you're lost in some thought, some mood. And he was very good at getting people out of that so they see themselves. You know, lots of people, I mean, really their personal experiences, personal reflections for them to say, but a few that have been shared with me over the years, one that seems quite pertinent. There was one monk who came from another monastery to live with Ajahn Chah, and he was already a scholar, so he was an expert in the Buddhist texts. And that's quite common nowadays. People put a lot of effort into their study. They learn a lot, know a lot. They can explain the Pali, the different terms, and that's a useful resource for the world. But the danger is if you don't meditate and haven't brought it into your mind and seen it for yourself in your own mind, is that you tend to attach to the words and the knowledge with a sense of self. And it's not just Buddhists, obviously. Anyone in the world can do this. You have some knowledge, some skills, some success in one area, and that becomes who you are. So this monk was very proud. And at the beginning, he didn't realize it. So he's proud, had a great conceit. Nowadays, we use the word ego, but the Buddhist term is ditthi-mana. He had this self-view and conceit. And he'd walk around the monastery very proud. And when I first met him, he was like that. Kind of look down at you a little bit, because he knew a lot. But with this pride, he also had a lot of anger, because he thought he knew better than anyone else. But he was still attached to the idea that he knew better than anyone else, a view, an idea, a self-view. And Ajahn Chah would always be looking for ways to get people to see where they were attaching in this way. And this is the hardest thing of all. You know, we all know about letting go of the desire for cup of coffee or, to sleep or something, but to let go of self-view. We're talking now about the hardest thing for human beings to see and then the hardest thing to let go of. But this monk had it, and he was there just to learn to meditate with Ajahn Chah. That's why he went there to Ajahn Chah's. And he said he had this view, I know a lot. I'm coming from a place where I have lots of lay disciples, devotees, and they look after me very well, support me very well. I could just stay there, but I realized I'm missing something. And he wanted to learn with Ajahn Chah in the forest. So he, all credit to him, he gave up a lot of comfort to come and live in a very difficult situation in the forest with no real comforts, no recognition, he wasn't being spoiled. So he came there, but he still hadn't fully seen himself. So Ajahn Chah was looking for ways to point this out. And Ajahn Chah had so many ways, but number one, he'd get to know that person, their character, the way they thought, the way they acted. And, we believe sometimes this was on the level of his meditation. He'd just know someone's mind. It would seem he'd know very quickly, very sharp, where they're at, what their problem was, where their suffering was. So he seemed to work that out with this monk. And the first thing he started teaching him about was conceit, this view, I know the Dhamma. And he'd listen to Ajahn Chah and he'd always be judging Ajahn Chah. Ajahn Chah doesn't know as much Dhamma as me. I know the Pali, I know all the terms. Ajahn Chah doesn't. So I maybe am better than Ajahn Chah. And he admitted this later, but at the time he couldn't see it. So that's quite a strong, what we call a mental defilement. So Ajahn Chah has to deal with that. And that means he has to be tolerant of someone who's very kind of arrogant, bossy in his monastery, living with him, always looking at him critically. And I'm not saying once, it's like day after day. You have to put up with that. And that's the compassion of Ajahn Chah, all these different characters. Then he has his wisdom. How can I help this person see themselves, get the mind to turn around, looking inwards, rather than looking out at the world and comparing with the world, I'm better than them and all this. So there's one day the monk was always sitting, listening to Ajahn Chah teach, thinking, is Ajahn Chah enlightened or not? So at the end of Ajahn Chah's teaching, he just asked the monk, he said, so am I enlightened or not? And the monk like, oh, that's exactly what I was thinking. How did he know? And so Ajahn Chah is just pointing out a very practical application of the mind. Of course, we learn knowledge, we read, we learn, we listen and remember, and that's good. But now Ajahn Chah was saying, I actually know what your mind is like and what's going on. And that really, he said that really went in deep for him. It's like, oh, this guy, he really knows. And he's embarrassed. It's like, oh, he's caught me out. So that helped. But he wasn't done with the anger yet. The conceit started to drop from that day. The ego started to go down, but the anger was still there, still a bit puffed up. And he said, yeah, a lot of the monks didn't like me and they walk around, kind of look down my nose at them. And I'd often say negative things about them. So another time, Ajahn Chah used a simple situation. An old villager came to visit him. And in those days, Wat Pah Pong, the roads and pathways were not well developed. So people sometimes got lost walking around the jungle before they got out of the monastery to go back to their village. And a lot of people came on foot. This man came on foot to visit Ajahn Chah. He had a conversation with Ajahn Chah. And then he had to go home and he couldn't work out his way. And it was getting dark. And in those days, there's no electricity, no lights. So he's stumbling around, so he asked Ajahn Chah, which is the way back to my village? And Wat Pah Pong is surrounded by many villages. So you could literally go in any direction and there'll be a village. But of course, it might not be your village. So which way to my village? Ajahn Chah said, oh, okay. You have to go past that hut over there, which is where the monk with the problems of conceit and arrogance and anger lived. Go past that hut and then you go take the path beyond it through the forest and keep going and you'll get home. But when you go past that hut, just take a pause, take a moment and check, because that's where we keep our pet tiger. and this is the old days. You say pet tiger, that means a tiger, and it means it can kill you. And they did kill people. So the man was like, what? So he starts nervously going, and he goes past the hut. Pet tiger, where is it? So he didn't want to just walk past. He walked around the hut a few times, checking, where is it? Where is it? Maybe it's lying down there in that corner. And the monk is upstairs watching this man wander around his hut. So he came down, he was intrigued, and he said, why are you walking around my hut? And he said, I'm going home, but Ajahn Chah told me to watch out for the tiger here. I'm just checking where it is. And then the man looked up, and this monk on his arm, he had a big tattoo of a tiger. And the monk knew instantly, Ajahn Chah, he's got me again. The man went on his way, but the monk is like, after that, he's like, because in Thailand, often you call someone a tiger, it means they get really angry. They have the anger of a tiger, they roar. So he knew Ajahn Chah is now he's calling me a tiger. I'm angry. The day before he's pointing out my conceit. So he said, within a few months of living with Ajahn Chah, his ego and his sort of arrogance just sort of crumbled down to a much more modest, ordinary level. And then he's ready to learn, ready to meditate, ready to learn the Dhamma. All of us have to do that in one way or another, but you have to learn how to reflect back on yourself, don't you? That's the compassion of a teacher. If they have a way, any kind of wisdom or method that they can help you to see yourself, that's such a benefit, such a blessing. But at the time, you might not see it. I mean, you don't see it as a blessing if someone's pointing out that you're angry or you're attached in some way. Usually you resist, don't you? So, who are you to tell me? You complain. But it's actually a blessing, isn't it, when a teacher points this out? We learn it from our parents when we're young. So, your mum and dad say, don't do this, go there, don't do that, don't do this, you must do this. And for a while, we kind of accept it, usually, not always. And then you grow up, but you don't want that anymore. Once you're an adult, you don't want everyone telling you what to do, where to go. So then we start resisting, and that's when we form this strong sense of self. You might call it ego. But when you encounter a teacher like Ajahn Chah, they can help in that way. They can't do it for you, but they can help point out the suffering of this holding on to self-view, which for me, and I think many others, this is the crux or the center of Buddhist practice, is to help you see that attachment to your self-view is the cause of your suffering. But you have to be able to look inwards and see that. And it could be the suffering in the family, the workplace, the monastery, wherever. But it will be this sense of self-view that is feeding it. Or as it comes out, you just say the wrong thinking, the negative thinking, the complaining, the worry, the greed, the confusion, the delusion. There's many ways it shows itself. But this is what Ajahn Chah was very good at, showing and helping people to see in one way or another. And that really leaves its imprint for the rest of your life, maybe. You really learn and improve. And sometimes very, very dramatically, you change as a person for the better. And you don't forget that. That's something that stays with you for life. And so then you have eternal gratitude to the teacher, which means you keep practicing, having events like this, or in your daily life, carrying on with your meditation, keeping precepts, offering dana, all the things we do. You get the inspiration to keep doing that, partly because you remember the teacher. So many of the older generation, you think of Ajahn Chah, straight away you know what that means. It means something to you. So you get energy from it, you get a reminder of how to practice, what you have to do. You get many things. You can sometimes get samadhi. Just remembering Ajahn Chah, your mind can go into samadhi. You might call it Sanghanusati, where you recollect the teacher and the qualities of the teacher. And just very quickly your mind calms down, settles down. Or it could be Dhammanusati, recollection of the Dhamma. So you hear a Dhamma talk from Ajahn Chah, or a recording, or read a book. and your mind gathers together and goes into samadhi straight away. It won't always be like that, but these are some of the experiences you don't forget. Or just visiting the monastery, like maybe next month, some of you might be going to Ajahn Chah's monastery for the anniversary of his death, 16th of January, where we have a meditation retreat, teachings, and people go to practice in large numbers still today. So for me, I just walk in the monastery, Wat Nombapong, and the mind just sort of goes quiet straight away. Something there. Partly it's memory, I guess, but partly it's something there, kind of a pleasant, peaceful atmosphere that pervades the event or the place. Really, it's any time of year you can go there, but that often is when people do visit. Or you go to the Chedi where his relics are, you bow, you meditate, you chant, and you get this very peaceful state of mind, remembering the teacher. And quite often you learn things, if only how to endure a bit of pain or discomfort, and usually a bit more than that. I think my time has run out now, but just giving you a few recollections, partly personal recollections and partly just talking in general about Ajahn Chah and his teachings. I certainly have no regrets becoming a student of his, living with him, practicing with him to this day. And even if he isn't alive, just following his teachings, following the Sangha, I really couldn't recommend a better way to live. So that's the talk today.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. We would like to now invite Sister Kim Liu to offer Sanghadana to Luang Por Kalyano.
有请洪金柳女居士供养资具给龙坡卡雷亚诺。
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Please bow 3 times. Bow. Bow. Bow.
Brothers and sisters in Dhamma, our next Dhamma talk is by Luang Por Pasanno. Let us maintain silence until the Dhamma talk.
各位佛友，接下来我们恭请龙坡帕沙诺慈悲开示，在等待的时刻，请大家保持圣默然。
Dear friends, we invite Brother Yo Jin Ho to light the candles and incense. Kindly fold your palms in Anjali.
有请杨仁和居士点灯和供香，请大众合掌。
Brahma Chaloka Dipati Sahang Pati Katanjalian Divarang Ayachata Santi Dasata Paraja Kejatika Desetu Dhammang Anukampi Mampajang.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddhang Dhammang Sanghang Namasami Namatu Acharya Sam. So, first of all, I'd like to apologize if I start going into fits of coughing. I managed to pick up a cold a few days before coming here, and it's deep down in my chest now. Anyway, it is what it is. And I'm very happy to have the opportunity to join you all here. And this Ajahn Chah Remembrance Day is, I mean, it's I've been to a couple of them now, and they're always very memorable occasions, and particularly seeing the faith of the lay community and the just the number of people who come out to listen to the talks, fill up a hall this large. It's amazing. And then all the volunteers who help facilitate the event and look after all. This is a very large gathering of monastics that are here, a lot of senior monks, so that it takes the amount of logistics that it takes is not to be overlooked and to not to be unrecognized or to be unrecognized. It really needs to be recognized that people who put a lot of care and attention and have put a lot of effort into making this event happen and making it as successful as it is. So it's real. It is a real credit to you all as say as Buddhists here in Malaysia and Singapore, and certainly the local people here have been helping out tremendously. And of course, it is, as Ajahn Kalyano was mentioning, it is really a testament to Ajahn Chah and the impact that his teachings have left us, because he has passed away over 30 years ago. And I think back and I find it kind of astounding, because also he was ill for almost 10 years before he passed away. So that the legacy is not just a personal legacy, because personalities don't last all that long, and but the impact of the teachings and the truth and the example that he set in his and his legacy of Sangha, as evidenced by, I mean, there's still a few of us that lived with Ajahn Chah, and then it's continued into the new generations, in the second, third generations now, since Ajahn Chah began to get ill and since his passing. So his teachings have an impact, and they are really is an important reflection to be considering, what is useful, or what can I take away from this legacy that would be helpful to myself and to others. So that's it is certainly something to be really considering and reflecting on, because this the teaching of the Lord Buddha is really a teaching of transformation, and of course Ajahn Chah was say an exemplar that, and certainly that sense of, yeah, just the transformation from a ordinary run-of-the-mill human being stuck in the world to a being that is actually peaceful and happy and free. That is a amazing transformation, and and also similarly to what Ajahn Kalyano was just speaking about, the ability of and the pinpointing of Ajahn Chah's teaching to the ability to transform our self-view away from the personality and the personhood and to Dhamma, to truth. This is, I think, something that is really important, and and there are many ways that Ajahn Chah did that, and there are many aspects of Ajahn Chah's teachings, and probably each of the senior elders who are going to be giving some reflections will be highlighting different elements of the teaching or of the Buddha's teaching as well. But there is this element, I think, of that is really important to be recognizing, that we have this opportunity to step away from our self-perception, and one of the ways that Ajahn Chah would do that is to kind of push you and into seeing that, and remember one of the ways that Ajahn Chah would do that, and remember, this is from Jack Cornfield talks about it as his memory of his first meeting with Ajahn Chah, and it was something that I witnessed over the years of him, a new person coming to the monastery, and Ajahn Chah sort of welcomed them, but I hope you're not afraid to suffer, and that really takes you aback, because who comes to anywhere just to suffer? But Ajahn Chah then, and you end up sort of looking confused, and Jack certainly did, confused, and what do you mean? And Ajahn Chah said, well, there's two kinds of suffering. There's the kind of suffering that you run away from and it keeps following you, and there's the suffering that you're willing to look at and learn from. And of course, that's what Ajahn, the whole training and the way of setting up Wat Pah Pong and the training of Wat Pah Pong was designed to learn from things and learn from the difficulties. And Ajahn Chah was never afraid to present some difficulties. And just the simplicity of life and the ordinariness of a monastic lifestyle is enough for the mind to get restless or confused or whatever. So you definitely, just life is teaching us all the time, but oftentimes we're distracting ourselves. So that willingness to look more carefully at, am I Am I dissatisfied? Am I happy? Am I content? Am I clear? Am I peaceful? Am I actually, is this anything approaching wisdom? And often if you're honest, it's sort of the the reality is that we're oftentimes far away from peace or wisdom, but it takes that willingness to look and check and see and say, recognize when we are discontent, so that the willingness to look carefully at things so that we're able to step out of our habitual patterns. And of course, the habitual patterns of me and mine, the I making and the mind making, the underlying tendency to conceit. This is, the Buddha points to this so often. Ahankara, mamankara, mananusaya. There's that sense of I making, mind making, this underlying tendencies that prop up the personality. These are the things that we that dog us through our lives. So having ways of reflecting and investigating and seeing, and of course that's what a lot of practice is about. Is this willingness to reflect, to investigate, and to put effort into the practice, into the training, because then there's always going to be some kind of resistance, some kind of obstacle will come up, and are we willing to learn from that? Because that's where the Dhamma is what we can learn from. So this sense of and I think putting forth effort is sometimes, it really needs to be reflected on as well. And because sometimes we're very enthusiastic and we put forth effort, and then when we're not so enthusiastic, then we kind of goof off, or we distract ourselves. We're good at distracting ourselves, but then and this is something that Ajahn Chah, it just in a very simple way, when he described the Dhamma, when he's asked, what is the Dhamma? And because, when you think of it as, are we just going to come up with a philosophical definition? What is Dhamma? Are we going to come up with something from our memory? What Ajahn Chah said, Dhamma is, in Thai, it's Dhamma ku kwam padi, and this is sort of, Dhamma is that which is just right, that which is in balance. And so that the sense of what's just enough, what's just right, what is in balance, that's not so easy to recognize, is it? And it's the same way when the Buddha says, the end of suffering is in the middle way, and how do you measure the middle way? Because it's again, it's just it's that which is right in balance. It's just right, and so that one has to be able to measure it through one's own experience and say what is it that actually frees the heart from its views and opinions, its clinging and attachment, and its obsessions with itself. So this is a and so this is why the Buddha described the Dhamma as open-aiko. It's leading inwards. This has to be understood within the heart. So that this sense of what is just right is sometimes because sometimes we think the more effort we put into it, then the more we're going to learn. And sometimes that's not the case at all. Sometimes we have, Ajahn Chah, remember one time pointing to somebody who was getting very, very thin. They were getting really ascetic, and because you hear, okay, you've got to eat little, you got to sleep little, you've got to meditate a lot, and which is good advice, except when it doesn't work. So is this how do you what's just right? And so Ajahn Chah was sort of saying, yeah, you have to learn how to eat more. And there's sort of because the monk was working on the assumption that I just need to be more ascetic. I have to put more effort in. He said, you have to learn how to relax. You have to learn how to just find what the right balance is. So that there's no absolute formula. It's just what is it that allows this sense of just right in the heart to manifest, and this is what a practice oftentimes starts to reveal, being able to see. And one of the things, because certainly at the beginning of at the rains retreat, one of the things we used to do at Wapapong was make these determinations to do extra practice, do extra sitting, do extra projects, and we were encouraged to do it, and it was useful. And one time, a monk asked Ajahn Chah, "I'm trying to decide what determination to make, what adhitthana to do, and do you have a suggestion?" And Ajahn Chah said, just make the determination to practice steadily with whatever conditions arise. So it was just such sort of spot on advice of how to work with things, and just the sense of, and I think Ajahn Dtumrong certainly pointed to the sense of patience, sense of being willing to be patient, have a steady heart in the various circumstances that we experience. And again, sometimes we do have a lot of energy. It can be we be patient with that. Sometimes we're not so energetic. How can we be patient with that? So that and oftentimes we try to live up to the ideals that we have without really paying attention to what works. So that, and this Ajahn Chah, he said, because he saw monks that were putting a tremendous amount of effort into the practice, but getting more and more tense, or getting so don't try to be a 10-wheel truck when all you are is a little wheelbarrow. This is this simple image that sort of, don't try to pick up too much when you're not ready. Be willing to be patient, to lay the foundations of your practice, and then keep practicing over time. I mean, that's something that Ajahn Chah would emphasize over and over and over again, like this sense. Right practice is consistent practice. So there's a steadiness to the practice that we're willing to keep coming back to, keep encouraging ourselves, keep nourishing, because this is the sense that, you know, everything needs to be nourished and nurtured. That's the nature of all existence, and whether it's on a physical realm, we need to be nourished every day, and the lay people provide that. And the lay people have their meals, and everybody's nourished in different way. But then also, you know, we need to have this spiritual nourishment. That's something we need to figure out for ourselves. How do we remind ourselves? How do we encourage ourselves? How do we recollect? I think certainly having an event like today and tomorrow, where we come together and recollect the teachings of Ajahn Chah and teachings of the Dhamma, this is an incredible nourishing, and it certainly has already nourished me, because it was yeah, I mean, just a wonderful day today. But then I was just leading the day, not last night before last, because sort of recollecting, okay, we're going to be having this event, but then I had this lovely dream of Ajahn Chah at night, and it's this, and I mean, Ajahn Chah has been sick was sick for 10 years. He's been passed away for 30 years. And I still have dreams of Ajahn Chah, because the impact that he had, and it's such a nourishing memory. So that to be able to just review and reflect and recollect on teachings and qualities that are important for laying the foundations of practice, and I think one of the qualities that is helpful is this, and again, this coming back to that theme of relinquishing personality and relinquishing and it's not like you're trying to not have a personality. I mean, but it's not that relinquishment of self-cherishing, where what feeds that is a tremendous appreciation and respect for truth and respect for Dhamma. And in order to access that, it does require a tremendous humility. And this is a good example that Ajahn Chah gave. Remember Ajahn Chah saying, you know, as you practice the Dhamma, don't get too inflated about what you want, or what you want to be, or what you think you should be, or what you think you should do. Just learn how to practice like an earthworm. This earthworm practice, all you're doing is just keep moving forward. Keep moving forward. You're not. This earthworms don't really know exactly where they're going, but they keep doing it, and then just as in our own sense of our approach to practice, bringing that sense of humility into the practice, because it in the end it really nourishes this ability to be able to set aside that self-cherishing, and to cherish the Dhamma, cherish the truth, cherish the practice, cherish the training. This is something that Ajahn Chah was such a good example of. He was willing to train us, as opposed to just sort of lecture to us. He was always say like a teacher and a trainer. as opposed to some religious authority of some sort. And then he was willing to do that in a way that transformed so many people. And of course, that is the beauty of having days like today is you get the now. Of course, there's a few of the senior Thai elders here, and and a couple of them have shared their perspectives already. But then there's the other elders from other countries and nationalities, and we get to share our experience. And you realize that this Dhamma Vinaya that the Buddha himself pointed to as his legacy, because that's a very famous or well-known scenario when Ananda was very concerned at the end of the Buddha's life, who was going to be the head of the Sangha, who was going to take over leadership of the Sangha. And because the Buddha hadn't designated anybody as the leader, and the Buddha sort of said, no, in reality, this wasn't about me that was leading this sasana, this Sangha. It's about the Dhamma in Vinaya. Take the Dhamma Vinaya as the teacher. Take the Dhamma Vinaya as the leader. And so that, I think that's, again, something that Ajahn Chah embodied. It was never about him personally, even though he was a big personality, but it was never personal to him. He was always pointing to the truths and the training that transcended greed, hatred, delusion, that transcended suffering, that transcended personality view. So that opportunity for all of us to be able to reflect and investigate and to bring to mind what was the essence of Ajahn Chah's teaching, and of course, again, you have the opportunity to hear many teachings, and different things will land for you, and to pay attention to what feels right, because then this sense of what's just right for one person is it could be different for others. It's like, again, an image that Ajahn Chah gave is the Dhamma is like and the Sangha like a forest, and you've got big trees, you've got little trees, you've got big fluffy trees, you've got skinny little trees, you've got little bushes, you've some grow to really old age, some don't last very long at all, some require a lot of water, some don't require much water, some like this kind of soil. So that's exactly what the human realm is like. So this is a natural. There's not say a one size fits all sort of thing. It's you have to figure it out, and you have to pay attention to what works for you. And I think this is something that Ajahn Chah was always pushing or encouraging or getting us all to investigate. What is it that works for me? What is it? Why do I suffer? And what's the way out of that? What works for me makes me peaceful, and what doesn't? And so just This is a learning process that we all have the opportunity to engage in. So that this afternoon is already going a little bit longer than was scheduled. So I will wrap my talk up there for now and just wish you all the best and give my Anumodana for all the good work that's been done to make this event happen.
Please bow 3 times. Bow. Bow. Bow.
Thank you, Luang Por. We are grateful for your compassion in sharing with us Dhamma, even as you feel unwell. We wish you good health and a smooth recovery. We now invite Brother Andy and Sister Vivian to offer Sanghadana to Luang Por Pasanno.
我们感恩龙坡帕萨诺的慈悲开示，现在有请江士林居士和高小平居士供养资具给龙坡。
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Dear friends, it is now time for tea break and Venerable Sirs will proceed to rest. Let us fold our palms in Anjali and pay respect to Venerable Sirs by bowing 3 times.
各位佛友，现在进入茶谢时间，诸位尊者将先行回房休息，请大众双手合十，一起礼敬声颂，顶礼3拜。
Bow. Bow. Bow.
Sangha Throughout his teaching career, Luang Por devoted himself to explaining the true meaning of merit and to encouraging his disciples to apply themselves to all three kinds of merit, particularly the most neglected area, the cultivation of the mind. Luang Por did not, however, disparage those who felt unready to apply themselves to meditation practice. It has always been the case in Buddhist societies that most householders view the direct path to enlightenment as too steep and rugged for them to climb. They have considered the gradual accumulation of merit as a more realistic and less unsettling option. Through honesty, kindness, generosity, and virtue, they seek to increase their merit in a way that combines a gradual spiritual cleansing with the more familiar worldly fruits of a happy family life and worldly success, both in this world and the next. Although this attitude was accepted by the Buddha as a rational and a legitimate choice, ultimately it was a waste of the opportunities for profound spiritual progress afforded by a precious human birth. Luang Por recognized that good health, a stable and happy family life, a fulfilling career, a measure of inner peace, and the confidence in a good rebirth awaiting after death would always be the basic goals of most people in the world. It was the role of merit in promoting the attainment of those goals that needed to be clarified. With a wrong understanding, bad Dhamma could be performed in the belief that merit was being made, while good Dhamma could be neglected in the belief that it was too difficult to create. Luang Por warned that all merit-making acts, beginning with generosity, needed to be performed with awareness. Donors should consider whether their gift would be appropriate for a monk and allowable for him to use. If giving was primarily motivated by desire for praise or reputation or a material reward of some kind, much of the inner cleansing would be nullified. The act of generosity would be little more than a transaction. The admirable impulse of generosity needed to be accompanied by the effort to train the mind. It was the wise means to maximize the merit. On one occasion, Luang Por said to a large group of visitors, "These days, everyone wants to make merit, but hardly anybody wants to abandon demerit. In fact, these two things are inseparable." Luang Por said that a love of making merit unaccompanied by the determination to abandon harmful acts of body, speech and mind, demonstrated a lack of understanding of what merit really was, what supported it and what undermined it. He often explained this point through use of the word kusala, usually translated into English as wholesome or skillful, and assumed by most Thai lay Buddhists to be synonymous with merit. In fact, Luang Por explained, kusala was a wisdom factor that was needed to govern the performance of meritorious acts. Without this kind of wisdom, people could become overly concerned with the anticipated future rewards of their good actions, or be influenced by desire for praise or good name in their community. Many would simply bask in the good feelings produced by their good actions and see no need to penetrate any further into the Buddha's teachings. Wisdom was needed to avoid problems. Without knowledge of how to look after their minds, the good Dhamma they had created would be vulnerable to corruption. Make merit in order to gradually reduce the suffering in your mind. To do that, you must at the same time develop wholesome qualities in your mind. Merit by itself is just like fresh meat or fish. If you leave it around too long, it will go rotten. If you want to keep it for a long time, you have to salt it or put it in the fridge. As you make merit, keep reflecting. By that, I mean using your intelligence or wisdom to destroy defilements. To explain the discriminative function of the mind that was needed, Luang Por drew an analogy with mathematics. The idiom making merit points to the prevailing idea of merit as simply something you create or accumulate. This, he said, was simplistic. It's rather like in mathematics, where you have to use different methods, multiplying, adding, subtracting, and dividing in order to get the right sum. The mistake people made, he said, was that in the zeal to add and multiply, they don't subtract and hardly ever divide. In fact, it is subtraction and division that brings a lightness to the mind. Luang Por's point here was that when merit was understood to depend on an inner wearing away of defilement, then merit makers enjoyed a sense of lightness whenever they let go of the burden of self-concern. When motivation had shifted to the earning of a heavenly reward or enhancing one's standing in society, the will towards self-aggrandizement added to the weight one had to carry rather than reduced it. Luang Por often returned to this theme of carrying a burden and putting down a burden. He said that if you were on a journey and you just kept piling new gains on your back, you'd eventually collapse. You had to know when to put some down. Share things. If you get a lump this big, then give some of it away and it will be lighter. If you keep the whole thing, it will be heavy. Practicing generosity was one of the most important factors that matured the mind and made it ready for more profound forms of renunciation, as could be seen in the many previous lives of the Buddha. Training yourself to give is like learning to walk. Keep increasing the amount. Start with material things, and as the power of giving grows stronger, you will be able to give up attachment to mental states, immaterial things, matters of the heart and mind, and ultimately to a giving up of greed, hatred, and delusion. The point Luang Por returned to again and again was that merit could not be measured by good deeds themselves, but by the mind with which they were performed. At any moment that the mind was filled with right view, with virtuous qualities, and the happiness of their presence, he said, the mind was merit. If the mind is endowed with merit, then wherever you make merit, it will always be full of joy. There's no need to celebrate, no need to let anyone know or see, no need for anything of that kind. There's just the energy of the mind that believes firmly in goodness. Much of Luang Por's Dhamma teaching was devoted to instilling confidence in the law of karma, the central constituent of mundane right view. Most frequently, he expounded upon the simple formulation of that law familiar to all Thai Buddhists: do good, get good results. Do bad, get bad results. While the brevity of this version of the formula makes for easy memorization, it also gives ample room for wrong views to accumulate. A common cause of doubt amongst lay Buddhists was that the teaching seemed to contradict everyday experience. So many people who did a lot of good things never saw any good come from it, they said, whereas people who did bad things seemed to prosper everywhere you looked. Luang Por never tired in explaining how the good that results from good actions is not to be understood in terms of worldly notions of good fortune. If someone was disappointed that an act of generosity had borne no good results, then the act itself must have been performed with a desire for some reward. If you give something away with a wish for something in return, then it's not true giving. Luang Por explained that people who doubt that good actions lead to good results simply don't understand what the Buddha means by good results. On one occasion, Luang Por said, "In my life, I've never once got a bad result from a good action. At the moment that I've done anything good, I've always got a good result immediately there and then. In other words, the wholesome qualities of mind present in a good action were strengthened by the act, and that strengthening was the immediate reward. I'll give you an example. Suppose you have a friend who is poor, and you take him in, look after him, give him money, an education, until finally he is able to get a job, support himself, and in time gain success in his career. Sometime later, you fall onto hard times and become impoverished. This fellow doesn't come to visit you and makes no attempt to help you out and repay you for your kindness to him. You feel angry about this and you think, I performed a good action but received no good results from it. Why on earth did the Buddha teach that good actions have good results? That would be a foolish way to look at what happened. In helping out that man, your mind was good and just and noble, and the growth in those good qualities are your reward. The fact that he doesn't repay your kindness is his own affair. It's nothing to do with you. It's his own bad action. You'd be a fool to take the bad action of someone else into your heart. No good can come from that. He went on to give another example as to why the more obvious results of good actions can be disappointing. Say a person goes to work with a certain group of people. Perhaps she's a manager, a director of an institution, a headmistress or whatever, and does a great deal of good. She does the best that can be done, but, in the conventional sense, doesn't get much good out of it. People gossip about her behind her back, criticize her, stir up trouble for her. As time goes by, she seems to have received no good results from her work, only criticism. The person feels discouraged. She doesn't want to go on. She thinks that the Buddha taught that good actions have good results, but that it hasn't worked out like that. Perhaps she rebukes the Buddha for lying, or she thinks the Buddha got it wrong. In fact, it's she herself that is wrong. She hasn't reflected on all the conditioning factors involved. Good actions will only have good results immediately in the absence of opposing forces. A good seed sown in poor soil, or in a time of drought, for instance, is unlikely to produce a good plant. The Buddha taught that good actions have good results, and anyone who commits a bad action gets a bad result. When you're determined to do good and go to work as part of a group of unprincipled and immoral people, goodness will be unable to manifest. Why is it that no matter how much good we do, the results won't appear in that place? Because the time does not allow it, the place does not allow it, the people do not allow it. That is an example of the way that good results do not appear. The goodness will only appear there and then if the action is good, the place is good, the time is appropriate, and the person and group fulfill all the conditions. That good actions have good results, and bad actions have bad results is an unchanging law. We don't see it because of our own wrong thinking. A base of merit. Luang taught lay meditators that although they were unable to enjoy all the conditions conducive to meditation practice provided by monastic life, they were to give the same attention to an overall cultivation of the threefold training, one that reduced obstacles to Dhamma practice as much as possible and encouraged supporting factors. Everything began with generosity. Giving material things created a familiarity with the letting go of selfishness and possessiveness that would stand meditators in good stead when seeking to let go of increasingly subtle levels of attachment during meditation. Performing acts of generosity is a kind of Toraman. That is, training the mind by countering its desires. He gave an example of a person with 2 apples who decides to give one to a friend but realizes that he wants to keep the larger one for himself. A Dhamma practitioner would overcome his selfish thoughts and give away the larger. If you dare decide to give away the big apple, you feel a twinge of grief. But once you've made the decision, the grief is gone. This is disciplining the mind in the correct way and achieving a victory over yourself. Giving dana, giving happiness to others, is a way of cleansing what is soiled within. You need a warm, kind and benevolent heart. This is something to reflect on. Generosity is the first thing that needs to be maintained in your mind. Meditators were encouraged to develop new skillful habits by recognizing and consistently turning away from the unskillful habits they had accumulated. Defilements are like a cat. If you spoil a cat, then it will come around all the time. But suppose one day it starts rubbing up against your leg and you don't feed it. It will meow angrily, but if you refuse to give it any food, within a day or 2, you won't see it anymore. It's the same with defilements. If you don't follow them, then, before long, they won't come to disturb you anymore. And from then on, you'll be at peace. Make the defilements afraid of you. Don't make yourself afraid of defilements. Keeping the 5 precepts was a minimum requirement for those serious about making progress in Dhamma practice. By not keeping them, would-be meditators made bad kamma, threatened their most important relationships, and created the conditions for regret, guilt, and self-aversion that would fatally undermine their practice. When your sila is pure, when you're kind to others, and you treat them honestly, then you feel happy. There's no remorse in your mind. When, through not harming others, you feel no remorse, then you're already in a heaven realm. Physically and mentally you're at ease. Whether you eat or sleep, you feel at ease. You're happy. Happiness is born of sila. Certain actions have certain results. The abandonment of evil through keeping
is helpful if we feel that we can prepare our hearts to receive his teaching. So I've been asked to give a little guidance in meditation and in this preparation. This moment, here and now, this time, this place, reconnecting, recollecting, gathering these suggestions to the heart for the energy that is life, it wishes the best for itself. This living, this knowing, this sensitivity. This gift of life. Appreciating this gift. Of sensitivity and gathering the energy in this knowing, the knowing and the acceptance of this experience before thought, knowing the not thinking and giving life to life, the gift of attention. The gift is without expectation, without hope, without fear, without worry. A gift of attention. A receiving of life, a receiving of experience. The life of knowing. This time, this space, now, here. The whole of the energy of knowing, the whole of the gathered collectedness in this well-wishing. The body, the energy of this experience. The knowing, the knowing known. Awake and alert. It's like this. What's not thinking? What is not thinking? Allowing the space and silence, the background. Life, given to life. Sensitivity, received in awareness. The knowing. Here and now. This time, this place. The knowing, life given to life. Sensitivity received in awareness, unjudged. This knowing, connected, recollected, reconnected. Gathered. Now and here. Settled, alert, and rested. Not going into the future, not going into the future, not hearkening back into the past, not even trying to fix this moment. Alive, and alert. Awake, complete, sufficient. Receiving the experience, accepting in this knowing, transforming in this life. the stillness sensitive, the stillness alert, the knowing resting, life given to life, sensitivity, experience, received and accepted as it is, in its fullness. Time and space given to the end of stress and problems. Silence and space, and the knowing before thought. Awake and alert. Sense of gratitude for the moment in this shared silence and space as a preparation for listening to the Dhamma. Thank you all.
Thank you, Longpo Vajiro, for leading us in the guided meditation.
龙坡瓦基罗带领我们禅坐，接下来我们将会进行佛法开示。
Brothers and sisters, we are going to hear the next Dhamma talk from Longpo Piak. Let us invite Brother Larry Lim to light the candles and incense.
我们有请 Larry 师兄点香，还有点灯。
Let us fold our palms together and pay respect to Longpo Piak by bowing 3 times.
各位佛友，请双手合十，一起礼敬慎重，顶礼3拜。
Bow. 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 Brahmachaloka Dipati Sahang Pati Katanjalian Divarang Ayachata Santi dasata paraja kejatika desetu dhammang anukampi mampajang.
เจริญพรญาติโยมวันนี้อาตมาได้ฉันทานุมัติจากคณะสงฆ์ให้มาแสดงธรรมแสดงความคิดเห็นซึ่งครูบาอาจารย์หลายองค์หลายรูปก็ได้แสดงกันไปแล้วนี่ก็ถึงรอบของอาตมาวันนี้ที่เรามารวมกันจะได้มีเหตุว่าทำไมเราถึงมารวมกันหรือใครที่จะมีบุญญาธิการที่ให้พวกเราทุกๆคนนั้นมารวมกันได้อันนี้ก็เป็นไม่ใช่ประเทศไทยแต่เป็นประเทศมาเลเซียแล้วก็โยมเซียนก็จัดของหลวงพ่อชานี่ก็มาหลายปีแล้วเนี่ยดังนั้นเราทุกๆคนนะคงจะรู้จักหลวงพ่อชาพระโพธิญาณเสนดีซึ่งเป็นครูบาอาจารย์ของเราเนี่ยในช่วงนั้นท่านกำลังสร้างโบสถ์เนี่ยท่านบอกอาตมาว่าเรียกดูโบสถ์นี่จะมีคุณูปการมากมายบวชพระซึ่งเป็นผู้ปฏิบัติดีปฏิบัติชอบปฏิบัติตรงเพียงองค์เดียวก็ยังพระศาสนาให้มีความเจริญนานเท่านานอันนี้เป็นคำพูดของหลวงพ่อชาแล้วหลวงพ่อชาเป็นใครท่านก็เลยบอกว่าก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันดังนั้นท่านก็เมตตาเล่าให้ฟังว่ามันมีนิสัย นิสัยมาตั้งแต่เด็กๆท่านก็แต่งเป็นพระนั่นแหละแล้วใครเพื่อนๆก็มาเป็นลูกศิษย์มาใส่บาตรมันแต่ว่ามันเป็นนิสัยมาตั้งแต่เด็กมันก็ไม่รู้ว่ามายังไงกันแต่ตอนหลังถึงได้มาบวชแล้วก็มีความตั้งใจมาบวชในพุทธศาสนาบวชมาแล้วในช่วงนั้นบวชแล้วก็บวชเลยแต่ไม่ได้คิดจะศึกอะไรพอดีประมาณ8 ปีแล้วก็8 พรรษาจะมีญาติคนหนึ่งมาบวชมาบอกว่าท่านจะเอายังไงถ้าท่านจะบวชไปเลยพวกผมก็จะอนุโมทนาแต่ถ้าว่าท่านยังไม่คิดว่าท่านจะอยู่ได้ก็จะรีบศึกไปมีครอบครัวมีลูกซะหลังจากนั้นหลวงพ่อเล่าให้ฟังบอกโอ้โหคิดเป็นเล่าไปรู้กี่โลกก็เลยมาตกลงกันว่าในชาตินี้จะบวชสักชาติหนึ่งมันจะไม่ได้อะไรก็ช่างหัวมันเถอะจะบวชจะตายในผ้าเหลืองตายในพุทธศาสนาท่านก็ตั้งใจประพฤติปฏิบัติมาเรื่อยๆจนมีความเจริญก้าวหน้าในช่วงนั้นก็มีสำนักเรียนราชบุรีเรียนบาลีจะไปศึกษาแล้วก็ไปพอดีตอนนั้นก็หลวงปู่มั่นท่านเป็นพระกรรมฐานที่มีชื่อเสียงนั้นหลวงพ่อเผาก็เป็นพระปฏิบัติรูปหนึ่งท่านก็เลยเขียนจดหมายฝากหลวงปู่มั่นพอหลวงปู่มั่นได้จดหมายแล้วนี่เลยก็เลยให้หลวงพ่อชานั้นลงอุโบสถตอนหลังจากหลวงพ่อชานั้นก็ได้ฟังเทศของหลวงปู่มั่นแล้วรู้สึกมันตัวเบาตัวลอยไม่เหมือนอย่างอื่นก็เลยถามว่าพระวินัยนั้นมีเยอะจะให้ผมทำยังไงมันก็เลยบอกว่าก็มันต้องทำอะไรท่านมีหน้าที่อย่างเดียวรักษาจิตอย่างเดียวได้ไหมแต่รักษาจิตอย่างเดียวได้ก็ไม่ต้องไปห่วงพระวินัยหลังจากนั้นท่านก็ตั้งใจในการประพฤติปฏิบัติมาเรื่อยๆดังนั้นหลายอย่างที่ท่านปฏิบัติมามันก็บางครั้งมันก็มีปัญหาเหมือนกันท่านเล่าให้ฟังว่าท่านก็มีปัญหานั้นก็มีนิมิตมาถามหลวงปู่วังภูลังกาตอนนั้นเป็นครูบาอาจารย์ของท่านองค์หนึ่งท่านก็บอกว่าท่านได้นิมิตว่าเหมือนกับเดินไปในสระน้ำน่ะแล้วมันก็มีเดินไปแต่ละก้าวนั้นก็มีไม้มารองรับไปเรื่อยแต่พอเวลาเดินไปถึงกลางสระแล้วเนี่ยมันไม่มีไม้มารองรับเนี่ยจะให้ผมทำยังไงหลวงพ่อวังหลวงปู่วังนั่นก็บอกว่าของผมก็มีนิมิตเหมือนกันเนี่ยผมที่นั่งสมาธิไปนี่ตุ้งกายระเบิดไปเดือดไส้เส้ยมันกระจายอยู่บนกอไผ่ไปหมดเลยเนี่ยก็หลวงพ่อชาก็ถามว่าท่านอาจารย์ไม่ได้ฝันไปหรือท่านก็เลยตอบว่าอันนั้นไปเป็นที่สุดของนิมิตดังนั้นในทุกวันเนี่ยเราก็จะไม่ค่อยได้รู้จักด้วยว่าในประวัติของหลวงพ่อชากันเท่าไหร่อาตมาก็สังเกตว่าวันนี้ที่เรามาจัดงานก็ให้หลวงพ่อแต่ก็ยังไม่มีใครให้พูดถึงหลวงพ่อเลยเนี่ยเราก็คิดว่าควรจะกล่าวเกริ่นสักนิดหนึ่งเพื่อที่พวกเราทุกๆคนนั้นถึงแม้เราทุกคนมีความเลื่อมใสเคารพศรัทธาในหลวงพ่อชาอยู่แล้วจะได้เป็นพระโพธิญาณเถระคือชื่อสมณศักดิ์ท่านในตอนหลังลูกศิษย์ก็เลยว่าตามรอยโพธิญาณก็หมายว่าทำตามข้อวัดปฏิบัติของหลวงพ่อชาแต่นั้นก็เรียกว่าบางทีลูกศิษย์ก็ว่าทำตามคำสั่งสอนของท่านเพราะว่าสมณศักดิ์ของท่านว่าพระโพธิญาณเถรก็เลยลูกศิษย์ก็เลยว่าตามรอยโพธิญาณแต่พวกเราทุกๆคนนั้นก็ตามรอยโพธิญาณมาใต้ลมโพของพระโพธิญาณเถระแต่ภายใต้ลมโพใต้ข้อวัดปฏิบัติก็เป็นไปเพื่อความพ้นทุกข์ในพวกเราทุกๆคนนั้นที่ทำไปเนี่ย จะเป็นเพื่อทางพ้นทุกข์กันทั้งนั้นเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยเมื่อเราทำกันมันมีหลักการง่ายๆเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของศีลเรื่องของสมาธิและเรื่องของปัญญาเรื่องของศีลก็คือว่าเอามาตั้งแต่เบื้องต้นตั้งสมาทานวิรัตสัมปตาวิรัตก็หมายถึงว่าวันไหนเราอยากจะถือศีลเราก็ถือศีลเลยเราไม่ต้องไปสมาทานกับพระที่คนที่เรามีศรัทธาสมุเฉทวิรัตจะหมายถึงเด็ดขาดเลยถึงว่าเราจะตายก็แล้วแต่เราไม่ยอมล่วงละเมิดศีลหลวงพ่อชาบอกอันนี้เป็นศีลของพระอริยเจ้าดังนั้นพวกเราทุกๆคนนั้นก็ได้ทำการฝึกหัดปฏิบัติมาตามนี้แต่ว่าถ้าบางองค์ก็ไม่ก็ได้อธิบายเท่าไหร่ในเรื่องของการประพฤติปฏิบัติก็นั่งสมาธิหายใจเข้าหายใจออกแล้วก็สงบอาตมาได้ยินมาอย่างนี้นะตั้งแต่มายังไม่ได้บวชแต่ตั้งแต่เป็นเด็กแต่ถึงเวลาเรามานั่งจริงๆแล้วมันไม่เป็นอย่างนั้นฉะนั้นมันยังมีอีกหลายอย่างนั่งสมาธิเมื่อก่อนอาตมาก็มีศรัทธามานั่งสมาธิเนี่ยนั่งครั้งแรกโอ้ไม่ต้องพูดถึงเลยเนี่ยนั่งไปเท่าไหร่ตั้งใจจะนั่งสักชั่วโมงหนึ่งนี่แล้วมันลืมตามาดูนาฬิกาไม่รู้กี่ครั้งจะเรามานั่งคิดเว้ยเรามานั่งสมาธิหรือเรามาคิดอะไรจนตอนหลังค่อยๆตามลอยมาเรื่อยๆนั่งสมาธิจิตมันสงบมาทีละขณะจิต2 ขณะจิตจนในที่สุดมันก็เกิดความสงบขึ้นมาอันนี้มันก็เรียกว่ามันไม่ได้เป็นของง่ายที่เป็นของง่ายเพราะว่าอาตมาได้มีของเก่าถ้าไม่มีของเก่าก็จะไม่ได้เป็นอย่างนี้แต่หลังก็เลยจะมาก็มีวาสนาเรื่องของสมาธินั่งสมาธิไปแล้วมันสงบมันเป็นคนละโลกกันเลยนะนั่งไปแล้วจิตมันดิ่งลงไปถึงความเป็นหนึ่งจะได้เพื่อนก็มาถามว่าเอ๊ะแล้วนั่งสมาธิอย่างนี้ทำไมไม่รู้เรื่องมันต้องรู้ที่มันไปยังไงอาตมาก็เลยไม่รู้ยังไงก็ไปถามหลวงพ่อชาหลวงพ่อชาท่านก็เป็นคนมีปัญญาแล้วเราไม่รู้จักหรอกแต่หลวงพ่อชาท่านเป็นคนมีปัญญามากท่านก็เปรียบเทียบอธิบายให้ฟังว่าเหมือนเราปีนต้นไม้เนี่ยเราตกต้นไม้ไปเนี่ยต๊อปแล้วก็ตุบเลยเนี่ยเราไม่รู้หรอกว่าเราผ่านมากี่กิ่งอันนี้หมายถึงว่าถ้าเรานั่งสมาธินะวิตกวิจารปิติสุขเอกคตาเนี่ยการมาถึงปุ๊บแล้วก็เป็นเอกคตาเลยเนี่ยอันนี้หลวงพ่อชาท่านก็เมตตาอธิบายอาตมาก็ไปอธิบายกับเพื่อนเขาก็ดีนะผมนั่งยังไม่ค่อยสงบเลยอันนี้ก็เลยว่าอาศัยจุดนั้นน่ะก็ฝึกหัดปฏิบัติมาเรื่อยๆจนช่วงนั้นอาตมาบวชแล้วก็ยังเรียนหนังสืออยู่ก็เลยว่าตั้งใจจะบวชให้สักระยะหนึ่งเดี๋ยวจะกลับไปเรียนต่อก็เลยไปกราบเรียนหลวงพ่อชาบอกเดี๋ยวผมก็จะศึกแล้วล่ะแล้วหลวงพ่อชาบอกฮะคิดถึงผู้หญิงนะสิท่านก็ยิ้มอาตมาบอกไม่ใช่หรอกเพราะว่าเป็นความหวังของทั้งบ้านได้ส่งเสียมาได้เรียนให้เป็นความหวังของทั้งบ้านได้จบมาได้ปริญญานี่ก็เลยว่าก็เลยไปคิดดูนะจะบวชตอนนี้บวชไปเลยแต่ต่อไปถ้าศึกเนี่ยท่านพูดนะศึกก็ต่อไปเนี่ยแก่ๆแล้วกลับมาบวชอีกจะมาคิดไปตั้งไม่รู้เท่าไหร่จนตอนหลังก็มาตกลงปรงใจว่าอย่างหลวงพ่อชาก็บวชมันสักชาตินึงนั่นแหละก็เลยมีจิตนั่งสมาธิไปแล้วนะมันมีความสงบเหมือนมันออกมาจากสมาธิแล้วมันเหมือนกับคนละโลกเลยนั่งสมาธิมันมีแต่ความสงบมีความเยือกเย็นออกสมาธิแล้วมันจะได้มีความวุ่นวายนะเป็นอะไรหลายอย่างแต่ไปเลยก็เลยมาทำยังไงเนาะก็ไปถามหลวงพ่ออีกหลวงพ่อไอ้คนเขานั่งสมาธิสงบจะทำยังไงได้บอกไม่ยากหรอกเอาหายใจเข้าแล้วไม่หายใจออกให้มันสงบนะแค่นั้นน่ะเร็วที่สุดแล้วเนี่ยเรื่องของสมาธิเราคิดจนจะปวดหัวมันไม่ใช่ของง่ายแต่อาตมาก็ไปทำนะไป ไปทำแล้วไม่เกิน7 วันอาตมาก็ไปทำได้แล้วไปกราบเรียนท่านบอกโอ้ยแต่ปกติธรรมดาครูบาอาจารย์ก็จะชมแต่ว่าหลวงพ่อชาท่านก็ไม่ได้ชมหรอกเว้ยก็ทำจิตให้มันละเอียดไปกับการงานดังนั้นเนี่ยก็ได้อาศัยช่วงนั้นแหละและตอนนั้นอาตมาตรัสมาพิจารณาในวัดหนองประพงตอนนั้น ในศาลาน่ะมันมีโครงกระดูกอยู่2 โครงก็แต่ซ้ายมันเป็นของผู้หญิงอีกอันหนึ่งเป็นของผู้ชายเนี่ยอาตมาตอนกลางคืนเนี่ย6 ทุ่มกว่าตี 1อาตมาก็แอบไปดูโครงกระดูกแต่ในวันไหนเราไปดูโอ้ตอนนั้นผู้หญิงหน้าตาดีๆสวยๆก็ไปดูก็ไปตอนไปบิณฑบาตโอ้หน้าตาสวยๆดูมันก็เป็นโครงกระดูกเหมือนกันแล้วไปเรียกว่ามือทุกมือที่เข้ามาอยู่ในบาตรอาตมานี่ก็เป็นโครงกระดูกหมดเลยแต่นั้นก็เลยว่าอาศัยอาตมาได้โครงกระดูกนี่แหละก็เลยได้ปฏิบัติมาดีปฏิบัติมาเร็วมาจนถึงทุกวันนี้แต่นั้นหลายๆอย่างที่ในคำสอนของหลวงพ่อชานั้นบางทีท่านก็ไม่ค่อยได้พูดหรือไม่ค่อยได้จำจำชัยมากบางอย่างท่านก็เลยว่าเราก็ไม่รู้แล้วว่าท่านเป็นอะไรยังไงแต่ในครั้งหนึ่งแหละเราก็ไปอ่านหนังสือเซนว่าอาจารย์กับลูกศิษย์เนี่ยอาจารย์ก็ไปตบหน้าลูกศิษย์ก็มาตบหน้าอาจารย์ก็หมายถึงว่าอาจารย์ยังมีความโกรธอยู่หรือเปล่าหรือว่ามีครั้งหนึ่งเนี่ยกับหนังสือเซนเนี่ยกับพระ2 รูปเดินไปเองเป็นบอกว่ามันมีธงมันถึงปล่อยได้อีกคนหนึ่งก็บอกมันมีลมเนี่ยเราลองพระชาก็ตอบว่าไม่มีลมแล้วก็ไม่มีธงแต่นี้ก็ไปถามหลวงพ่อพุทธทาสหลวงพ่อพุทธทาสท่านก็บอกว่าหลวงพ่อชาตอบถูกอันนี้ก็เรียกว่าในความเป็นเซนที่เขาว่ากันนะที่หลวงพ่อชาอาตมาก็ไม่รู้หรอกเพราะว่าฟังเขาหลายอย่างหลายเรื่องแต่ว่าในคำสอนของท่านบางทีก็ซ่อนอะไรไว้หลายอย่างที่ว่าเราทำให้เราต้องคิดต้องคบคิดต่างๆอาตมาก็ถามว่าแล้วทำยังไงต่อไปก็ให้พิจารณากายจะให้พิจารณายังไงทุกวันนี้ก็พิจารณาอยู่แล้วนั่นก็พิจารณาไปเถอะจะมีอยู่วันหนึ่งจะไปกราบเรียนท่านก็บอกว่าเหมือนกับท่านเนี่ยการภาวนาเนี่ยเหมือนกับท่านเนี่ยจะตัดต้นไม้ต้นหนึ่งท่านจะถนัดอะไรท่านจะจัดเอามีดเอาขวานหรือเอาแมคโครหรือจะทำยังไงก็ได้ให้ต้นไม้นี่มันล้มไปแล้วแต่ความสนุกแต่ว่าท่านบอกว่าอาตมาเนี่ยแต่ว่าภาวนาแล้วเนี่ยไม่ได้พิจารณากายเหมือนว่าเราภาวนาแล้วเนี่ยจะมีมีดแต่ไม่ได้ไปใช้ประโยชน์ไม่ได้ไปปอกผลไม้มันก็เลยไม่เกิดประโยชน์อันนี้เป็นคำพูดของหลวงพ่อชาธรรมะก็ไปพยายามนั่งพิจารณาไปเรื่อยจนในที่สุดก็มีความเข้าใจในเรื่องของการประพฤติปฏิบัติแต่ก็ไม่ได้มีปัญหาอะไรในเรื่องของการปฏิบัติแต่อยู่ต่อมาเรื่อยๆนั่นแหละจนตอนหลังเนี่ยแหละแต่ว่าหลวงพ่อชาท่านก็มีชื่อเสียงขึ้นมาในเรื่องของการปฏิบัติกรรมฐานในสายของมหานิกายเนี่ยก็ต้องยกให้หลวงพ่อชาถ้าสายธรรมยุทธ์กับหลวงตามหาบัวนะเราส่วนใหญ่ก็รู้จักกันอยู่ตอนนั้นจะไปต่างประเทศเนี่ยก็หลวงตาตอนนั้นหลวงตาไปวัดหนองประพงนะไปวัดประพงจะมาปรึกษาหลวงพ่อชานะแต่หลวงพ่อชาไม่อยู่ตอนนั้นท่านอาจารย์นำอยู่ก็ต้อนรับแล้วก็บอกหลวงพ่อออกไปกิจนิมนต์ในเมืองไม่ได้กลับมาแต่หลวงพ่อได้ข่าวว่าอาจารย์นำก็บอกว่าหลวงตามหาบัวมาท่านก็เลยไปจะไปที่วัดป่าบ้านตาดนั่นแหละอันนี้ท่านเล่าให้ฟังนะว่าหลวงตาเขามีคนมานวดหลวงตาอยู่ในกุฏินั่นแหละหลวงตาบอกอาจารย์ชามาท่านก็ห่มผ้าแล้วก็มาต้อนรับก็คุยกันเรื่องสารทุกข์สุขดิบอะไรหลายๆอย่างเสร็จแล้วก็มาสรุปกันว่าเราจะเอายังไง ตอนนั้นก็คิดว่าจะส่งพระไปต่างประเทศนะไปดันแล้วมาสรุปกันที่ตรงไหน ก็มาสรุปกันที่ว่าหลวงพ่อชาบอกว่า ถ้าไปต่างประเทศ ต้องไม่มีมหานิกายไม่มีธรรมยุทธ์นะ เพราะว่าฝรั่งเขาฉลาดเรายังทะเลาะกันอยู่ดังนั้นหลวงตาก็เลยบอกเอางั้นผมไม่ส่งท่านส่งกันหลวงพ่อชาญก็ส่งอาจารย์สุเมโทและหลวงพ่อสุเมโทมาในช่วงนั้นนั่นแหละจะได้มีความเจริญมาในโยชน์จนถึงทุกวันนี้แต่ว่าท่านก็เป็นผู้นำเป็นหัวหอกในเรื่องของการประพฤติปฏิบัติแต่ในทุกวันเนี่ยนี่ก็อยู่ในแวดวงของใต้ร่มโพธิญาณในหลายประเทศเคียตมาก็คุยกับเรากับพระจำชื่อมันจำฉายาไม่ได้บอกสาขาเรามันก็มีเยอะทั้งในประเทศไทยในประเทศนี่แหละมาเลอินโดนี่อินโดไม่ค่อยมีเท่าไหร่สิงคโปร์เนี่ยไปอังกฤษเนี่ยฝรั่งเศสเยอรมันอิตาลีสวิตออสเตรเลียนิวซีแลนด์ตอนหลังนนไปในโปรตุเกสไปอเมริกาใต้ไปบราซิลแต่ว่าแอฟริกาไม่ค่อยมีท่านบอกว่าท่านได้รับอาราธนานิมนต์จะไปแอฟริกาโยฮันเนสเบิร์กอันนี้มาถึงว่าคำสั่งสอนของหลวงพ่อชานั้นก็ได้แผ่กระจายไปทั่วโลกแต่ว่าในนี้เรื่องของการประพฤติปฏิบัติของพวกเราทุกๆคนนั้นเราปฏิบัติมันดีแล้วมันสมควรแล้วหรือเราจะมีความก้าวหน้าในการกระทำแค่ไหนเรามาประพฤติปฏิบัติเนี่ยเรามีความนั่งสมาธิสงบมากน้อยแค่ไหนเรื่องของศีลเราทำได้มากน้อยแค่ไหนในเรื่องของพวกเราที่ปฏิบัติในส่วนของฆราวาสญาติโยมนั้นฆราวาสญาติโยมอย่างน้อยที่สุดเนี่ยก็ได้มีศีลห้ามีฐานะบารมีมีศีลห้ามีการภาวนาบ้างเพื่อให้ชีวิตของเรานั้นอยู่ร่มเย็นเป็นสุขเพราะฉะนั้นในวันนี้นะก็เลยว่าก็เป็นวันหนึ่งซึ่งว่าอาตมาได้รับอาราธนานิมนต์ในงานของหลวงพ่อชาญอาจารยบูชาซึ่งอยู่ในประเทศไทยอาตมาก็ไม่ค่อยได้ไปเท่าไหร่เพราะว่าสุขภาพไม่ค่อยดีบางทีเนี่ยนึกจะไปแล้วโอ้โหพรุ่งนี้จะไปวันนี้เย็นนี้ก้าวขึ้นมาโอ้ไม่ไหวไปไม่ได้โดยบางทีมันก็มีปัญหาเรื่องสุขภาพมันไปไม่ได้ตอนหลังนี่ก็มีเข่าไม่ดีขึ้นมาอีกเข่าไม่ดีมันก็เลยว่าหมอไม่ให้นั่งพับเพียบเนี่ยเราว่าจะทำกิจกรรมอย่างอื่นไม่ได้เรื่องสวดมนต์ทำวัดหรืออะไรอย่างนี้บางทีมันก็ห่างเหินไปจากทำกิจกรรมจากครูบาอาจารย์ต่างๆแต่ในวันนี้เราเป็นโอกาสดีเป็นโอกาสที่ร่างกายมันพอเป็นไปพออำนวยแล้วก็บรรดาศรัทธาญาติโยมซึ่งอยู่ที่นี่เนี่ยทั้งโยมเซียนทั้งพวกเราทุกๆคนนั้นที่ได้มาทำบุญถวายทานในสถานที่แห่งนี้นะก็เลยเราเป็นอยู่แวดวงของใต้ร่มโพธิญาณเมื่อเราอยู่ใต้ร่มโพธิญาณเนี่ยเราจะทำอะไรในการที่จะเดินตามรอยของท่านในเรื่องของศีลสมาธิปัญญาโดยอย่างน้อยที่สุดในพวกเราทุกคนนั้นหลวงพ่อชาก็สอนให้เราไปทางพ้นทุกข์มีทางเดียวเท่านั้นน่ะท่านก็เลยบอกว่าบวชมาแล้วน่ะที่เราไม่ได้เป็นอุปชาก็ว่าสัพพทุกขานิสรณะนิพพานะสัจฉิกัลยะฐานะอะไรว่าเราบวชมาแล้วเรามาทำที่สุดแห่งกองทุกข์เนื้อแต่มาบวชมาเนี่ยกับอุปชาก็สอนว่าเกสาโลมานาขาทันตาตะโจเนี่ยเรามาบวชเป็นพระแล้วเนี่ยเราได้พิจารณาร่างกายสังขารมากน้อยแค่ไหนบางคนบวชมาแล้วแต่ไม่ได้พิจารณาหรือบวชมาแล้วก็ว่าปฏิบัติแต่ว่าไม่ได้ปฏิบัติไอ้ที่ว่าไม่ได้ปฏิบัติเพราะอะไรเพราะว่าเราคิดว่าเราทำข้อวัดดีแล้วสวดมนต์ทำวัดเช้าทำวัดเย็นทำกิจลงปาฏิโมกข์แต่มันทีในปัจจุบันนี้มันยังไม่พอเมื่อเรานั่งสมาธิแล้วเนี่ยเราต้องมาพิจารณาร่างกายของเราด้วยเป็นธาตุสี่ดินน้ำลมไฟอาการ32เรียกว่าพิจารณาความตาย อันนี้มันยังอยู่ในขั้นคำบริกรรมอยู่นะอยู่ในขั้นคำบริกรรมอยู่มันอย่างในครั้งพุทธกาลเนี่ยในครั้งพุทธกาลเนี่ยพระเดินไปธุดงค์อย่างเงี้ยเห็นใบไม้ตกมาใบเดียวเนี่ยก็พิจารณาให้สำเร็จเป็นพระอรหันต์ได้ แต่จะพิจารณายังไงก็พิจารณาถึงความตายใบไม้อ่อนใบไม้แก่ไปถึงคนแก่คนหนุ่มคนอะไรก็แล้วแต่ซึ่งเป็นเด็กพิจารณาแล้วตายแล้วก็เกิดความสลดสังเวชจะได้สำเร็จเป็นพระอรหันต์เวลาบางทีก็นั่งสวดมนต์ทำวัดโดยนั่งดูเทียนมันดับไปอะไรไปก็มานึกถึงตัวของเราหรือนั่งถึงดอกไม้ต่างๆที่มันเหี่ยวไปก็เลยนึกถึงตัวเราเองไปแล้วแก่แล้วมันก็เสื่อมไปหายไปแต่เรามาหลวงพ่อชาญเราก็ถามว่ามีคนมาถามว่าตายแล้วไปไหนพระนิพพานไปอยู่ที่ไหนหลวงพ่อชาบอกเอ้าเราเคยเห็นไหมเราจุดเทียนอย่างเงี้ยยังถามว่าเทียนดับแล้วเปลวมันไปไหนก็ใครก็ตอบไม่ได้เราจงทำปฏิบัติเราจะรู้ได้ด้วยตัวของเราเองเพราะฉะนั้นมาในวันนี้ก็เลยเป็นโอกาสดีของอาตมาและญาติโยมทั้งหลายซึ่งอยู่ในแวดวงของตามรอยโพธิญาณซึ่งเป็นครูบาอาจารย์ของเราเนี่ยอย่างเมื่อท่านว่าเนี่ยพระปฏิบัติมาเพียงองค์เดียวเรียบเดียวที่เป็นพระสุปฏิปันโนเนี่ยคำว่าสุปฏิปันโนในที่นี้ก็หมายถึงว่าเป็นพระอรหันต์สุปฏิปันโนอุชุปฏิปันโนเนี่ยเป็นพระอรหันต์เพียงรูปเดียวก็ยังพระศาสนาให้มีความเจริญไปนานเท่านานเหมือนอย่างหลวงพ่อชาญนะที่ท่านเป็นพระอรหันต์และขณะนี้เวลานี้เนี่ยสาขาของท่านมีมากมายทั่วโลกก็ด้วยคำสั่งสอนของท่านซึ่งไปในทางพ้นทุกข์และไปพวกเราทุกๆคนนั้นที่ได้มาฝึกหัดปฏิบัติเนี่ยอย่างท้ายที่สุดเนี่ยอาตมาก็ขอว่าสิ่งที่พวกเราทุกคนได้มาทำไปในวันนี้แล้วเนี่ยเราทุกคนนั้นก็จงปราศจากทุกโศกโรคภัยนึกถึงประการใดซึ่งไม่ได้เกินบารมีของพวกเราทุกๆคนนั้นก็จงได้สำเร็จสมความมุ่งมั่นปรารถนาทุกคนทุกรูปการบรรยายมาในช่วงนี้อาตมาก็ขอยุติไว้แต่เพียงเท่านี้
Thank you, Long Po Piak, for the Dhamma talk. Let us now invite Tan Ajahn Moshe and Tan Ajahn Ajito for the translation of Long Po Piak's talk in English and Chinese, respectively.
我很感恩龙婆票的开示，接下来我们恭请尊者阿舍摩舍和阿江尊者阿吉多为龙婆票尊者的开示分别进行英文和中文的翻译。
ครับขอโอกาสครับ So for today, I have been invited by the faithful supporters and the Sangha to offer some reflections on the special occasions like this. This is not the first time. This is something that Sienma has set up on many occasions before. This is our ways of recollecting the goodness of Luang Por Chah. When I was with Luang Por Chah, there were many things that I was able to interact and spoken to Luang Por Chah about. There was one occasion where we were walking around the monastery, and Luang Por Chah said, "Look, I'm building an Ubosada hall. This is going to be the place where people going to be ordained. Once they're ordained, they can start practicing well, they can do well, and cultivate their goodness, so that they can nurture and look after the Buddha Sasana." For Luang Por Chah, he always had these inclinations, his fondness about being in the Buddha Sasana. As a child, he would dress up wearing the robe just like a monk and pretend to be a monk, sitting out with the friends and asking the friends to come forward and offer. And he would pretend there's a bowl in front of him, and he would ask the friends, "Come forward and offer something into my bowl I'm a monk, you're a layperson. And so on, he would be doing this and many kinds of other activities that is very similar to how would you do when you are in a monastery. And then later on, he was able to ordain as a monk. After having been ordained for 8 vasa, then some family members came up to Luang Por Chah and said, Luang Por, she said, Ajahn Chah, are you thinking about ordaining for good, or are you gonna disrobe soon and have a family? If you're gonna ordain for good, we will truly support you and then express all our appreciation and Anumodana in what you are aiming to do. If you want to ordain and then disrobe and come and have a family, you better come and start a family now. Pacha said, so when he was asked the questions, whether I should ordain for life or whether I should go and start a family, he said that really gave him a lot of things to think about. And he was thinking, he was wondering, he was comparing, what should I do, or what should I go, or should I go back? And then in his mind, he decided, look, this is going to be something that I must try. At the very least, I could just give up this life, so I could, if something happened, let it be. I would die in robe. So in search of the teachings and the path, he heard that there were teachers like Luang Pu Pao, who was very gifted in Pali teaching. And then he also heard there was a very gifted meditation teacher like Luang Pu Man. In the old days, news and travels were not as easy as the modern days. But yet, he was able to travel to visit the various teachers. After having spent some time at Luang Por Pao, he decided to move on to Luang Pu Man. And having done so, Luang Por Pao also gave him a very good recommendation letter. Because usually when you are ordained under a Mahanikai sect, when you are in a Dhammayut monastery, it's not always that simple to be able to attend the Sangha meeting. But because Luang Por Chah was given a letter, recommendation letter by Luang Por Pao, when he was in the Dhammayut monastery, he was welcome because he's been recommended, and he was able to attend the Uposatha. Luang Por Chah once said that it's not the sect that is important, it's the Vinaya, it's the protocols that you are following. Luang Por Piak once asked Luang Por Chah, there are so many Vinaya rules that we have to keep, which is the most important one? Luang Por Chah then said, it's not all of the rules that you have to worry about. You have to worry about nurturing and caring for your mind. If you know how to look after your mind, look after all your thoughts, then in turns you are already looking after your Vinaya. So Luang Por Chah continues on with the practice. And as the days and years and months goes by, he was able to receive a lot of result from his own practice. Later on, he heard there was this Luang Pu Guang in Pulangka, who was also a very gifted meditator. They all had special abilities, special nimittas, visions, and insights in their meditations. Let's say, for example, one of the nimitta was where he was floating, levitating into the middle of the pond. And once he got there, he started questioning, I am here now, where else should I go? Another one was when he was meditating and his body exploded. You can see all his intestines and his internal kind of scattered all over. The intestine went all the way into the branches, Luang Por said these are the kind of nimittas where it would only appear when your mind is very clear. When you're practicing, you have to practice until your mind is bright and clear. Luang Por Chah is somebody who has tremendous amount of faith and very devoted in his path of the practice. Later on, he was given a royal title, Prat Pothiyan. And as a disciple of Luang Por Chah, we all came up with this wordings that when we are practicing, we are following the footsteps of Prat Pothiyan, following the footsteps of Luang Por Chah. And I'm very happy to see that this is actually one of the first occasions where somebody has had the initiative of wanting to set up an event to honor the goodness of Luang Por Chah. Every teachings of Luang Por Chah that has been laid down for the disciples, they have always been about allowing the disciples to practice so that they can be free from sufferings. The simple terms that we can start from, it's very easy. We have to look after our sila, look after our samadhi, look after our practice. You don't always have to come to the Sangha to request for your precepts. You can make your own determinations. You can be anywhere. You make your own determination that I will look after my sila. It could be just for that one day, or you could make a very firm determination that I will look after my sila for life. It all depends on you. It all depends on your determinations. Luang Por Piak once asked Luang Por Chah, how quickly can you make your mind peaceful? And Luang Por Chah said, all I have to do is just breathe in, and I'm very peaceful. When Luang Por Piak heard of that, he was very determined, very adamant to try to do the same. So he practiced and practiced. But he remembered that when he first started practicing, he kept opening his eyes, thinking, is it the end yet? Is it the end yet? In the early days, the practice was also very complicated because he pressed on, and he was very adamant in wanting to meditate. As the time goes on, he was able to allow his mind to become very still and very peaceful. And then sitting meditation become easier. This is partly because we have accumulated a lot of goodness from the past life. If you have that tucked away, it means that when you're meditating, your mind will be calmer, quicker, easier. When you're meditating, you need to know where your citta is, where your consciousness is. That's how you meditate. Trying to really focus. I once asked Luang Por Chah, when I meditate, sometimes it is actually very difficult to explain how my mind moved from one moment to the next moment. How can I explain how my mind changes from one type of practice to the next, or one level of samadhi to the next level of samadhi? Luang Por Chah said that there are various ways of explaining, but the way that you have been meditating is like you went up the tree and then you decide to jump down the tree. When you jump off the tree, it's not always the case where you can count all of the branches that you have gone through. All you know is you jumped, but the next thing you realize, you're at the foot of the tree. It doesn't matter whether you can explain about the branches and everything along the way or not. As long as you know how to jump, as long as you are able to be aware of where you are afterward, that is good enough. Luang Por Piak, when he decided to ordain as a monk, he was still studying his, he was still going through his university, but he decided to come and ordain for a short period. And after having been with Luang Por Chah for some times, he went up to Luang Por and said, Luang Por, I think it's probably about enough time for me to stay here as a monk. I may need to go back to continue my study. So I was asking Luang Por Chah whether I should be disrobing soon. And Luang Por Chah turns around and said, "Are you thinking about other girls now?" No, Luang Por, I am one of the one of the son who the family have truly committed in wanting me to be the leader of the family. They have given me a lot of pressure in wanting me to be well so that I can look after the family. But Luang Por Chah reminded me that yes, people always think about going back to the world, do their things, and then maybe later on they'll come back and reordain. Usually when they come back, they are much older, and then usually it would dawn on them then that this is a bit late. I'm too old. I'm struggling. Everything is much more difficult. Then, having contemplated on whether to stay or to leave, Luang Por Piak realized that there were also a very similar occasion where Luang Por Chah himself was deciding whether to stay or to leave. And then Luang Por Chah, he decided that, well, since I am here already, might as well give it a go. I will give this very life, give it up for the Dhamma, give it up for the Buddha Sasana. But he said it was actually easier, usually when you're not meditating, your mind is very restless. When the mind is restless, it's very difficult to contemplate anything. But for Luang Por, he was able to experience a lot of peacefulness in his heart, in his mind. When the mind is very peaceful, he was able to come to terms with the results and the answers very easily. And as he was trying to meditate, following the teachings and guidance of Luang Por Chah, Luang Por Chah did say, all you have to do is, if you want to be peaceful, just breathe in once and you're peaceful. So as he was practicing, as he was trying, it turns out that it took Luang Por Piak 7 days to achieve that. So a lot longer than Luang Por Chah. When he went up to Luang Por Chah and explained to Luang Por, I've experienced it now. I've done it in 7 days. One may think that the teacher may praise you a bit, but Luang Por Chah just kept quiet. It depends on how you look after your mind. If you look after your mind well, then the mind is able to achieve and experience the right results. At Wat Pa Pong, in the main building, in the main sala, there were 2 skeletons. One used to belong to a man and another one used to belong to a lady. Sometimes at night, I would go there and trying to look at the skeletons and contemplate. What people ask, we can look very beautiful, very attractive. But if we take away the skin, we take away all this attractiveness that we have, what do we have left? Just bare skeletons. I was contemplating, I was educating myself, trying to teach myself. And without expecting anything, my mind became very clear and my practice thrived very quickly. Luang Por Chah, when he was at Wat Pa Pong, he wasn't the kind of teacher where he would be micromanagement the monks. He wasn't the kind of monks he would be, forcing the monk in doing something. The way that Luang Por Chah teaches people is leading by examples. A lot of the times you can hear, you can see, you can learn a lot by watching Luang Por Chah. I have read many books, like for example, Zen teaching, for example. There was a teacher who wanted to test the students by walking up to the students and all of a sudden slap a student in the face. And in turn, students slap the teachers back. This was simply trying to test whether each one of them still have any sense of anger in them. If they can control their feelings, it means that they have mastered the feelings. In some ways, well, Luang Por Chah has never slapped anybody in the face, but he has been using something very similar. When he responds to people, when he answers people, sometimes his answers can be very Zen-like. His answer would stop people from thinking anything else. It would allow him to hold and then contemplate and feel a bit puzzled by his answer and response. There was something that Luang Por Chah responded. I took that to heart. I went up to Luang Por Puttatat, a very famous teacher down south, and asked Luang Por Puttatat. Luang Por Chah gave this very unusual answer. Luang Por, something about the wind. It didn't really make sense to me. But as I was explaining to Luang Por Buddha That, in the end, Luang Por Buddha That said, yes, Luang Por Chah was right. Obviously, a lot of the answers that were given by Luang Por Chah, they were not really meant for you to really understand. They were all meant for you to stop thinking. And then also, by allowing the student to have that kind of mind state, because a lot of the time people who are still training themselves, they tend to be thinking a lot. Luang Por always trying to come up with skillful means in allowing them to reflect so they can stop thinking. Part of the practice is that we have to try to learn how to reflect on the body. Luang Por Chah once said that, let's say you have a big tree in front of you. It's up to you how you want to take down the tree. Some people may bring out a knife to try to cut down the tree. Some people may bring a machete or a saw or something. It doesn't really matter what you have in your hands, as long as you have the right tool to bring down that tree. The same goes with your meditation practice. It doesn't matter which technique you are doing, as long as you are continuing to use that technique. Luang Por Piak was always very gifted in allowing his mind to be very calm and very concentrated. But Luang Por Chah said, no, you are not meditating rightly. Because even though when you have samadhi, you are not using the tool correctly. Once you have samadhi, once you have concentration, you have to use that concentration to reflect on the body, to contemplate. Having understood that, he realized that, this is what I need to do. Once I do this, it means that I'm going to start to cutting down the tree. As the years goes on, Luang Por Chah become more and more famous. Obviously, Luang Por Chah is from the Mahanikai sect. And another very famous monk is Luang Ta Mahabua. He's in the Dhamma Youth sect. There was one occasion where Luang Ta Mahabua came to visit Luang Por Chah at Wat Nong Papong. But it was not planned that he was going to be there. So Luang Por Chah was actually out for an invitation. And Luang Por Anan, another very gifted disciple of Luang Por Chah, he was the monk there in charge on the day when Luang Ta Mahabua came. Having received Luang Ta Mahabua, he was able to listen and hear some teachings of Luang Ta Mahabua as well. Luang Ta Mahabua told Luang Por Anan a story of when he was still with Luang Pu Man. On that occasion, they were massaging Luang Pu Man. And all of a sudden, Luang Pu Man said, oh, Luang Por Chah's coming. Luang Pu Man got up and then put on his jiwon. And then later, when Luang Por Chah came in, he welcomed Luang Por Chah, welcomed Luang Por Chah into the monastery. Later on, when there was an occasion where monastery could be established in the West, it was understood that, if you're going to start something in the West, you have to do it correctly, because there are people who have a lot of faith and a lot of understanding in Buddhism, but they may not have the right teacher just yet. Luang Por Chah has this idea in mind that when you go to the West, you have to be clear that you are here as a disciple of the Buddha, not as monks from Mahanikai sect or Dhamma Youth sect. In Thailand, sometimes when you have that ideas, you tend to have the feelings of differences. Okay, I'm a Dhamma Youth monk, I'm a Mahanikai monk. Some people may seem that, well, the monks, are they fighting? Are they having a quarrel about the sect that they are in? Luang Por Chah was very direct about wanting to make sure that the monastery that he is setting up in the West is very clear of that differences. It has to be the monastery that is being looked after according to the Dhamma Vinaya of the Buddha. So the pioneer monk that he took to the West was Luang Por Sumedho. When Luang Por Chah was in the West, has always been Luang Por Sumedho who was the main translator. And even after Luang Por Chah has left to come back to Thailand, Luang Por Sumedho was always the one who hold up the teachings of the Buddha, the Dhamma, and also obviously Luang Por Chah's teaching. That's why we always say, "Tai rom pa pothiyan." It's like, regardless of where you are, you are still continuing under the guidance and teachings of Luang Por Chah. And as the years go on, nowadays we have many branches, all scattered around the world, like in Malaysia, England, France, Switzerland, Germany, Australia, New Zealand, Portugal, Brazil, America, and the list just goes on. The reason we were able to spread the teachings of the Buddha and the Chahs to all of the places around the world is because of the good and noble practice of Luang Por Chah himself and the translation and the support from Luang Por Sumedho. As long as you are practicing, as long as you are meditating, your meditation will slowly progress. When your meditation is going well, your mind is well, you can be a good example. It's not easy to meditate. It's not easy to maintain your samadhi and your peacefulness of mind, but it's important to try so that you can strive, so that you can progress. Once you experience your concentration and your samadhi, your mind can be peaceful and calm. And also the most important part here, the most important foundation is to also look after your sila. And with the right sila, with the right precepts, your practice will go well. As for the lay people, the most important part of your practice is the 5 sila. Nurture your 5 sila, practice bhavana every now and then, and I can guarantee that your life will be well. So for today, I have been invited to come and be a part of this wonderful occasion, the Luang Por Chah Memorial in Malaysia. It is very unique in the sense that we have the same event in Thailand, but I don't always go because my health sometimes permit me from traveling. Sometimes I want to go, and by the next day, my health become unwell. And as you can see, I find it difficult being sitting on the floor like the other monks. The doctor have permit me have asked me not to be seated on the floor because of my physicals, my difficulties in my physical body. So sometimes I find it difficult to attend some of the activities. And but for today, it has been a wonderful opportunity. I made it here. I can see that friends and his colleagues and all the Sian families and everybody have really dedicated a lot of time and energy to bring about this occasion. And I feel that you really have earned and accumulated a lot of punya. You have really followed the footsteps of Luang Por Chah. For Luang Por Chah, the only way that you can look after the Buddha Sasana is by practicing. If you can ordain, ordain. If you can practice without ordaining, then practice without ordaining. By the end of the day, you have practice so that you can relieve some of the stress and suffering that you have in your life. For monks, once we ordain, we tend to be advised that we have to reflect on, let's say, for example, have the head, have the body, nail, teeth, and skin. Now, these are some of the basic reflections that we are always asked to do. It depends on you, how much you are able to reflect. Yes, it is important to do your regular duties and chores. You get up early, you do your morning chanting, you do your evening chanting, your basic protocols. But you also have to find some personal period to come and do your meditation. Once you meditated, once your mind has become peaceful, then you use that peacefulness of mind to reflect on, let's say, the 4 elements, the body, death and dying. Because in the very beginning, often we are simply just reciting it, but it's important to start somewhere. During the Buddha's time, there were people who were very gifted. You may have come across stories of monks who were able to contemplate, seeing a leaf falling down the trees. They can also contemplate seeing, it's like a child dying, seeing a young leaf falling, seeing an old leaf falling. It's like seeing a child dying, seeing an older elderly person dying. Having contemplated something like that, the person became a noble being straight away. Or sometimes having contemplating on the flickering of the light on the candles. If you have the right contemplation, have the right reflection, then you can see beginning and end, seeing something arises, something ceases. There was one occasion somebody asked Luang Por Chah, Luang Por, when we die, where do we go? When we reach Nibbana, where do we go, Luang Por? A very simple, very short response by Luang Por Chah. Luang Por Chah said, look at a candle. When the flickering of light ends or cease away or get blown, when the light get blown off the candles, where do that light go? Same too, where do you go? When the light disappears, that's where everything disappears. So as long as you are practicing, when you are practicing, you will know the result for yourself. So as for today, it's a wonderful opportunity that we are able to follow according to the path and the footsteps of Luang Por Chah, to be able to be practiced well, worthy of practice, to be able to sustain your kindness in your practice. It doesn't matter how much you are able to achieve, but if you are able to continue in your practice, then one day you will be able to receive the result. All you need is the right frame of mind. And Luang Por Chah said that, for the Buddha Sasana to be well cared for, all you need is one person to have attained enlightenment. If you have one single noble being in the Sasana, then that one single noble being will help to nurture the Sasana for a long time to come. This is why we are having the day like today, because Luang Por Chah himself was also a very special being. He was also a noble being who has been contributing and sharing and teaching and helping the world. So for today, I have come here to be a part of this ceremony. I hope that some of my reflections and teachings will be able to relieve some of your concerns, stress, and sufferings in your life. And I hope that you will be able to accumulate more and more goodness in your life to practice so that you can achieve the highest goal you can aspire for. Thank you.
Sadhu, sadhu,
ท้าย
sadhu.
ท้ายที่สุดนี้อาตมาเคยมีความฝันหลายปีแล้วอาตมาฝันอันนี้เป็นความฝันเนาะที่ไปอังกฤษนะอาตมาก็ฝันถึงคิงวิลเลียมที่หนึ่งแต่คิดว่านั้นเป็นอดีตชาติของหลวงพ่อชาและท่านในประเทศไทยเนี่ยคือรัชกาลที่หนึ่งเรียกว่าเป็นอดีตชาติของหลวงพ่อชาเพราะว่าหลวงพ่อชานั้นมีคางใหญ่ก็เรียกว่าคางราชสีห์แล้วก็ถ้าเป็นคนมีคางราชสีห์แล้วจะเป็นผู้มีบริวารมากและท้ายที่สุดเนี่ยหลังที่สุดแล้วว่าที่ใครที่จะมาเป็นเจ้าอาวาสองค์ต่อไปของวัดหนองป่าพงหลวงพ่อชาบอกต่อไปให้พระน้องชายอันนี้ก็เลยว่าเป็นคำถามแต่เราคิดว่ามันเป็นความจริงก็บางทีมันก็พิสูจน์กันไม่ได้หรือว่าบางทีมันก็เป็นความฝันก็เป็นเรื่องของความฝันไปแต่ว่าในรุ่นของอาตมาเนี่ยแต่เราคิดว่าหลวงพ่อชาคือรัชกาลที่หนึ่งแต่ว่าบางองค์ก็คิดว่าเป็นรัชกาลที่สามอันนี้ว่าบางทีเราอยู่ในประเทศมาเลเซียเราก็ไม่ค่อยได้สัมผัสกับราชวงศ์เท่าไหร่แต่อันนี้นั่นเป็นความฝันของอาตมามันจะเป็นจริงหรือไม่เป็นจริงก็แล้วแต่ก็ให้พวกเราก็ไปช่วยกันไขก็แล้วกัน
So lastly, I'd like to share a little something that I had when I visited England some years ago. I had a few dreams that I'd like to share. I dreamt that in the past, Luang Por Chah, our teacher, was King William I of England. And then later on, at some point, I also dreamt that Luang Por Chah was also King Rama I of Thailand. If you look at the features of Luang Por Chah's face, you can see that he has a fairly broad chin. Somebody who has a fairly broad chin, it also indicates that that person tends to have an ability to look after a lot of followers. And another dream that I also had was, we were at Wat Pah Pong and I asked Luang Por Chah, if one day you are not around anymore, who's going to be the next abbot of the monastery? In the dream, obviously, Luang Por Chah said to me, "Oh, my younger brother will be the next abbot of Wat Nong Pah Pong." Obviously, as a dream, there's no way that I can prove it to you or you can prove it to me. It's just the dreams. But in Thailand, if you look at the royal family, Rama I, his features looks very similar to Luang Por Chah. But some also said, what about Rama III, Luang Por? His feature also looks very similar to Luang Por Chah. Nevertheless, it's just something for you to chew on.
刚开始我先跟各位说声抱歉哦，因为这个在这边有回音，在旁边反而听不是很清楚。然后第二个我这是第3次出来做口译大部分时间都是在做笔译，就是文字上做翻译，所以在口译上面可能反而会比较不习惯。但是一个好处就是可能会更精细更仔细的翻译然后呢，现在就开始我们现在还是用 AI AI 现在不是这个 AI， 是 Ajito Intelligence AI 我的名字叫阿奇多那我现在开始讲，主要这个主题呢，我们今天大概是讲到长老是讲到跟随菩提智的足迹跟随菩提智的足迹这个菩提智就是我们的阿占茶，对不对？菩提yan是跟随他的足迹。那我们今天这样讲到说，长老的2、3、4，他的一些其他的我们不太知道的那些事情其实阿占茶的那个传记，其实有很多没有被写出来的。那今天这个长老就讲很多个就是公案，或者是他们之间的尊者阿占茶他的本身私底下的几个就是开始或者是禅话这样子开始主题在这边然后呢，我们现在就开始长老的类似逐字稿这样子提供给大家做参考各位善信，各位居士愿各位增上法，法增上增益法，法增益那今天呢，这几天我们这个活动呢这几天有很多的长来来开示说法在我们的这个传承里面，我们的长老来传承到海外的这个世界各地呢，在泰国传到马来西亚等地呢，就是他这个传承已经行之有年了，有好几年的一个时光了。那我们现在再讲回到我当初刚开始出家的时候年轻的时候，这是我们这个长老。那开始他出家的时候呢，他是一个学问生那时候同时呢，也是我们的阿占茶正在开山建寺的时候呢， 所以那时候在那个时空的一个环境之下是这样子的。然后他去找那个长老阿占查就讲说，他就是能够尽量让这个佛法呢兴盛的久远时间久长还有那个幅员更广大，传播更远更久，这样子时空更长久的意思这是原来的阿占查跟我们的长老这样子讲，当初他还是很年轻的一个学问生，就是都市生，他去读书那个如果要出家的话，那就要真心诚意的出家出家还要还俗，就是不好嘛但是呢，其实长老他本身自己心里面就有一个设定了，他其实没有想过要出家，他其实刚开始的时候就已经很真诚的、真心诚意的要出家，没有想过要还俗。可是你知道一般的状况长老讲说，出家之后大概8年，他的亲戚就问他这个一般的状况也是会这样子，其他的僧众也会这样子被亲戚问长老出家8年之后呢，他们的亲戚就问这个师父你是一直要出家吗？那出家我们就洒脱咯，我们就是很赞叹咯。可是如果你要还俗的话呢，就赶快咯，这个结婚生子那找个太太，找个女生，那赶快好好结婚生孩子这样子只是说浪费时间嘛。那如果是在犹豫不决的时候，那出家也不是还俗，也不是什么都两边都没有有什么获得，对不对？所以他就是要经济问嘛，他也是说没有他没有要还俗他长老那时候也是去读去有那个有在教巴利文的那个寺庙去在那边读书。那时候呢，尊者阿占曼是可以说是我们的长老阿占查的师父之一启蒙师之一。那阿占曼呢，在当时，然后就请阿占查那不慢就请阿占查来因为我也是他也是阿占曼是法众派阿占曼那个阿占查是大众派。所以呢，在诵戒的时候，我们不能一起结盟，就是我们诵戒，阿占查是不能进去的。诵完戒的时候呢，阿占曼就请阿占查进来龙普曼就跟阿占查讲说到最后呢，也很多人都听过这个故事就说不用还俗那就请你阿占查呢继续好好的持修。在你们的大众派里面好好的修行持戒，那影响你们大众派这个部分，不用再来从还俗重新出家到我们法众派这里来。当初是这个样的一个过程的那这个内容是什么呢？阿占曼就跟阿占查讲说，你可以守护你这一颗心吗？可以的话，那你就继续守护着。你可以这个持修这个清净戒吗？如果可以，那就继续下去这样子。所以他的意思是说，你可以守护这颗心，你可以持守这个清净戒，那没有必要再还俗来重新出家，为了跟我成为法众派这样子。这是当时这个过程但是长老没有讲到这个详细的状况，就是其实他不能进来的，就是要诵戒完结默完之后，另外一派的才能进来听，或者是做忏悔那现在呢，我们长老有讲到很多一些典故，一些就是禅案的，就是很多长老占察他曾经说过的一些非常的有智慧、深远的一些事件，或者是有人问很多的问题，长老的回复都是非常发人深省的，有埋了很多的伏笔，让人可以 不断的做禅思的。比如说，他有一个禅相的话，他一直走到水的中间的时候，到最后那个木头啊，浮木就没有的时候，那要怎么办呢？其实他长老的阿占查的传记其实没有写太多这些细节呢。那我们今天我就来讲一些我知道的一些事情就是我们为什么要跟随菩提智的足迹呢？也就是说，为什么我们要跟随尊者阿占查的足迹呢？那原因就是为了我们要跟随长老的足迹的修行呢，无疑就是要离苦灭苦，然后达到涅槃这也就是关于戒定慧这三个的修持跟圆满那我们要在修戒持戒修定增上慧的这个过程当中呢，每一步每一个目标都要非常的专心一致，用心的去好好的做禅修的确呢，我们看到有不同的禅师、不同的师父、尊者都会有用不同的方法、禅法来做教导，以及有很多的成效但是呢，就我来讲，我自己真正刚开始在做各种禅修的时刻呢，反而不是这么一回事非常的困难。一开始打坐的时候有很多的阻碍障碍的，不知花了多少的时间跟光景，好不容易慢慢的逐渐的渐入佳境好像到了这样的一个已经较高的境界。可是到了这一步，走到这一步，渐入佳境这一步，也不是那么容易的事情直到让我们的心达到心一静性心的一个稳定度这么高，是没那么容易的事情就像还有另外一个，他有讲到说，比如说像从树上掉下来那个阿占查他有举另外一个例子，比如说我们人从树上掉下来，那掉下来的时候，那个树枝的枝干也不知断掉了几根，然后也跟着下来，就跟我们有时候在禅修在打坐的时候呢，有时候遇到一些阻碍跟障碍也不知道什么时候会出现这些阻碍跟障碍就是有很多我们必须要经历的未知数那时候呢因为这样的一个亲戚的询问，他更确定的说他不还俗，然后他也非常的肯定自己不想要还俗，他就直接呢就去找他的那个长老，就是阿占查龙婆查说龙婆我不还俗了龙婆我不还俗了这样子那个龙婆查就讲说，你要出家你就专心给我好好的出家，专心的出家，好好的修行。如果你要还俗的话呢，赶快找个女孩子嫁娶了之后呢，结婚了之后呢，等到你老的时候再来出家，那不要你老的时候再出家没有什么用了那个占查就这样子讲然后他又问那个占查说，那打坐禅坐的时候呢，心如何达到安住跟安定呢？有那个禅喜呢？占查简短的讲一句话，没有那么简单就这样子结束了。又如你们这个我们长老他也要去就禅修这个不净观或是白骨观嘛，他就在那时候呢，当时我们的龙宝棚有个大殿，大殿的左侧呢是女众区，他就特地去看那个漂亮的美女去观察，去看那漂亮的美女，就是偷偷去看看可是他这不是有那个色欲的去看，他要去观察32身分身体的一个组成，直到这个我们的长老就看到这些美女 他所要去看到的美女，结果去看到她只是个白骨，就是一个白骨的这样子一个残像，所以他不是真的说啊去看那个美女，可是他是特地要去找那个美女测试，然后去做参观的这个部分，这是长老的一个经历啊，提供我们大家啊一个另外一个他的一个例子啊。然后呢，其实我们的尊者阿占查呢，我们的长老其实不是那么经常的做什么太多的开示了哈。例如又另外一个例子啊，有人问啊，曾经有两位出家众去问那个长老说，这个火有没有火，或是火这件事情长老就说没有火可是那个另外一个出家众又去问有关那个四大有没有风，占察又回答说没有风就是这样子。所以他的占察的教法，他的智慧非常的有很深的意涵，有的时候是隐喻，有时候要我们自己去推敲会观自己去得到智慧，自己推敲这样的一个状况。那又另外一个例子，长老又举个例子，就是类似比如说砍树呢，每个人砍树的用的工具跟惯性习惯是不一样的，有人是用刀子一般的刀子，或是开山刀之类的或者是削水果刀这样。有的人呢去用挖土机对高机挖土机那一种 macro 这样子去砍树。但是呢，哪一种方便你就去用吧即使是那个刀可以来削水果，你都没用，你都不去削水果，你放着什么都没做，那个刀子什么工具也都没有什么用处诸如此类的各种例子然后呢，我们今天再继续讲到呢当时那个时代因为禅修的一个非常的出名的那个出家众呢有两位，第一位呢是我们的尊者阿占查，第二位呢是龙达摩诃布也就是龙普曼的其中一个第一代弟子所以呢，在有一次呢，关于我们的佛法弘扬传播到国外这件事情呢，有一次呢，阿占查就趁有一个机会，就去到瓦巴班达去跟龙达摩诃布就做法谈就是要去询问咨询说，哎，这个是怎么样呢？如果我们把这个佛法传到国外好不好呢？怎么样做呢？结果的结论呢，就是大家就是说好，那是可以，应该把我们的佛法传扬到远处去，到西方，到泰国以外的其他地方去。到最后呢，我们的长老就常常就请那个苏梅多长老，就是阿占苏梅头，去帮忙做翻译去传扬佛法到国外去，到西方去直到今天这个菩提智广布到国际世界各地包含新马地区，那长老讲说印尼就比较少咯还有非洲也比较少咯那个南美洲、巴西、葡萄牙等等的，还有瑞士他等等等他举这些例子。那这些都是我们的经过这么多年来的努力以及菩提智以及我们的这些长老的弟子们努力推广出来到现在这样的一个成就。然后长老又在讲说，我们修习戒跟定呢，我们做到了多少呢？我们必须自问简单的讲，居士最基本的就是受持五戒那具戒者呢，物不侵扰就是大家可以和和相处，就是大家都有遵守基本的五戒，基本的 简单的讲，基本的道德，互不相侵害啊，就是大家都相安无事啊，这个社会这个团体才会和啊，才会安详，才会幸福。所以这个五戒是很基本的居士的应该有的持修的基本方向啊目标啊。然后后来呢年纪渐长了我的身体也有一些状况直到后来就是不太能够出门，到最后呢，医生呢甚至禁止各种活动就是不方便，那身体很不好有很多身体上的状况。但是呢，今天我就还是来了为的是什么？布施积福，就是为了纪念我们这个菩提智，我们这个长老龙婆叉培德这是长老的这样的福泽来表示对长老的尊敬跟意念其实大家不要忘了，我们修行，我们修的是戒定慧三学，我们的目的，我们都不要忘了，我们的目的是就是我们达到涅槃，就近涅槃所以我们修戒定慧的时候，我们也不要忘记它的最终目的为了什么那就像出家的时候呢，我们的出家仪轨、巴利文仪轨，我们的戒师一定会跟你教导基本的32身分的其中5种身观身雷萨罗玛那卡丹塔达州就像头发、皮肤牙齿、指甲等等的之类这5种32种身体的某个部分的其中5种，戒师就会先教你。所以你刚开始出家的时候，戒师就教你最基本的，你至少要去观去正思维去做观照，产生那些观智有这些智慧才能够灭除我们的所谓的无明、贪嗔痴之类的。所以呢，在戒师我们刚开始出家的时候，就已经有教导你，给你方法然后以达到最后的所谓的涅槃究竟像一般我们的早晚课日课这样子，其实一般的好像就是一个出家人的日常作息，其实这样子还是不够的，因为我们还必须要学习慧观比如说修习观照32身分对身体的各种身体的组成等等的，直到我们的观智圆满，也就是我们的清净的时候了。那会观到圆满到清净的时候呢，那叫什么呢？那就叫做阿罗汉这样就叫做阿罗汉，也就是不再来轮回就像是说另外一个呢又回头再讲到又想到那个我们的尊者阿詹查，他有提到一些那个例子阿詹查就问说蜡烛的烛火点燃了，然后呢，到最后呢，蜡烛的烛火灭了或者是说树叶掉下来了树叶黄了，掉落了，这些东西你要思考的是什么样的一个意涵呢？我们就要思考的是生跟灭有灭有生跟死，有生跟灭。我们就是可以从这个地方再去做慧观思维正思维的部分。那又另外一个问一个提问，阿占察又曾经问过弟子呢，如果蜡烛呢灭了，蜡烛的火呢灭了，或者是蜡烛烧尽了呢，烧到没有了，那蜡烛去哪里呢？结果呢，没有人能够回答就是很多我们的阿占察的许多智慧非常深就是他有很多让大家可以做慧观的一个机会，由自己去 解答啊，有问题、有障碍，自己去解答，自己去处理，这样子。那就独自独处僻处，一个人独修啊，直到我们成为的一个阿罗汉啊，也不一定是要在群修、群体的团体修啊，在踽踽独行，一个人独自独处僻处，然后修正到成为一个阿罗汉，其实这样子也是可以的。就像长老讲到的巴利文 Supatipanno， 它的意思就等同于所谓的阿罗汉啊。最后呢，希望大家呢都能够脱离苦啊，灭苦，证得究竟涅槃啊，远离去除一切的忧悲苦恼啊。然后最后呢，结束了之后，长老又加了一个另外一个有关他的噩梦。这个噩梦呢，这个 nightmare 是当初长老去英国的时候有梦到一件事情。那是呢，长老梦到他去英国的时候，突然有梦到一个很不好的噩梦，好像就是觉得好像是看到那个尊者他的阿占查他的过去世应该是泰国拉玛一世啊。然后呢，第二个一个梦境就是说在阿占查死后呢，谁来当住持呢？据说是阿占查的弟弟来当住持。这两件事情我们也不知道到底是真还是假但是也有人说他有梦到，但是他梦到的是阿占查是拉玛三世。但是对于这个泰国皇家这个事情，其实我们不是很清楚，我们只是一般平民百姓而已。那真假谁也不知，就让时间来证明一切。萨土。
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. We will now invite Brother Danny and Sister Siu Kim to offer Sanghadana to Luang Piak.
有请廖志全居士和林秀君居士供养资具给龙婆皮亚。
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Brothers and sisters, let us bow 3 times together. Bow, bow, bow.
Brothers and sisters, before we proceed for our evening chanting, please be reminded to put your handphones on silent mode or switch them off at all times in the hall to ensure an uninterrupted flow of the program.
是的，在我们进入晚课之前呢，再次呼吁大家，请确保您的手机已经调至静音模式，或者是关上，以免打扰整个晚课的进行。谢谢大家的配合。
We will now have an evening chanting led by Ajahn Chayalo.
各位佛友们将会进入晚课时段，我们请尊者阿江、阿查罗带领大家做晚课。
We now invite Sister Ki Lin to light the incense and candles. Let us fold our palms in Anjali.
我们现在恭请记忆林居士点燃供香和点燃蜡烛。
Hello. We will be doing the evening chanting, Pali and English, from the Wat Map Jan chanting book. Bow together. Okay, go. Yo so bhagava arahang samma sambuddho, to the Blessed One, the Lord, who fully attained perfect enlightenment. Soakato yena bhagavata Dhammo, to the teaching which he expounded so well. Supatipatno yassa bhagavato sawaka sangho, and to the Blessed One's disciples who have practiced well. Tapmayang bhagavantang satapmang sasangkang, to these the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, we render with offerings our rightful homage. Satu no pante bhagava suchira parinibhutopi. It is well for us that the Blessed One, having attained liberation, Pachima Janatanukam Papmanasap, still had compassion for later generations. Ipme sakhare tukatapanna Patra pute patikan hatu. May these simple offerings be accepted. Apmakang te karatang hitaya sukhaya, for our long-lasting benefit and for the happiness it gives us. Arahang Samma Sambuddho Bhagava, the Lord, the perfectly enlightened and blessed One, Buddhang Bhagavantang Abhivademi. I render homage to the Buddha, the Blessed One. Bow. Soakato bhagavata Dhammo, the teaching so completely explained by him. Dhammang namasami, I bow to the Dhamma. Bow. Supatipanno bhagavato sawaka sangho, the Blessed One's disciples who have practiced well. Sangha Namami. I bow to the Sangha. Andamayang Buddhasa Bhagavato Pupapaganamakharang Karomase. Now let us chant. Now let us pay preliminary homage to the Buddha. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Homage to the blessed, noble, and perfectly enlightened one. Homage to the blessed, noble, and perfectly enlightened one. Homage to the blessed, noble, and perfectly enlightened one. Andamayang Buddhanu Satinayang Karomase. Now let us chant the recollection of the Buddha. Ho Patna Bhagavantang Evam Katlayat no Kitisato Apukato. A good word of the Blessed One's reputation has spread as follows. Itipiso Bhagava. He, the Blessed One, Arahang, is indeed the Pure One. Samma Sambuddho, the perfectly enlightened one. Vichacharana Sampatno, he is impeccable in conduct and understanding. Sucitto, the accomplished one. Lokavidu, the knower of the worlds. Anuttaro Purisada Masarati, he trains perfectly those who wish to be trained. Sata Tewa Manusanang, he is teacher of gods and humans. Buddho, he is awake. Bhagavati, and holy. Now let us chant the supreme praise of the Buddha. Buddha Varahanta Varata Tikuna Pyuto. The Buddha, the truly worthy one, endowed with such excellent qualities. Sudha Bitnyana Karuna Hisama Katato, whose being is composed of purity, transcendental wisdom and compassion. Bodhe Sijo Sujanata Kamalang Wasuro, who has enlightened the wise like the sun, awakening the lotus. Vantamaham tapmaranang sirasa jinendang. I bow my head to that peaceful chief of conquerors. Buddho yosa papaninang saranang ke mamuttamang. The Buddha, who is the safe, secure refuge of all beings. Patap nusatitanang vantapmitang sitrenahang. As the first object of recollection, I venerate him with bowed head. Buddha sahasamita soa Buddho me samikisaro. I am indeed the Buddha's servant. The Buddha is my Lord and guide. Buddho dukkha sakata chavitata chayitasame. The Buddha is sorrow's destroyer, who bestows blessings on me. Buddha sahang niyademi sariran chipidan chidam. To the Buddha I dedicate this body and life. Vantanto hang charisami Buddha sewa supoditang. And in devotion I will walk the Buddha's path of awakening. Nati me saranang anyang Buddho me saranang parang. For me there is no other refuge. The Buddha is my excellent refuge. Etena sacha vajena vatayang satu sasane. By the utterance of this truth, may I grow in the Master's way. Putang me vandapmanena yang punyang pasutang itap. By my devotion to the Buddha and the blessing of this practice, sape pi antaraya me mahe sungta satejasa. By its power, may all obstacles be overcome. Kayena vachaya vachetasawa. By body, speech, or mind, putte kukamang pakatang mayayang. For whatever wrong action I have committed towards the Buddha, Buddho patikan hatu achayantang. May my acknowledgement of fault be accepted. Kalantare samvarit tungwa putte. That in future there may be restraint regarding the Buddha. Now let us chant the recollection of the Dhamma. Soakato bhagavata Dhammo. The Dhamma is well expounded by the Blessed One. Sanditiko, apparent here and now. Akaliko, timeless. Ekipasiko, encouraging investigation. Opanaiko, leading in words. Pachatang veditabo vitnyuhite, to be experienced individually by the wise. Now let us chant the supreme praise of the Dhamma. Soakatata tikunayo kawasena sayo. It is excellent because it is well expounded. Yoma kapaka pariyati vimoka pedo. And it can be divided into path and fruit, learning and liberation. Dhammo kuloka patana tatataritari. The Dhamma holds those who uphold it from falling into delusion. One tamaham tamaharang varatapmametam. I revere the excellent teaching, that which removes darkness. Dhammo yo sabbapanirang saranam kemamutamang. The Dhamma, which is the supreme, secure refuge of all beings. Dutiyanu satithanang One tap mitang sirenahang. As the second object of recollection, I venerate it with bowed head. Dhamma sahasamita soap. Tapmo me sami kisaro. I am indeed the Dhamma servant. The Dhamma is my Lord and guide. Dhammo dukkha sakata cha vatata chayita same. The Dhamma is sorrow's destroyer, and it bestows blessings on me. Dhamma sahang niyademi sariran vidan chidam. To the Dhamma I dedicate this body and life. One tanto hang charisami. Dhamma sewa sutapmatang. Devotion I will walk this excellent way of truth. Nati me saranang anyang. Dhammo me saranang parang. For me there is no other refuge. The Dhamma is my excellent refuge. Etena sacha vachena vatayang satu sasane. By the utterance of this truth, may I grow in the Master's way. Dhammang me vandapmanena yang punyang pasutang itap. By my devotion to the Dhamma and the blessing of this practice, sape piantaraya me mahe sungta sate jasa. By its power, may all obstacles be overcome. Hayena vachaya vachetasava. By body, speech, or mind. Dhamme kukamang pakatam eyayang. For whatever wrong action I have committed towards the Dhamma, Dhammo patikan hatu achayantang. May my acknowledgement of fault be accepted. Kalantare samvaritung vatame. That in future there may be restraint regarding the Dhamma. Now let us chant the recollection of the Sangha. Supatipanno bhagavato sāvaka saṅgho. They are the Blessed One's disciples who have practiced well. Ujjupatipanno bhagavato sāvaka saṅgho. Who have practiced directly. Nyaya patno bhagavato sāvaka saṅgho. Who have practiced insightfully. Samicipatipanno bhagavato sāvaka saṅgho. Those who practice with integrity. Yatidang, that is, Chattari Hatta Purisa Pukala, the 4 pairs, the 8 kinds of noble beings. Esa Bhagavato Sāvaka Saṅgho. These are the Blessed One's disciples. Ahuneyo. Such ones are worthy of gifts. Pahuneyo, worthy of hospitality. Dakineyo, worthy of offerings. Anjali karanyo, worthy of respect. Anutarang putnya ketang lokasate. They give occasion for incomparable good to arise in the world. Now let us chant the supreme praise of the Sangha. Satapmajo supatipati kutnati uto. Born of the Dhamma, that Sangha which has practiced well. Yota pito ariya pokala sangha seto. The field of the Sangha, formed of 8 kinds of noble beings. Sila Dhamma Pavara Sayak Ajito, guided in body and mind by excellent morality and virtue. Vantamaham tapmariyat nakanang susudang. I revere that assembly of noble beings, perfected in purity. Sangkoyo sapapaninang saranam ke mamutamang. The Sangha, which is the supreme, secure refuge of all beings. Tatyanu Wantapmitang Sitrenahang. As the third object of recollection, I, with bowed head, Sangha Sahasamita Soa, Sangho Me Sami Kisaro. I am indeed the Sangha's servant. The Sangha is my Lord and guide. Sangho kasakata chapitata chayita same. The Sangha is sorrow's destroyer, and it bestows blessings on me. Sangha sahang niyademi sariran chipidan chidam. To the Sangha I dedicate this body and life. Vantantohang charisami samkaso patipatnatam. And in devotion I will walk the well-practiced way of the Sangha. Nati me saranang anyam. Sangho me saranang kwarang. For me there is no other refuge. The Sangha is my excellent refuge. Etena sacha vajena vatayang satu sasane. By the utterance of this truth, may I grow in the Master's way. Sangkang me vandapmanena yang punyang pasutang itap. By my devotion to the Sangha and the blessing of this practice, sape piyantatrayame mahe sungta satejasa. By its power, may all obstacles be overcome. Kayena vachaya vachetasawa. By body, speech, or mind. Sankhe kukamang pakatang mayayang. For whatever wrong action I have committed towards the Sangha, Sangho patikan hatu Jayantang. May my acknowledgement of fault be accepted. Alantare samparitung vasankhe, that in future there may be restraint regarding the Sangha. Do we do Imina? I'm going to dedicate merit, so come. The Udisanadithanikataya. Do it in, page 55 on the Wat Map Jan book. In the Wat Map Jan book, they do 1 line Pali, 1 line English. So Handamayang Udisanari Tanagatayo Panamase Ipmina Punya Kamena. Through the goodness that arises from my practice, Upachaya Kunuttarap, may my spiritual teachers, Achari Upakarachap, and guides of great virtue, Mata Pita Chanyatakap, my mother, my father, and my relatives, Suryo Chantimarachap, the sun and the moon, Kutnawantat Narapichap, and all virtuous leaders of the world, Brahma Marachayindachap, may the highest gods and evil forces, Lokapala Chadevatap, celestial beings, guardian spirits of the earth, Yapmo Mita Manusachap, and the Lord of Death, may those who are friendly, Machata Verika Pichap, indifferent or hostile, Sabe Sata Sukhi Hontu Punyani Pakatani Me. May all beings receive the blessings of my life. Sukhanchati Pidandentu. May they soon attain the threefold bliss. Kipang Pape Tawomatang. And realize the deathless. Ipmina Punya Kamena. Through the goodness that arises from my practice, Ipmina Udisena Chap, and through this act of sharing, Kipakhang Surabe Jewa, Tanhupadana Chedanang, may all desires and attachments quickly cease, Ye Santane Hinadamma, and all harmful states of mind, Yawa Nippanatop Mamam, until I realize Nibbana, Na Santu Sappata Yewa Yata Chato Pape Pave. In every kind of birth, may I have an upright mind, Uju Chittang Satipanya, with mindfulness and wisdom, Sale Ko Viryamina, austerity and vigor, Mara Labantu no Kasang, may the forces of delusion not take hold, Katuncha Virye Sume, nor weaken my resolve, Buddha di Paparonato, the Buddha is my excellent refuge, Dhammo nato Varutamo, unsurpasses the protection of the Dhamma, Nato Pache Kaputo Chap, solitary Buddha is my noble guide, Sankho nato Tarop Mamam, is my supreme support, Esotamanupavena, through the supreme power of all these, Maroka Sang Labantumap, may darkness and delusion be dispelled, Dasa Punyanupavena, by the power of the 10 merits, Maroka Sang Labantumap, may Mara gain no opening. Closing homage together, just the Pali. Arhang Samma Sambuddho Bhagava Bhutang Bhagavan Bhagavata Dhammo Dhammang Namasami Supatipanno Bhagavato Sāvaka Saṅgho Saṅghang Namami. And now in our hearts we pay respect to Luang Chah.
Brothers and sisters in the Dhamma, our next session is a Dhamma talk by Tan Ajahn Jayanto.
接下来，阿张查杨多将为我们慈悲开示。
Let us pay respect to Tan Ajahn Jayanto by bowing 3 times.
向圣众顶礼。
bow, bow.
Let us now invite Sister Nina Yi to light the candles and incense.
有请 Sister Nina Yi 点灯和供香，请大众合掌。
Kindly fold your palms in Anjali.
Brahmachaloka Dipati Sahang Pati Kat anjalian divarang ayachata santi dasata paraja kejatika desitu damang anukampi mampajang.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddhang dhammang sanghang namasami. So I've been asked this evening to offer a few reflections in the absence of Lupa Nyanatamo, who was scheduled to give a talk originally, and due to his health, he wasn't able to come. And so I would invite us all to share the merit of the practice and the reflections we've been doing today, the beneficial states of mind, any benefit that comes, we can share with Lumpur Nyanatamo and his continuing good health. He's been such an inspiration to so many here and is a very big part of why we're all here. And so I won't go on for many hours. Earlier I was thinking Lumpur Chah is known to have trained his monks by giving long talks, telling the same story 3 or 4 times during the same talk, apparently to drive home the point that this is a patience practice. And I thought, well, normally when I give a talk, it's usually a short one because that just seems to be the way it flows for me. But they've scheduled me for an hour. So maybe in honor of Ajahn Chah, I could just, when my normal talk ends at about 20 minutes, I could give it again a second time and then give it again a third time, and that would take me to an hour. But now here we are, I can just give a normal talk, which I never really know what I'm going to say. This is the kind of occasion which is a beautiful one, obviously. It's a remembrance ceremony, as it's been termed. So it gives us an opportunity, a chance to remember Lumpur Chah and his disciples and teachings. And for me, this is really what it comes down to in large part. We've been hearing throughout the day some of the other talks about the methods and stories and various teachings. And then if I really reflect on my own journey and what's brought me into the robes and into the Buddhist life, and particularly the community inspired by Lumpur Chah, it does have to do with a kind of remembering, I suppose, in different ways. First, for me, it was a kind of remembering that there's a possibility of something deeper in life. And even though it wasn't really a memory, it felt like a memory. It was like living a whole number of years for me, not too many, 21 years or so, and then coming to a certain point and realizing that there is a deeper experience that we can have as a human being. That doesn't have to do with belief or religion in a superstitious sense, or even just a simply traditional sense.
but an experiential sense, something we can actually experience for ourselves. And the sensation that I had, or the way it felt, was like I was remembering something I'd forgot that I'd always known. That somehow I assumed there was some deeper meaning, some deeper reality, and yet I was busy living the life of a young man growing up. And yet, and I'm sure for each of us it's different. Sometimes it's an event in our lives, some kind of unfortunate event that makes us question. Sometimes it just falls out of the sky, sort of the way that it did for me. But whenever it comes to us, this inspiration to seek something deeper, to come towards what we call practice, a sort of training of the heart, which is what all of this is meant to enable, to provide the opportunity to anyone to engage in. It feels like something it's always been there underneath. At least to me, that's the way it felt. And then as I've developed the practice according to the training guidelines and the life that we live as say monks in the monasteries, well, we do have different practices that we engage in, and we do have moments and say episodes of insight or otherwise as we go through our lives. Overall, it's a very simple, even though it's not easy, it's not complicated. It's a very simple practice that we have. The sense of, as we've heard today, Lempo Kalyano, Lempo Pasanno, reflecting on how Lempo Chah taught us to watch our own minds, to really develop this sense of noticing, really caring for one's attention in the present moment, and noticing what we think, what we feel, how our bodies and minds are right now. It's simple. It's not actually too complicated. And when we get a sense for the direction of it, that we're moving away from that which makes us suffer, and we're moving towards a sense of letting go and peace, coolness, and freedom, and we get a sense for that direction. Again, it's not complicated, although it's not easy because we're so caught up in our habits and our interests and our, say, let's call them addictions. We can be addicted to emotions, not just substances. So it's not easy, but it is a fairly simple thing. So then the practice often comes down to remembering to stay present, remembering to bring mindfulness to this. If we're not careful, to punish ourselves over not attaining, and to use as a comparison against what we're actually experiencing, how we actually are. And to one extent or another, we all do this, whether we're idealistic or not. The way that Luang Chah, as Ajahn Kalyano was reminding us, would teach us that if we're suffering, it's because we're thinking wrongly. Well, what does that mean? Does it mean I have the wrong philosophy or the wrong thought about, the government, or the wrong, kind of the thoughts in my head at this moment? It's more, I would say, the way that we're engaging with, the way that we're relating to, the way that we're framing, if you will, what we're experiencing right now. So if I think that this is wrong, I should be a different way. I've been a monk all these years. I should feel more calm than I do. I should feel more peaceful than I do. I'm a practicing Buddhist out there. I shouldn't be getting angry. I've been doing this thing, coming to these ceremonies and talks for how many years, and yet I still get angry. I shouldn't be like this. Then we're comparing how it is to how we think it should be and how we want it to be. And this is what I think Ajahn Chah was helping us see, pointing us in terms of like, you're thinking wrongly if you're suffering. Well, where is the suffering in this? And that's, for me, the remembrance, the sort of practice of remembering comes down to remembering to notice that that's what happens in my mind. If I'm not careful, if I'm not mindful, I'm constantly comparing how it is right now with how I want it to be or how I wish it were, what I don't want. And so, as Liem was telling us this morning, and I believe Luang Chah taught a lot, the Dhamma practice that we remember in this tradition really relies on noticing that we are part of nature. It's a natural thing to have a body and to be here. And yes, we may be uncomfortable. It's been a long day. Some of us might be sleepy or hungry or kind of, want to get up and take a walk. Maybe we're very comfortable. There's a mix always of the pleasant and the unpleasant in the physical reality, but it's natural. It's a nature. It's a part of nature. It's body. And then in terms of what I'm adding to it is coming from my mind, how I'm engaging with it, how I'm thinking about it. So if I think, whoa, I shouldn't be here right now. It's been a long day and it's evening time and I really shouldn't have scheduled so many talks all in one day. We don't even have time for dinner, right? So here we are sitting here and our bodies are just like this, maybe comfortable, maybe a mix. But if we add that onto it, then we start to suffer. We add the suffering in. So this is the thinking wrongly, as I understand it. This is the thing, like we don't have to be fighting against how things are. It doesn't mean we don't, that we just allow life to roll over us. Although we might try that as a practice sometimes just to learn this skill. I remember one time Ajahn Sumedho told me early on when I was a young monk in England that he felt the monks and the nuns read too much. They were always reading Dhamma books and having interesting ideas. And that he thought that actually it would be useful if they just took a day and did absolutely nothing, just watched and practiced that skill and just sort of wake up and then prop themselves up against the wall on the bed and just stay there, watch. And if they start drooling, just let the drool come down. So he wasn't literally suggesting we do that, but I got the point. There's this sense of we're always trying to move to something else, fix something or make it right, even if it's to do with our meditation practice. And sometimes the greatest skill that we can develop in terms of cultivating wisdom is this one of just really attending to how things are without trying to change them, without trying to manipulate. Now, obviously, as we live our lives, we have to make choices, so we can't just do that. So we need to use the Buddha's teachings in the Eightfold Path to help guide us to make skillful choices, wise choices, choices that won't be harmful for ourselves or others, choices that will be beneficial, hopefully, for ourselves and others. And so we have many teachings, vast teachings, and then it can seem complicated, not so simple. But again, the principles, like Luang Piak was just saying, relating the story of Luang Man, teaching Ajahn Chah when he asked him, how can we remember so many rules? There's so many when you get into the commentaries. And Luang Man said, well, if you, as I remember it being related to us, if you just take care of your mind, that's the main thing. All those rules are basically trying to help us just take care of our mind state. And so that is actually quite simple. If we remember that. So many choices in our life. We want to have benefit. We don't want to cause harm. We want to create, say, mental environment as well as possibly a physical environment, which will be conducive to developing wisdom and peace as we practice. So how to make that simple? Well, in the present moment, how do I take care of my mind? What does that even mean? So as we practice, we start to realize what it means. Liem this morning was talking about the harmful mind states and beneficial mind states. So we always have a choice, all of us. It's not that some of us are saints and some of us are sinners. We all can be either. And so we're in one place or another in terms of our ability to make choices. And it's much mindfulness and meditation that we can develop in our lives will give us more and more, say, agencies, the ability to make a choice in the present moment when it comes to seeing, oh, the mind is moving towards anger. I don't have to do that. I can take care of my mind just in this moment. Oh, the mind is now moving towards joy. I don't have to stop that. That's a good place to go. We all know this. We all maybe want to do this, but it's hard, isn't it? Normally, we're just getting led around, pushed and pulled by our feelings and our thoughts. So a lot of this setup, this whole tradition, the robes, the monasteries, the meditation practices, the methods, the stories are meant to help us develop this very simple but difficult practice of getting space before we get compelled to speak, before we get thrown around by our feelings, having some space. It's called mindfulness, awareness, having satipanya, the kind of mindfulness and wisdom to see what's happening so that we're able to make a choice. And then it's up to us. In fact, life can become more interesting in terms of practice. We don't have to wait till the times that we go to a monastery or to a meditation retreat, or even, say, our 1 hour of meditation a day, if we have a practice of doing that at home, or whatever it might be. At any moment that we remember, we have remembrance, we can practice. We can practice with this right now. We can take care of our minds. And so, Luang Por, most of us here never met him, including myself. Although I sometimes speculate, I've never said this out loud. It's been a completely quiet speculation until right now. But I realized that he was in London in 1977 for the first time with Ajahn Sumedho. And I was in London during the same month in 1977 when I was 10 years old with my parents. I had mumps. I won't go into the whole story, but we were in London during that time when Ajahn Chah was in London. And I was just racking my memory trying to think if I saw a robed figure, but I'm sure I didn't. So I never met Luang Por Chah, and most of us didn't, but we all have in a sense because his teachings have in some way touched us. I mean, it's true, some of you may have been dragged here by your relatives, but probably somewhere in all of this, something is touching something deep inside. And if you don't think it is subconsciously, trust me. And yet most of us have been moved in ways large and small by someone who lived the simple life of a monk in the jungles of Thailand. Yes, he was brought to London. He was brought to near where my monastery is in New England, and gave some teachings there. But it can show us how this seemingly internal, very personal practice, as we call it, this way of living life that really has to do with watching your mind, learning from that, taking care of your mind, doesn't just benefit ourselves, even though it might seem that way from the outside. It touches everyone we're with, and it does that throughout time. It does that into the future. So these are just a few reflections tonight. It's 8:15, and I'm going to end my talk here to allow us to all go and do whatever it is that we plan to do.
Sadhu, sadhu.
Please bow 3 times. Bow. bow, bow.
Thank you, Tan Ajahn Jayanto. We will now invite Brother Chua and Sister Jawa to offer Sanghadana to Tan Ajahn Jayanto.
感谢尊者阿伽这样多的开示，我们有请蔡文峰居士及李家华居士供养字句。
Dear brothers and sisters, before we conclude today's event, kindly put your hands in Anjali for the closing homage.
各位佛友，在今天的活动还没正式结束之前，请大家双手合十，我们一起来进行中场礼敬三宝仪式。
Arahang Sama Sambuddho Bhagava Buddhang Bhagavantang Abhivademi Swakato Bhagavata Dhammo Dhammang Namasami Supatipano Bhagavato Sāvaka Sangho Sanghang Namami. Please bow 3 times. Bow. Bow. Bow.
Dear Venerable Teachers, we extend our deepest appreciation to you for being with us in this remembrance event today.
我们至诚感恩诸位尊敬的长老和阿姜莅临龙坡茶的纪念日，指引我们向上向善。请大家双手合十，我们再度的礼敬深重。
We have come to an end of the first day of the Ajahn Chah Remembrance Day, and our program will continue tomorrow.
我们今天的活动已圆满结束，活动将在明天继续进行。
Ajahn Chah once said, "Actually, in my own practice, I didn't have a teacher to give as much teachings as all of you get from me. I didn't have many teachers. In my mind, I conceived the desire to practice. I wanted to be proficient. I wanted to train. And so, I lived with Dhamma."
阿僧茶曾经说过，其实在我自己修行中，我并没有一位老师像我一样给你们那么多的教导。我没有很多老师，但在我心中，只是升起想要修行的愿望。我想要精进，我想要修炼，于是我安住于正法而行。
Brothers and sisters, this great determination demonstrated by Ajahn Chah to self-cultivate in the Dhamma is admirable and should be cultivated in ourselves too. As compared to Ajahn Chah, today, we are very fortunate to have many great Dhamma teachers to learn from. In fact, in these 2 days of the Ajahn Chah Remembrance Day, we have over 40 venerable monks of the Thai forest tradition and Ajahn Chah lineage here. We urge you to continue to join us tomorrow for another day of learning and cultivation.
各位佛友，阿姜查尊者在自我修持中的决心还有坚定，令我们非常的敬佩，更值得我们去学习。与阿姜查相比，如今的我们却非常有福报，能够向许多的善知识学习。这2天的阿姜查纪念活动，我们就有超过40位来自泰国森林传承和阿姜查传承的僧众前来护持，甚至是抱恙而来。我们呼吁大家明天继续参与，一同精进。
Tomorrow's session will start with alms round in the morning and continue with Dhamma talks and exhibition till the evening. For further details, please refer to the program schedule displayed on the screen.
明天的活动将从清晨的托钵仪式开始，跟今天一样。之后呢，将持续进行开示与展览，直到傍晚。更多的详情，请参考屏幕上的行程表。
You may drop off food for offering at 6:30 onwards and gather at the field at 7:30 for alms round. A reminder to label your pots or containers so you can collect them easily tomorrow.
您可以从早上6:30起将供养的食物带来，并在7:30在操场集合，参与托钵仪式供养僧众。温馨提醒大家，请在您的锅具、餐盒，包括盒子上面呢贴上标签或标注你自己的姓名，方便明天下午领取。那这里还有一项报告，就是如果您还没有领取您的这些餐具或者锅具的话，请等一下离开会场之前记得领取。
So if you haven't collected your containers for this morning's alms round, you can also collect them along the way when you exit the venue here. And for tomorrow, if you have any requisites which you would like to offer to the Sangha, please also bring them and you can place them in the right side of the hall. We have a table in front of the screen.
是的，如果您有其他资具想要供养僧众或者某位尊者，请把你的物品标好，然后写上法号，并放在大殿右侧的桌子上。
We are also grateful that we have sponsors of gift bags for all the devotees today. Please collect one bag per person as you leave the hall at the foyer.
我们感恩善心大德的随喜赞助，离场时请在礼堂外领取一份结缘品。
And before we all leave, we also ask for your cooperation to help to keep this hall clean and neat as you leave. Do pick up any rubbish in the hall on the way out. Rubbish bins are available outside the hall.
请大家共同维护大殿的清洁，因为明天我们还要继续在这里听法。那离场前，请大家注意你周边的杂物，如果有垃圾的话，请把它捡起来丢入大殿外的垃圾桶。
Thank you for your participation and may you be well and happy.
再次随喜大家今天听闻佛法的功德，萨度萨度萨度。
We wish you a safe journey home. See you tomorrow.
愿大家安康快乐，愿众生远离一切苦难，身心安稳。我们先让僧众们离席，双手合十，共诵僧众。
Let us hold our palms together in Anjali as the Sangha members take leave from the hall.